I know everything about you. So I should be your girlfriend. By Kane Mizuki, translated by Shiryu at Hiroith Translation. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1. Why is it bright red? It's the girl who just walked into the classroom. You know, I've been thinking of asking her out to hang out. Not with everyone, just the two of us. Wow. I've heard you talk about it, but finally. Yeah. So please give me courage, Kuuya. With a clap, my friend from middle school put his hands together in prayer. I know it's pathetic, but I want to know if I have a chance. Please use your special skill to help me. Of course. Leave it to me. Just go and have a casual chat with her. I'll watch from here. Whoa, thank you. I owe you one. All right. Let's do this. After the homeroom at the end of the day was over, in the classroom after school, my friend, Hatsu's Yuji, gathers his courage and walks toward the girl he's interested in. Nakabayashi. I submitted those committee documents to the teacher earlier. He said to check them by next week. Oh, Hatsu's. Thanks. So, how did the teacher react? Does it seem okay? Well, what? It doesn't sound good. Sorry, just teasing. It seemed fine. Yuji laughed as he said that. The girl, his love interest, playfully slapped his shoulder, saying, "Geez, you meanie." She's definitely from the next class over, right? For now, Yuji seems to be friends with her, but what about as the opposite sex? Miyashiro Kuuya, focused my attention from my seat, observing the two as they talked intimately. My focus wasn't on Yuji but the girl he was talking to. From her, a misty haze began to appear within my field of view. The mist was orange-colored. Oh. This is. Eventually, Yuji returned to where I was. Kuuya. How was it? He asked in a hushed voice. I responded in kind. Yuji. Well, Well, what? It doesn't look good. Sorry, just teasing. Come on. That's the same trick I pulled on Nakabayashi earlier. I'm glad you noticed. I thought it'd serve as proof that I was really watching you too. As I said that, I don't need that. Yuji shook his head. But to give you a straight answer, it looks promising. Really? It's not quite at the level of outright liking you as the opposite sex, but it's close. It's definitely within the realm of possibility. But of course, this is just what I think. No guarantees. No. Your ability to judge these things has a proven track record. I trust you. How many times have you been consulted before? About 30 times? And how often were you wrong? So far, not once. See, there you go. Yes. Yuji was clearly elated, repeatedly doing victory poses. Watching him, I couldn't help but smile too. Yuji is a really good friend. He's kind and considerate, though I'm too shy to say it often. I'm always grateful to him. I'd be happy if things worked out for him. I wish you luck, Yuji. Yeah, thanks a ton. Just like I declared, I'll ask her out. After a bit more light conversation, Yuji left. He seemed to be heading to club activities. Well, it's about time I get going too. After school time is precious, and it'll be gone before you know it. There are lots of things to do before tomorrow. Thinking this, I reached for my bag hanging beside my desk when data processing looks pretty heavy. Aren't you tired? Being made to observe such non-linear things as humans and human emotions. The one who spoke was the girl sitting next to me. You're talking to me, right? Is there any other reasonable possibility? Sorry, it's just been a while since I heard your voice. About a week? By my recollection, it's been 11 days since I last spoke to Miyashiro-kun, and by extension, anyone in this class. No wonder I was surprised. So, what was it? Are you asking if I'm tired? Well, not really. Did you hear our conversation just now? Sorry. I just happened to overhear. I see. That makes sense. It's hard to imagine her eavesdropping on purpose. So it must have truly been by accident. She was seated in seat by windows. Even though we were talking, she doesn't face me during our conversation. Looking outside instead. It seems less about wanting to see the outside scenery and more about not wanting to observe the classroom's interior. That's just the kind of person she is. Your chance of success judgment is quite a special skill. More like, well, Yeah, there aren't many people who know the details about that special skill of mine. To those around us, it's perceived as being able to somewhat guess whether a relationship between a non-dating man and woman will develop. It's sort of like fortune telling. Because of its accuracy, like Yuji earlier, I'm occasionally asked to judge the potential of a relationship. In reality, it's not just about seeing if there's a chance or not, but explaining it all might scare people off, so I refrain from doing so. It's just me sharing my impressions based on a gut feeling. It's not that big of a deal. Is that so? I think it's quite significant to be able to gauge the chaotic nature of human romantic feelings from the outside. Chaotic? Not just chaotic, not limited to romantic feelings, but human emotions. Or rather, the human system itself is frankly chaotic. With a nonchalant tone, it's clear this is her honest opinion. She rested her cheek on her hand. Then, for the first time, her face turned slightly towards me. Dealing with another as an input-output system, there are too many parameters, no power law behavior, and the initial condition sensitivity is ridiculously high. System identification is impossible, unstable, nonlinear, unreasonable. Don't you think humans are just too difficult to handle? Sorry, what you're saying is a bit too complex for me. She's the top in the nation for science subjects in mock exams. Apparently, she also has practical technical skills, though I don't know the details. Rumor has it she makes a lot of money with some computer-related work at night while still in high school. Her vocabulary often includes words unfamiliar to my ears, leaving me puzzled at times. Communication with others is just a lot of trouble. People often say communication is troublesome, but it's rare to find someone who barely talks to their classmates to such an extent. For most of the class, the only words they've heard from you are "sorry, I'm not interested." It's made people less likely to talk to me. Moreover, there's another reason why she's not approached much by our classmates. Simply put, they're intimidated. Meeting her taught me that humans can indeed feel overwhelmed by beauty. Her long eyelashes frame her slender eyes. Her skin seems to glow faintly, and her straight nose and cherry-colored lips are perfectly placed on her face. Her beautiful black hair, which sometimes appears red depending on the light, suits her terribly well. No matter how many times I see her, having such a universally acknowledged genius beauty next to me in class seems like a mistake. However, but even so, her nickname in school wasn't about her intelligence or her beauty. Human hater. Hey, Miyashiro-kun. I'm called that by everyone, right? I'm rather grateful for it. If they keep their distance, it reduces the noise in my daily life. A good SN ratio is maintained. This is her, Kujo Kurenai, if you say so. Yes, besides, it's not like I don't talk at all. Look, I'm talking with you, Miyashiro-kun, right now. It's been 11 days. If you can talk like this when you want to, you should do it more often. Miyashiro-kun, being capable if I try and so exhausting I never want to do it again are mutually independent. They can coexist. That's certainly true. Right? Sighing wearily, Kujo-san let out a sigh. Her beauty and proportions added allure to her gestures. That's right. I wanted to say thank you to you, Miyashiro-kun. It's been 62 days since I last talked with any classmate other than you. That's almost as long as summer and winter vacations combined. The reason I can go so long without talking to others is all thanks to you, Miyashiro-kun. Everyone in the class communicates with me through you. Since we sit next to each other, and we talk from time to time, can you pass this on for me? I'm frequently asked like that. Even if I say they could just tell you themselves, everyone awkwardly smiles and says, no. Well, you know, it's kind of nerve-wracking. Does that mean I'm doing the talking with the classmates that Kujo-san should be doing? I'd like you to think of it as doing me a favor. It's much easier to communicate with just one specific person, Miyashiro-kun, than dealing with various people each time. It's extremely efficient. The best strategy for school life. Kujo-san paused, turning her face clearly towards me. Her beautiful eyes captured mine. Thank you. I'm really grateful. Oh, I've been meaning to say thanks for a while. Sorry, it's just been too much trouble. The mood was completely ruined by the end. I thought so but didn't say anything, whether she sensed my dismay or not. She then said, "Please relax. I'm not shameless enough to settle for just words of thanks. I've prepared proper compensation." Compensation? If Miyashiro-kun takes the messages for me and relays them here, how about I pay you 10,000 yen per message? I think that's a bit much. Do you prefer a subscription model? Very modern. How about 50,000 yen a month? It's not about the method. The amount just feels too unreal. She seemed serious, so I had to firmly refuse. Kujo-san, I don't think that's a good idea. Is it the exchange of money? It's the way you mention it that makes it feel worse. If money is not acceptable then, no, sorry, I'd really appreciate it if you could spare me the physical compensation. I don't want anything like that. I'm not so noble as to demand physical recompense from a female classmate. If you're talking about thanks, well, you lent me your power bank that time, right? When my phone was about to die. That's more than enough. That was. No, it's nothing, but that's not enough. Plus, Kujo-san, whenever we talk, you always by the way give me some insider information like sales on things I wanted, or limited tickets for interesting exhibitions. Stuff like that. I'm really grateful for that, so let's call it even. I don't know how you always have information that hits the mark for me. I'm a social misfit who wanders the internet all year round, so I have a lot of information. That's all there is to it. That's the kind of social misfit I am. Don't throw such heavy self-deprecation at me so fast. I can't catch it all. And I also do stocks, so I get a lot of information from that. Stocks are important. Okay, I get it. My bad. I understand. Kujo-san, you sometimes talk so fast. Talking fast increases the amount of information transmitted per unit of time, making it more efficient. Though she spoke with a cool expression, her hands were restlessly moving. I might have stepped on a landmine I shouldn't have. Anyway, if you want to thank me, that kind of stuff is the most helpful. Is that so? Well, for my peaceful high school life, please continue to support me in the future. By the way, you're happy with the museum ticket info, right? That interest is typical of an artist, I suppose. Modesty. Maybe I should say, Japan's #1 genius high school artist. Please stop. It was just a fluke last year. Is that so? I don't understand art, so I wouldn't know. Saying that, Kujo-san picked up her bag and stood up. I've said what I needed to, and my daily communication energy is depleted, so I'll be going home. I see. Goodbye, see you tomorrow. Goodbye. Let's talk again in about 10 days. If necessary. We're sitting next to each other. We could chat even if it's not necessary. I'm not that kind of creature. Sorry. Kujo-san walked towards the classroom exit with her long legs. As she passed by me, a sweet scent wafted through the air. Kujo-san, huh. She feels distant, despite only becoming neighbors by chance and conversing more than with other students. Our interactions were still limited to about once every 10 days. Her way of speaking was blunt, and her expression, cool. A genius girl who dislikes humans. That's Kujo Kurenai, or so it should be. Hey, Kujo-san. What? At the classroom entrance, Kujo-san stopped and turned around, her gestures lazy, her expression bored. Now, there were no other students in the classroom. Her attention was undoubtedly focused solely on me. I concentrated hard and looked at her. From within my field of vision, and emanating from Kujo-san's body, the color of the haze that appeared was, Miyashiro-kun, what's wrong? No, it's nothing. See you tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. With her soft, long hair swaying, Kujo-san left. Why? Shaking my head, I rubbed the area around my eyes. Maybe it was a misunderstanding before, maybe I saw it wrong. While thinking this, no matter how many times I checked, the result was the same. The color that appeared from Kujo-san, when she directed her consciousness towards me, was the one I feared the most among the myriad colors of this world. Why is it bright red? I couldn't understand the reason at all. The same color as her name, a deep and vivid red like blood. It's a color that shouldn't appear from a blunt, human disliking classmate, a definitive sign of interest, The color of love and affection. If my eyes aren't mistaken, it means that I'm liked by Kujo-san as a romantic interest. That's supposed to be impossible. After all, we don't even talk that much. It must be some mistake. Maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me. And yet, even if, hypothetically, that color was true, I am. Nah, let's go. Shaking my head, I stood up from my seat. Section. All right, there. I set up the canvas on the easel and prepared the rest of the tools. I've also changed into overalls that I don't mind getting dirty. The place is the art room. I'm the only one here. After school, I spend most of my days here painting. There's no art club at the prefectural Itazumi High School I attend, but the school has given me special permission to use this room. If I can't produce results this year, I wonder if I'll lose access to this place. If that happens, I guess I can't help it. In a corner of the art room, there's a trophy on display. Engraved on its base are the words, First Shinsai Sansen Prize, Grand Prize. This trophy was won by me last summer at a newly established national art competition meant to determine Japan's best high school artist, in the oil painting category. The reason I can use this art room is mainly due to this achievement. Honestly, I'm surprised I won it as a first year. It must have been mostly luck. The painting for the competition, huh? I muttered to myself as I scratched my head. It's mid-June now. The deadline for the competition entries is the beginning of August. I should have started painting my entry by now, I know. But the painting I'm currently focused on isn't for the competition. It's another painting that I feel I must finish first, no matter what. Yeah. No, I've decided to finish what I'm currently working on first. The competition painting can wait. No matter how much I agonize over it, I always come to the same conclusion. After lightly slapping my cheeks with both hands, I gripped the paintbrush and held up the palette. I started painting. Once I entered that state, my sense of time vanished. And, as my consciousness returned from the world of painting to reality, I stretched out. Wow, I did quite a bit. Checking the clock on the wall, about 2 hours had passed. The painting was nearing completion. Things were going smoothly. Huh? Oh no. While basking in a sense of satisfaction, I noticed a sound from outside the window. Rushing to the window, I checked outside. Just as I thought, it was raining. Opening the window and sticking my hand out, I found the rain wasn't too heavy. On the opposite ground, the formidable baseball team was practicing as if to say, this isn't even considered rain, but rain is rain. I didn't bring an umbrella. It takes about 20 minutes to walk home from here. Even if it's just a drizzle, I'll be soaked by the time I get home. While the painting is going well, this situation isn't good. This isn't good. Sadly, I'm not very confident in my physical condition. Even getting soaked on the way home might easily affect my health. That would interfere with my painting. My parents have been gone for years, and my grandparents live far away. Living alone, I don't have family members who could come to pick me up. What should I do? However, given the circumstances, my only option might be to make a break for it before the rain gets worse. Just as I was about to resign myself to that fate, Kuuya, are you there? Can I come in? Con 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 con. With the energetic sound of knocking, such a voice could be heard. Oh? Yeah, I'm here. Come on in. I'm glad you're still here. Excuse me for intruding. The one who opened the door and entered was a female student. Her wide-eyed gaze was full of energy, and her brightly colored hair accentuated that impression. Though petite, her figure had curves in all the right places, exuding a healthy charm. However, what captivated me the most was her always straight and neatly extended posture. It revealed a refinement and good upbringing that couldn't be completely hidden by her vivaciousness. Seeing what she was holding in her hand, my eyes widened in surprise. Yes, I'm so glad you haven't left yet, Kuuya. I made it in time, the girl said, raising the umbrella she was holding. Let's go home together. This umbrella is big enough for both of us. A brilliant smile bloomed, so bright it could be recognized from 100 meters away. Even though it was rainy and gloomy outside, her surroundings seemed bright. That's a lifesaver. Thank you, Suika. Adu Suika. She's a first-year student, 1 year junior to me, and my childhood friend. I'm sorry for making you hold the umbrella. Let me do this much. I'm taller than you, after all. We changed our shoes at the entrance and walked under one umbrella through the rainy school grounds. The school premises were vast, so the school gate was a bit far. What were you doing until this time, Suika? I was explaining the quiz to my classmates. Then, I went to help the girls' basketball team. And in between, I had some student council work too. As always, you're being pulled in every direction. Being able to go home together with such a popular person, I feel unworthy. How lucky am I? You don't think that at all. I do. How grateful I am. RWWWW. Stop it, Kuya. When I put my hand on her head and ruffled her soft hair, she made a sulky face and glared at me with enough. Suika's expressions are always comically clear. It's true that Suika is popular, a celebrity in the school. That's not anything special. Despite her modesty, Suika is indeed well known within the school. Even as a first year, she is beloved and admired. Even without my bias as her childhood friend, I think it's natural. Bright and light-hearted, yet a serious hard worker and a top student across all subjects. Moreover, she's good at any sport, attracting constant requests for help from sports clubs due to her athletic abilities. Her communication skills are outstanding, making friends across classes and grades. Well-liked and active. She was even scouted for the Student Council Executive Committee right after enrollment. Thinking about it, it's quite impressive. Loving and loved by everyone, always at the center of attention. That's the girl named Adu Suika. Incidentally, her family background is also excellent. She's the heir to the Adu family, renowned in this area. Kuya, what's wrong? You're staring at me. No, it's nothing. Though I joked about feeling unworthy a moment ago, that wasn't entirely a lie. Are you tired? Were you painting non-stop without any breaks? I was so focused that I got startled by the rain. Suika frowned thoughtfully and spoke in a muffled tone. It's good to be dedicated, but you must take breaks appropriately. It's no use if you wear yourself out. I've always known how you can't stop once you get focused. Is that so? Yeah, maybe you're right. That's right. After all, Kuya, you always work too hard. I'm really worried about you. The most important thing is to take care of your own body. So please, be more. There's a puddle ahead. Be careful. Oops, thanks. No problem. Also, please tilt the umbrella more towards you. If your shoulder gets wet, it'll be bad for your health. If you're already wet, I have a handkerchief. It's fine. I'm not wet. I couldn't help but chuckle. Suika has always been like this since we were kids. Worrying about me, who's not very physically robust and tends to neglect self-care when engrossed in painting. She always takes extra care of me. However, I shouldn't worry her too much or cause her trouble. Just as I was thinking that. Sorry. Move out of the way. What? A loud voice echoed from the ground. I turned towards the voice, my body freezing. A baseball was hurtling towards us with great force. The strong baseball team, continuing their practice despite the rain, must have hit a foul ball or something. It was on a direct collision course. In less than a second, it would hit my head. All I could do was predict that. It seemed unavoidable. In a corner of my mind, I thought, I'm glad I was walking on the ground side. It's a small mercy, Suika won't get hit. HMPH, Bikin. A powerful sound echoed. It wasn't a scream that escaped my mouth. After all, the ball hadn't hit me. Really, it's fine to be dedicated to club activities, but, no, putting others in danger is not commendable. Suika, who had somehow moved to the ground side without me noticing, had caught the baseball with her bare hand. She didn't drop or deflect it, and she did it with one hand. She let out a voice and turned back to me in a hurry. Kuya, did any mud splash on you? No. What are you worrying about me for? Catching a baseball with such force barehanded. Is your hand not injured? Even as I said that, I knew. Still, she was concerned about me, my childhood friend, and then injured, you say? How insulting. It's extremely insulting, Kuya. Suika sharply raised her well-shaped eyebrows. As if As if a mere softball could best a well-trained right hand of an Adu woman. Chikichichichichichichi. The baseball in Suika's grip let out a noise. Yes, my childhood friend, who takes great care of me with her kindness, boasts an extraordinary physical ability far beyond the norm. That's Adu Suika. Soft, you say? That's a hardball, right? Melon bread doesn't contain melon, and crab bread doesn't contain crab. Names and reality are different. True, cucumber rolls don't have cucumbers wrapped in them, but I'm not sure about that logic. Ah, but Kuya, you must never catch a ball bare-handed. It's dangerous. And you're not dirty, right? Show me your face and clothes. I hope everything's okay. I'm not dirty. I'm not. So it's not me but Suika that. I know Suika is strong or, how should I say, extraordinary, but my clothes got a bit wet from the rain. Don't worry about my clothes. Oh, I need to return the ball. Suika swiftly turned towards the baseball field. A baseball team member, looking apologetic, was running towards us. Sorry about that. Are you hurt? We're fine. Here it goes. Oh, okay. Whoa, seriously? Along with a satisfying sound, the baseball player's voice of astonishment reached us. It was understandable. Despite the considerable distance from us to him, Suika's throw reached him without a single bounce, almost in a straight line rather than a parabola. What's more incredible is that the ball, without deviating in the slightest, was sucked straight into the glove of the baseball player, who had been called out by Suika. It wasn't just power, but precise control. Bravo! It's a tradition of the Adu women, in times of need, to be able to crush the head of a rascal with a stone rolling nearby. That's impressive, but your worldview is kind of off. Notably, Suika wasn't joking. Her family, the Adu, had built their fortune in business during the Meiji era, but they were originally a renowned samurai family. This spirit and tradition are still passed down today, and as the heir, Suika has been rigorously trained in all manner of martial arts. Whether stone throwing is included among the martial arts, I'm not sure. Well, that settles that. Let's get back to our conversation. What were we talking about again? That shocking scene just wiped my memory. It's a very important conversation about taking better care of yourself. Why are you saying that after catching a hardball with your bare hands? Muttering that, I realized I hadn't conveyed something crucial yet. Sorry, before that. Suika, thank you. You really saved me. It's for moments like these that Adu women train. Suika smiled cheerfully, wiping what seemed to be a slightly dirty hand with a handkerchief she pulled out. The gesture was elegant, making the scene of her catching the hardball with her bare hand seem like a lie. Look, Kuya, you really should take better care of yourself. You're always overdoing it, especially when someone asks for your help. Well, I do it because I love painting. But, is the painting you're currently working on at school really for yourself? That question made it hard for me to respond sharply. Well, that one is also one of the paintings I wanted to do. But, it's not something you chose to do on your own, right? Because you were asked to do it again, weren't you? Where is it for this time? Last time it was a hospital, right? Suika sees through everything concerning me. Resigned, I nodded in agreement. The one I'm working on now is for an orphanage. Or I guess they don't call it that anymore, a child welfare institution. You know, the place just off the national road. I see. Kuya, that's a wonderful thing to do. I hope so. The paintings I work on are often commissions from others. My clients include kindergartens, nurseries, community centers, hospitals, and child welfare institutions. I've completed dozens of such projects. It all started when a doctor friend of mine shared his concern. It would be nice to have something that can reassure my patients. Wondering what I could do, I came up with the concept of healing paintings that could calm viewers, and donated a piece that was well received. The painting, displayed in the waiting room, was highly praised by patients for its calming effect, seemingly working wonders. From there, word of mouth led to requests from various facilities that cater to people prone to anxiety, and I've been asked to create more paintings ever since. Putting the competition piece aside, pushing through even when you're feeling unwell. You've always been that kind of person. I understand a bit of the loneliness of not having parents and the pain of being sick. If I can be of help, I want to be. That's very admirable. There's no painting that touches people's hearts as much as yours. As we spoke, we passed through the school gate and walked down the gentle slope. I'm not exaggerating. Many people, including myself, have been saved by your work, and there will be more in the future. The paintings you've donated surely bring peace to many. But, inserting those words, Suika said quietly, very seriously, that doesn't mean you have to sacrifice yourself for it. Absolutely not. Please, take care of yourself. Thank you. I'll try to be more careful. Please do. Truly, I think, if it weren't for me, it might have been a problem. Anyone would misunderstand if they received such kindness. Suika is caring towards everyone, but she offers a special kind of attention to me, distinct from others. One might normally think, given all her kindness, that she harbors romantic feelings, but I'm certain that the feelings Suika harbors for me are not of romantic love. I quickly concentrate and see Suika. The haze emanating from her is a deep green. Yes, it's always been this color. My eyes can see human emotions as colors. More precisely, I can recognize the feelings a person has towards someone else as colors. For example, green for friendship, purple for hostility, blue for dislike, and red for love. I can understand who thinks what about whom. This isn't some kind of psychic ability but rather a kind of synesthesia born from observational skills, I believe. From gestures, expressions, tones of voice, and more, I unconsciously gauge people's feelings, which my brain then recognizes as colors. I'm confident in my observational skills, and it makes sense to me that I perceive the results as colors. After all, I'm a painter. I dedicate my life to observing the world and recreating it in colors. Kuya, what's wrong? Are you cold? Don't tell me you're feeling unwell. No, I'm fine, really fine. Sorry, just lost in thought for a moment. Is that so? Suika sighs in relief. The green emanating from her signifies friendship, and its deep intensity shows the strength of her feelings. Suika has, without ever wavering, continued to direct unwavering friendship towards me, despite often being misunderstood by those around us. The possibility of Suika harboring romantic love or affection for me, as far as the colors I see are concerned, is virtually non-existent. And that's something I'm grateful for, not because it would be a nuisance if Suika felt that way about me. It's not about Suika at all, but rather I'm frightened of love itself. It's a terrifying, monstrous thing that once took my parents away from me. But if that's the case, Kuya, having Kujo-san by my side is dangerous for me. No, but Kujo-san being red, that must surely be some kind of mistake, right? Kuya, what's wrong? Doubting the colors I see is something I find inherently difficult, but surely, that must be an exception. No, however, but... Kuya. Oops, my bad. Really, you've been acting strange since a while ago. That's worrying. Fair point, but it would be rude to call it a worry. Rude? So, it's about someone then. Suika can be shockingly sharp sometimes. It makes me jump. Who is it? I won't force you to tell me, though. Yeah, well, I have my own stuff going on. Don't worry. It's not trouble or anything, if you say so. Kuya. Suika smiles brightly. I'm always on your side, you know. Yeah, I've been saved by you since way back. It makes me happy to hear you say that. So, if something happens, make sure I'm the first one you talk to, okay? Truly, Suiko is reliable and incredibly kind. She's a very good friend who cares deeply about her friends. That's something I believe without a doubt. Section. It's a movie that both of you wanted to see, and it just so happens to be playing. It might be a cliché date plan, but hey, that's fine. Clichés are classic, right? Hee. Seriously, thank you, Kuya. You're welcome. At night, in my room, the call was from my friend, Yoichi, who had just managed to set up a date with the girl he liked. What movie are you guys watching? The remake of Dead or Hard? Nikobayashi likes action movies, it seems. That one, huh? You wanted to see it too. Exactly. I've been saying I wanted to see it, and you kept turning me down every time I invited you. My bad. I apologize with a wry smile to Yoichi, who sounded a bit grumpy. Well, you're busy. Your paintings are popular after all, Kuuya. But I get it. I don't know much about art, but even I can tell your work is something special. Oh, that's nice to hear. How about it then? Would you like to make a purchase? All right, I'll buy it cheap and sell it for a fortune later. But seriously, it might really become a treasure in the future, you know? No way, it will. There's no way it wouldn't. You're definitely going to be a famous artist in the future. Yoji's voice carried a serious tone. He occasionally says things like this with sincerity. Flattered and a bit embarrassed, I changed the subject. So, what's the plan after the movie? I was thinking of grabbing some tea somewhere. After that, no plans. Do you know any good spots around the cinema? I don't go around there much, so I don't know. Well, I often go there because there's an art supply store, but if we're talking about places that girls might like, you know plenty of places. You hang out with the Do-san a lot. That's true, but it's not like queer dating. It's weird, though. You two get along so well. It's just Suika being considerate. She says it's worrying to let me go out alone. Some people even think you two are dating. Yoji, how accurate do you think my ability to sense interest is? Upon hearing that, Yoji seemed to nod in agreement over the phone. Then, what about Kujo-san? Do you hang out with her? No way. Man, who do you think she is? I know. But still, I think you're probably the only one in school who can talk to Kujo-san normally. I'm just the class relay because our seats are next to each other. She says it's more efficient than talking to everyone in the class. She even thanked me for it today. Ha, Kujo-san really is something else. Yoji wasn't mocking her. His voice genuinely expressed admiration. I had her in my class during the first year. You know, Kujo-san isn't bad at talking or anything. If she needs to, she'll speak up in class. She just doesn't bother with small talk because she's not interested in people. Right, she talks quite normally when we're exchanging class messages. Sometimes she talks so fast, it's like, I'm speaking with someone super smart. That's exactly it. What's up? When I asked, Yoji replied with a slightly troubled voice, I was thinking back to our first year. If she ever talked like that to the person next to her. I don't think she did. So, as far as I know, you're the only one in school who can talk to Kujo-san like that. Is that so? Our class hasn't changed seats since April, so I'm the only one who's been next to Kujo-san. Now, because you're next to her, everyone asks you to relay messages, right? But back in the first year, we didn't do that. So we had to muster our courage to talk to her. Really? Don't you just need not to be scared? I get it, though. Easy for you to say. It's intimidating, alright? She's so beautiful it's almost surreal to have someone like that in real life. Her presence does feel a bit unreal, right? And if you try to talk to her, you get that super formal, bureaucratic response. Not like she's ignoring you, but you only get the bare minimum necessary. Makes you want to apologize for even speaking. Formal. Huh. I guess she is cool, but Kujo-san actually does share quite a bit with me. How do you even communicate with her? Everyone else gives up before getting to that point. How come you? Really? Why? Maybe Kujo-san likes you or something? Are you serious? Not at all. Laughable. We both laughed heartily for a moment. While laughing, the image of the red color I saw from her flickered in the back of my mind. Right, back to you, Yoji. If you're looking for a place to hang out around the cinema, how about an arcade? It's clean, and there are quite a few couples there. I occasionally go there with Suika on our way back from the art supply store. Mostly, it's to watch Suika dance energetically on the dance game. It's fun, so I'm pretty satisfied. Oh, an arcade. Nikobayashi might like that. Okay, thanks. All right, good luck. Thanks. Yoji's voice was filled with determination. I told him I was rooting for him and tapped the end call button. An arcade, huh? I haven't been there in a while. I haven't been playing games much lately, either. Yoji and I used to play some obscure mobile game, but it was so obscure it ended up getting shut down. That game had fun co-op play. I wonder if there's something similar now. I searched on my smartphone for recommended mobile games cooperative play. Ooh, I found a title that was just recently released. It has pretty good reviews. It's an action game where you fight in robots. Since it's free to play, I decided to download it. When another call came in, Yoji again, or maybe Suika. Assuming as much, I checked the screen. Huh? I couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise because the caller ID read Kujo Kurenai. I remember we exchanged contacts once, saying it might be useful for something. Though we did exchange them. What's this about? It was surprising that she, acknowledged by both herself and others as human haters, would call me. Maybe she doesn't consider me a human? With such a silly thought for a moment, I tapped the call button. Miyashiro speaking. Kujo-san? Kujo-san, right? Or is this a wrong call? Could it be a mistaken tap? While I waited, just in case, a response came after a few seconds. Good evening. Yes, good evening. What's up? No, it's nothing. It felt like an international call with the lag in her responses. Do you like games? I did play occasionally. Do you have time right now? I'm not particularly busy. The lag in her responses gradually disappeared. I see. Then, could you keep me company for a bit? I'd like you to be a tester. Finally speaking in her usual tone, I asked Kujo-san. A tester? What for? I recently helped develop a game that's just been released. I want to check its actual performance. The game features cooperative play, so I need someone to play with. I see. Wait, you helped develop a game? That's pretty amazing. Aren't you a pro? I told you, I earn my keep. That's cool, but are you sure I'm the right person? I'm not particularly good at games, and I don't know anything about programming. Miyashiro-kun, Miyashiro-kun, the thing is, Miyashiro-kun, it's important to get feedback from general users, not just hardcore gamers or people from game companies. That's why I chose you, and there's absolutely no other intention, please understand. Her rapid-fire speech was impressive. Thankfully, her clear enunciation made it easier to understand. But what's with the please understand? Got it, understood. I don't know anyone else who fits the bill of a general user to ask for such a favor because I don't have friends. Especially not male high school students, who are right in the target demographic, except for you. This is a request from a girl devoid of social skills. Do you understand? Understood. Sorry about that. I'll help as much as I can. Thank you. Of course, I'll pay you. So give me your bank account details. You don't need to issue a receipt. Do classmates normally ask for your bank account? I'll help, but I don't need the money. After all, I'm just a high school student who doesn't even know the difference between a receipt and an invoice. Following Kujo-san's instructions, I began to assist as a tester. Wait, is that the title I just downloaded a while ago? Oh, really? What a coincidence. A huge coincidence. I've started it up. Should I just begin playing normally? Yes, cooperative play will unlock after you progress a bit. I see. Before the tutorial starts, I'm instructed to choose a mecha. Sword-wielding mechas, gun-wielding mechas, and ones with wings. Huh? Then maybe this one. Oh, you chose the sword mecha. It's the easiest to control. I think it's a good choice. Really? That's good then. Yoji is good at these things, but I'm not confident in action games. Lucky to have chosen a character that's easy to handle. With that thought, I notice something off. Wait, did I say which mecha I chose? Oh, the tutorial has started. Well, it must be my imagination. With that, I focus on the game. After successfully completing the tutorial, I began cooperative play with Kujo-san. Miyashiro-kun, the enemy attacking you now has a weak point on its head. If you slash it, you can defeat it in one hit. Alright, Chaj. Also, your special attack gauge should be full by now. I think you can use your special move. Really? Let's unleash it. Kujo-san, as expected of a developer, occasionally gives precise instructions as if she can see my screen. Thanks to her, everything goes smoothly, and I really enjoy playing. Before I know it, it's gotten quite late. Let's call it a day. Sorry for keeping you up late. Playing together was very helpful. I got to see how beginners move. No, I had fun too. This is a good game. It's definitely going to be a hit. Thank you. Then, goodbye. Leaving her usual cool and curt reply, Kujo-san ended the call. Even though we enjoyed the game together, she remained true to herself. Maybe this will make us talk a bit more at school or not. I chuckled to myself at the thought. After all, it's Kujo-san we're talking about. The next conversation might be 10 days later, and that wouldn't be strange at all for her. Wow, it's really late. Time to sleep. Tomorrow is Saturday, no school, but I have plans early in the morning. I want to go to bed early to avoid oversleeping or feeling unwell. I turn off the light and set my alarm on my smartphone. Before closing my eyes, I double-check the route and travel time to tomorrow's destination. All right, good. If I wake up at the set time, I'll make it. It's not a place to get lost. Feeling reassured, I fall asleep. Thank you. Then, section. Kujo's point of view. After ending the call, I, Kujo Kurenai, let out a big sigh. My strength leaves me, and my body slides off the chair. Right now, in my room, in front of my desk, I'm in a somewhat strange pose. After a while, the door opens with a click. "Nei-chan, my tablet's acting up. What's with that pose? You'll hurt your neck, you know?" "Maybe." I get it. It's about Miyashiro-kun, right? What happened? Any progress? My sister, 2 years younger and in her 3rd year of middle school, is sociable, loves rumors, and is a gossip fiend. She exerts that spirit greatly towards me, her sister, and thanks to her, things I had no intention of revealing have already been laid bare. Tuko, your sister is very tired right now, having just made a great effort. So, I'm going to sleep. Good night. I crawled to my bed and wrapped myself in a towel blanket. This is a sleeping posture. I'm going to bed for the night. What happened? Don't sleep. Don't sleep. Wake up. Wake up. Tell me. Tell me. Tell me. Shut up. Shut up. Just be quiet. My sister jumps around on top of me, bouncing up and down. It's heavy and painful. Despite her graceful and slender build, unfortunately, I am frail. I'll keep going until you talk. So, you might as well spill it now. That's your beloved best move. It might be, but hearing it from the person who created this situation is irritating. I just called him. And then? I called him and played a game together. And then? That's it. What? Though I say that's it, for me, it was quite an adventure. However, my sister stretches her soprano voice in exasperation and presses further. What? You're giving off that accomplished vibe just for that? What? Nei-chan, that's like elementary school level. No, below elementary school. If it's below, then elementary school is still included. Worse than elementary school. It's really harsh. It should simply be less than. No, being told I'm less than elementary school level is harsh too. Look, Nei-chan, just aggressively charm him and win him over. A direct approach is fine. It's super annoying, but compared to me, who is incredibly cute, you have an even better face. And how come someone with your facial deviation value doesn't have a boyfriend? I don't necessarily want a boyfriend. Not exactly that. Wrapped in the blanket, I uttered those words. I just want to get closer to Miyashiro-kun. That's so pure, so maidenly. Wanting to get closer is like something from the show era. Your thinking is ha 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 hilarious. Oh, sorry, just kidding. I want to smack her down. First of all, what does she even know about the show era? But I don't have the energy. I'm truly exhausted now. I didn't know calling someone you like could be so nerve-wracking. I nearly passed out several times during the call. After all that, where would I find the energy to fight back against my sister? Besides, with your zero love skills on full display, doesn't the other person already know? That's unlikely. Indeed, I have no such thing as love skills, and more so, the other person is Miyashiro-kun, who has a special talent for detecting interest. But because I have an excellent poker face, no way it's been noticed. Even you always tell me, you can't tell what I'm thinking just by looking at my face. I do say that, but, although your face is hard to read, you tend to react quite obviously in other ways. That's not true. Well, if you think so, that's fine, my sister said, sounding as though she had given up, and then started bouncing on me again. But seriously, it's a miracle that you're interested in someone else, and you even fell for them, and it's such a cliché crush. You can't let this go. While being told this, I look at his photo on my smartphone from within the blanket. There's a significant increase in my heart rate, and my face breaks into a grin. A huge grin. It's utterly ridiculous. This thing called romantic feelings. I'm worried, you know. You have no common sense. Did you properly send it to Miyashiro-kun? Send? What? A pull request? Not a pull request. A love-in message. Obviously. Like thanks for playing with me, I had fun, or let's play again soon. By the way, Loving is a popular chat app that almost every Japanese person uses. Impossible. Coward. I couldn't retort. You said you played a game together. What did you play? That game I helped develop. Oh, the one with cooperative play as its selling point, right? Perfect. But didn't you say something like, it's a project with an insanely impossible schedule that's going up in flames, and they begged me to help, but I'm thinking of turning it down? I changed my mind. Oh, did you help with the development for seeing this? So you could play with Miyashiro-kun because it's something you can do together? OMG. How cunning. Ani-chan, that's super cute. Without answering, my sister gets excited on her own. Well, she hit the nail on the head. Wow. Wow. So, how did you invite him? How could you say let's play together? You didn't chicken out? That's because it seemed like Miyashiro-kun had just searched for and downloaded that game, and if I missed this timing, then I thought it would be impossible forever. So I called him with a now or never mindset. Wow. Talking about this with Nate-chan feels super fresh. But how did you know Miyashiro-kun had searched for and downloaded that game? My intuition was sharp. A sister has such intuitions, you know. I sensed it. That's how much I can sense. Or rather, what else could there be but sensing it? I'm sleepy. Going to sleep now. She's talking fast. That's evidence she's hiding something. Wait a minute. But I couldn't reveal this to my sister, no matter what. Eventually, she seemed to give up due to my silence and changed the subject. Does Miyashiro-kun have any rivals aiming for him? Or does he already have a girlfriend? He doesn't have a girlfriend, I believe. But, there's a girl 1 year younger than him, a childhood friend, who's very close to him. Really? Is she cute? Very. She often comes to the classroom for Miyashiro-kun, and both their closeness and her loveliness are quite noticeable. Wow, a childhood friend, huh? Cute and close. There might be a secret relationship already, and you're losing, Nate-chan. Kidding, I don't know. But seriously, I'm curious about Miyashiro-kun, who turned Nate-chan into such a lovesick girl. He's good at drawing, right? Yes. I love men with talent. Even better if they have muscles. My sister seems to have a thing for muscles. It's a preference I don't quite understand. So, how about Miyashiro-kun? Does he have muscles? Is he well built? What about his biceps and triceps? No, not really. I haven't paid attention to his muscles by parts. But he's an artist, right? I don't imagine him having muscles, more like a bit skinny, I guess. I might not like that, question mark. Tuko. Yes? Did you just make fun of Miyashiro-kun? No, I didn't. It's just a slip of the tongue. A slip. Scary. What? Despite her protest, there's something I can't reveal, even to my sister. As she struggles on, I escape from beneath her and crawl out of the blanket. I pull something from the back of a drawer in my desk. What's that? It's a smartphone charger, right? Correct. To be precise, it's a charging AC adapter. It looks perfectly normal, doesn't it? Isn't it normal? I've tinkered with it a bit inside. Simply put, once a smartphone is connected to this, an inappropriate voltage will be forcefully applied, and the device will be done for. This is an AC adapter type smartphone destroyer. Wait, you don't mean Tuko? I hope the AC adapter in your room hasn't been switched with this at some point. Wow, that's terrifying. What kind of high school girl threatens like that? Your sister, the worst. As my sister trembles in fear, I press on. Hey Tuko, from now on, every time you charge your phone, you'll live in fear, wondering, is this the smartphone destroyer? That's like a curse. You're making me anxious and slowly killing me with stress. Please, go back to the Heian era, she mutters weakly. This sort of exchange is fairly common in the Kujo household. I talk about various things with my family like this. But beyond that, I've never been interested in other people. I didn't feel the need to talk. And at school, I was known as someone who human haters. I thought that was accurate and was fine with it. I thought. Sigh. Eek. What kind of sigh is that? Thinking you were a cute, lover-struck girl was a mistake. Yes. I'm sorry, Tuko. I'm an even worse person than you think, several levels down. I can't say it, but I can't tell anyone. Chapter 2, I hope you understand. Hot. To think it would be this hot from the morning. The fierce heat from the blazing sun made me grimace. For it to be this hot at the beginning of June. This year the signs of summer are showing up unusually early. But, well, I'm just a spectator, so I've got it easy. I shouldn't be too luxurious to complain. Beyond the fence, girls clad in their school's uniform tennis attire are energetically exchanging volleys on the court. This place is a large comprehensive park on the outskirts of the city. With its abundance of tennis courts, it's often used for tournaments. In fact, today, tennis clubs from high schools around this area have gathered for an inter-school competition. It feels like I'm getting glanced at from all around. Is it just me, or is it not? Both boys and girls are playing matches, but the area I'm standing in is designated for the girls' courts. Since most of the spectators here are girls too, I definitely stand out. Someone's boyfriend. I hear that phrase. It would be a nuisance for them if they thought that, making me feel a bit guilty. I guess I'll have to apologize later. Thinking of the person in question, I let out a sigh. Then, as if on cue, she appeared on the court. Suika, sorry, but I need your help. It's terrible to ask you at a time like this. It really turned out that way. We would have been fine if we could win. Sorry. No worries, I came here to fight. I'm fired up. Leave it to me. The girls around her spoke with apologetic voices, but Suika gave them a brisk thumbs up. Despite being my childhood friend, I can't help but think she's incredibly cool. Today, I came to support Suika, who apparently was asked to be a reinforcement for the tennis club. But she's really been thrown into an incredible situation. This tournament pits schools against each other in 3 singles matches and 2 doubles matches to decide the winner, and currently, each side has won 2 matches each. What remains is a showdown between the aces of each school in singles. The school of the winning player will be declared the victor. Hey, is the ace from Itazumi High School usually that person? No, that person is a temporary member. The real ace seems to have been injured. The girls spectating next to me on my left are having such a conversation. A temporary member? That's just for making up numbers, right? Then it's already a lost game. Yeah. I came to watch thinking it would be exciting since it's a rivalry match. But maybe we'll just take a look and leave. Probably, you girls will end up watching till the end, I thought. But of course, I didn't say it out loud. Hang in there, Suika. Sending her a silent cheer. I watched as Suika then turned around and noticed me. Her eyes widened as much as possible upon spotting me. Kuya, what are you doing here? Why are you here? Surprised, Suika rushed toward the fence. Why? I'm here to support you. You mentioned you had a match today, right? I did say that, but I didn't hear that Kuya would come to watch. Geez. She comically expressed her annoyance, as if to say, you should have told me. But, wait. However, she suddenly looked up at the sky, checked the harshness of the sunlight, and immediately switched to a serious expression. Kuya, are you okay? It's really hot today. I'm fine. I'm fine. Thanks for worrying. Really? But, the sun is strong, and Suika, it's your match. I'll get energy from watching it. Cutting her off, I somewhat forcefully conveyed that, actually, I've been really looking forward to it. I hadn't had a chance to watch Suika's matches recently because of bad timing. Kind of refreshing, you know, watching Suika do well. I feel proud. Somehow, it's my enjoyment. Suika stared at me intently for a few seconds, then leaned closer. Though she was on the other side of the fence and slightly lower, her neat face came close. Then, in a voice so quiet that no one else could hear, she stated clearly. "Thank you. I'm happy. I will win." It was a tone so startling, somewhat different from usual. A mix of whispering secrecy and submissive vow seemed to sweetly blend together. "Sue." "All right. Then make sure you watch closely." Before I could say anything, Suika quickly distanced herself. With her usual big smile visible from 100 meters away, she waved her hand vigorously before running off to her opponent. The usual Suika. They really are a couple, huh? Right. I heard such voices from next to me. It seems I've caused a misunderstanding. Anyway, it looks like the match is about to start. Though I told Suika I was fine, it really is hot. Despite it being early June, I hadn't expected it to be this hot. Perhaps it's one of the anomalies of climate change. I tried looking up heatstroke prevention and how to cure heatstroke on my smartphone, but couldn't really find any knowledge that would be immediately useful here. As I was doing so, the match began. Suika's opponent was a tall player who serves high-speed balls with a smash-like motion from a high hitting point. Nice serve. Okay, let's keep this up. Senior, fight. The opponent's supporters are getting excited, and understandably so, as the initial development is quite one-sided. Unable to even swing her racket, Suika merely watches the ball go by. In no time, 3 consecutive points were taken. Is she a beginner? Poor thing. Who would call someone just to fill numbers? The surrounding gallery had already sensed the outcome of the match early on. I see. But such an atmosphere didn't bother her at all. Suika muttered softly, holding her racket and waiting for the next serve from her opponent. HMPH, the opposing player, with incredible consistency, launched an almost invisible serve with a shout. But she, The next moment, she let out a surprised voice, staring in disbelief. Gosh on. The fence behind her shook and screamed. Following that, the sound of the ball hitting and bouncing. In the silent venue, it echoed well. After a beat, Itazumi High School, Suika's side, exploded. Yes, Suika, nice return. Good job, nice. Go for it. Show them what you've got. Having brilliantly returned the high-speed serve, Suika, amidst her teammates' cheers, moved to her next return position with a vigilant expression. From that point on, it was Suika's time. Can't be. Who is she? Itazumi's secret weapon? The opposing high school's members and players from other schools watching the match began to express their astonishment in succession. With a sharp exhale, Suika returns every high-speed serve that comes her way. Moreover, even if her opponent manages to barely return the ball, Suika mercilessly delivers the finishing blow in the next move. Despite being on the supposedly disadvantageous return side, she ended up winning the first game. Now it was Suika's turn to serve. Given her petite stature, serving should have been difficult for Suika. Nice serve. Okay, let's score another one. Suika compensates for her height with an unusually high jump and precise racket handling, delivering strong and fast serves. Wow, such a high jump. Whoa, nice shot. And she's fast too. Like, she's so cool. The murmur in the venue gradually turns into cheering. She's really amazing. Though it might be presumptuous, the praise for her felt as if it were for me as well. The reason Suika, who isn't a part of the tennis club, is so strong, is not only due to her basic physical abilities but also because she is exceptionally skilled at moving her body exactly how she wants. This ability is the fruit of her efforts, honed from being drilled in various martial arts from a young age as the successor of the Adu family tradition. Having closely watched her efforts as a childhood friend, seeing her bloom in the sunlight is always a joy. Damn. The opponent player lets out a pained voice. However, as expected from an ace of her team, she plays her cards of experience, utilizing a wide variety of shots and clever tactics, seeing that she's at a physical disadvantage. Suika, despite her efforts, couldn't match up to that. As a result, the situation became evenly matched, a clash of power and technique. The back-and-forth battle hinted at a drawn-out match. I want to keep watching. I really do. Damn. Am I feeling dizzy? Damn. Seriously. As noon approaches, the scorching sun only intensifies. I wore a hat, But it's not just the sunlight, the temperature is also harsh. I don't want to say that I'm feeling sick from the heat while Suika and the others are fighting on the court, but sadly, that's the reality. It's not like I'm sleep deprived, but this condition is just embarrassing. However, I'm determined to see this match through. Afterwards, I'll try to move without causing Suika worry and somehow make my way home, even if I have to rest intermittently. That's when I decided in my heart. Overheating should be avoided, whether you're a mass of semiconductors or a lump of proteins. Whoa. Something cold touches my neck. It's a sports drink. Before I knew it, standing next to me and offering it is Kujo-san. Why are you here? Is it a problem? Just take this. It's a thank you for yesterday. You can drink it, but first, it's good to cool down your neck. There are thick blood vessels there, so it's effective. Thanks. I mean, it really helps. Wow, that feels good. The drink must have been bought recently. It's very cold. I was surprised at first, but following her advice and applying it to my neck again, it feels incredibly comforting. And here, salt tablets. Eat these. This is oral rehydration solution, better than sports drinks. Perhaps chugging is not recommended. Then I'll take that. No, wait. Why? By the way, I also have a handheld fan, one I made myself a while ago. I wound the coil and built it from a motor myself. I don't know how effective it is against heat stroke. Wow, the wind is strong. With a whoosh, the wind from the handheld fan she's holding is sent my way. The volume of air it produces is incomparably greater than that of commercially available ones, and it feels so good. Really? Thank you so much. This is a lifesaver. Are you an angel? Would you tell me why Kujo-san is here? It's totally fine if you don't want to say. It's obvious I just happened to pass by. I'm not interested in sports and don't have anyone to support, so I have nothing to do with what's happening in this park. It's just a coincidence. Her rapid-fire response was delivered with her usual cool expression. Taking a beat, she continues in a calmer tone than before. These heat stroke prevention goods are, of course, for my own use. In this day and age, you can get heat stroke even at home, so it's best to take precautions. I'm just doing the best I can. Do you understand? Or do you have any questions? If she states it so crisply and clearly, I guess that's how it is. It's true that it's probably a good idea to stock up on heat stroke prevention goods at home. To have just happened across a tennis court in a comprehensive park on the outskirts of town, and moreover, to have come all the way inside, is a bit hard to imagine. But if she says so, then it must be true. No, I understand. I feel like I'm feeling a bit better now. Thank you so much. It's thanks for yesterday. It's just because we had fun playing games. It's kind of embarrassing. But this is a record. To think I would be talking with Kujo-san like this 2 days in a row. Until now, our interactions were limited to talking maybe once every 10 days in class. It's a coincidence. Things just overlap. Miyashiro-kun, you came to see Adu-san, right? Yeah, you got it right. Wait, you know about Suika? It would be nearly impossible for a student at Azatsumina High School not to know Suika, but if there were any exceptions, I would have thought Kujo-san would be one of them. She comes to our classroom occasionally, to see you. You're close, aren't you? Even now, she keeps glancing over here. Really? Why would she do that during a match? Well, anyway, watch her. Suika is amazing. She's going head-to-head with the incredibly skilled ace player of the opposing team, and, there was a loud sound, and I saw Suika's ball hit the net. It was a miss shot. Hearing the score called by the referee, I realized that the match I thought was closely contested had gradually started to tilt in favor of the other side. Are we being pushed back? Seriously? Why? No. It's not why. I figure out the reason and instinctively press both hands to my head. Earlier, Kujo-san mentioned that Suika keeps glancing over here. Then, there's only one answer. It's me. She noticed I'm not feeling well. Wow, I'm really sorry. Given Suika's keen eye and observational skills, she could definitely notice from my paleness and the pet bottle I pressed against my neck. She must have become so worried about me that she couldn't focus on the match. It's a self-conceited, idiotic idea, but considering how much care Suika shows me, it's plausible. Suika, I'm feeling better now. Can you hear me? During a tennis match, the sides of the court on which players stand switch several times. Currently, Suika is not on our side but on the opposite. Amidst the cheers from both teams, it's hard to get my voice to reach her. There. Perhaps because I raised my voice, I felt dizzy again. I ended up leaning slightly toward Kujo-san, and she supported me by placing her hand on my shoulder. Sorry. My bad. No, Miyashiro-kun, you shouldn't overdo it. You're not in your usual condition. I know, but... With a pang, Suika's ball hits the net again. It was a shot from a not-so-difficult position. The usual Suika wouldn't make such a mistake. Suika. Really sorry. What should I do? Should I go somewhere out of sight? Miyashiro-kun, if that's the case, why don't we? Kaya. A sudden scream came from Kujo Kurenai, the cool beauty next to me. The cuteness of the scream, though it might be rude to say, was unexpected. What's the matter? Oh, a bee? There was a bee in front of her. Kujo-san, be careful, because bee. Seriously? Kujo-san's retreat, taking 2-3 steps back, lacked any trace of her usual mysterious composure. Bee, scary. Kaya. Careful. Stepping on a small stone, she slipped and nearly fell backward. In haste, I caught her just in time. I supported her body by wrapping my arms around her waist from behind. Thin, warm, soft, and she smelled nice. I was close enough to notice all these things. Sorry. No, I'm glad I caught you in time. In my arms, her eyes widened, and her face flushed red from her neck to the tips of her ears. Was it because she panicked seeing the bee, or because she nearly fell and got flustered? Or maybe I inadvertently focused and saw it. The mist that emanated from her body at this close distance was indeed the same color as her name! Although we haven't spoken much, as classmates, as friends sitting next to each other, I find Kujo-san appealing. To be honest, the beauty of her that struck me on the day we first met is something I believe will remain unmatched for the rest of my life. Even so, my entire body cooled down at once, sensation faded from my fingertips, and even my sense of reality became slightly distant. The color before my eyes signifies love and affection. To me, it's the most terrifying monster in this world. Miyashiro-kun, she calls out to me from within my arms, her voice tinged with confusion. But I can't respond properly anymore. My stiffened body won't move as I wish. Kaya. What's that? Gash-on. At that moment, the loudest noise of the day sounded nearby. Startled, my body jumped, breaking free from the paralysis. Turning to the source of the sound with Kujo-san, we saw a ball stuck in the fence right in front of us. Not metaphorically, the ball was wedged into the wire mesh, hanging there without falling. If there hadn't been a fence, it would have passed right between Kujo-san and me. Service ace. Definitely the fastest serve of this match. Or maybe, the fastest of the tournament. With her small stature, the girls next to us murmured in awe. Even I could tell from the collision's sound and how the mesh was dented how fast that ball was flying. Suika, it seems my childhood friend was the one who served that unbelievably fast ball. She didn't strike a victory pose. Instead, she remained motionless, her head down. Eventually, she exhaled deeply and moved to the next service position, her gaze never meeting mine. Miyashiro-kun. Yeah, oh, sorry. I had been holding on to Kujo-san, who almost fell, the entire time. Thanks to the noise from Suika's serve hitting the fence, my concentration broke, and now, I couldn't see Kujo-san's color. After she stood up on her own, I finally let go. I felt like her touch lingered on my palms. Sorry for holding on to you for so long. No, thank you. The bee is gone now. It got scared off by the noise. Good. I'm just a little scared of them. Just a little. Just a little. Huh? You're mean. Kujo-san glared at me with a sulky look. The sophisticated beauty who exuded an adult charm seemed, like a magic trick, to transform into a cute girl. Sorry. Anyway, Suiko is. Wow. Inside the court, Suiko's play had drastically changed from earlier. Her steps were quicker, and each shot was more forceful. She seemed determined to finish quickly. It was as if her drive was visible in her aggressive play. Unable to withstand Suiko's fierce attacks, her opponent sent a weak lob. Suiko, leaping so high it almost seemed like she was flying, smashed it down mercilessly. The ball looked like it might burst. This was going to be a win for her. Somehow, I just knew. Nice shot. Go, Suiko. Finish it with the next point. Suiko's teammates cheered her on. She really is amazing. Adu-san, right? She's incredibly hardworking. Her family used to be a renowned warrior family, and Suiko has been trained in various martial arts as the heir. Now, she's called upon as a helper in various places, excelling in everything because of her efforts from the past. The first thing you praise is her hard work. Well, that's Suiko's best trait. I've always thought so, despite our long association. Kujo-san nodded, and then a strange silence fell between us. She was the one to break it. By the way, how are you feeling? Thanks to you, I'm feeling much better. Embarrassingly, you saw me at my worst. At school, there are days when you seem to be struggling. Like when we first met. Was I? Maybe so. I don't remember which days were bad since it's almost a daily occurrence for me to feel under the weather. I won't ask for details, but do you have any specific conditions that make your days good or bad? It's hard to say what conditions make me feel worse. The doctors say it's a complicated illness with a lot of individual variation. My condition, inherited from my father, affects my immune and autonomic nervous systems. Physical or emotional stress can unpredictably trigger my condition, affecting various aspects of my life. Living calmly is the best treatment, my doctor said, but that was impossible for my father, and it's the same for me. To create and to express is akin to living. To be still is like being dead. So, as long as I live, I need to manage this troublesome condition, even if it means giving up on some things. I guess it's more like a constitution now, and I just have to accept it. Right, but maybe technology could solve some parts of it. How so? Nowadays, with wearable devices like smartwatches, with those, you can collect a lot of personal data, so maybe we can find some trends. Not just those, but generally, they're recommended for health management. Smartwatches. I hadn't thought of that, but it might be worth trying. As we talked, Suiko's match came to an end. As expected, Suiko won. The court filled with applause, praising the efforts of both players. Then, I'll be going. Leaving? I see. Thanks for everything. You really helped me out. I just happened to pass by, despite having seen various sides of her. In the end, Kujo-san left with her usual cool demeanor. I realized today that she might be more pleasant than I thought. On the court, Suiko and the Itazumi High School members lined up across the net from the opposing team's members, exchanging handshakes. The ace player from the opposing high school, with a wry smile, lightly tapped Suiko on the shoulder a few times. They seemed to be saying things like, "I won't lose next time," or "let's do it again," creating a refreshing atmosphere. After watching them for a while, I too started going home. After resting in my room's bed until the evening, my physical condition has recovered. This quick recovery is all thanks to Kujo-san. Feeling grateful, I get up a bit early to start preparing dinner. Since I had no appetite and skipped lunch, I'm quite hungry now. What should I eat? I check up what's left in the fridge as I walk to the kitchen when my phone rings. Could it be Kujo-san again? No. The caller is the person who contacts me the most in this world and today's hero of the match. Hello, Suiko. Kuya. I'm glad you picked up. I just finished the tournament and can finally contact you. How are you feeling? I was worried you might be bedridden. Sorry. I should have known you'd notice. I worried you. Now, I'm totally fine, all okay. That's good to hear. As long as you're okay. That's a relief. I can almost picture her smiling through the phone with the way she speaks. Really? I'm sorry, but I'm seriously fine now. I even have an appetite and am about to make dinner. Is that so? Great timing then, Kuya. Why don't you come over and eat with us? Eh? No, I feel bad bother you too often. It's not bothering at all. My dad, mom, and grandma say you're welcome to come over every day. No, I've always been indebted to Suika's family, but there's a reason I can't just take advantage of their kindness. So, what are you planning to make for dinner? Something chopped and grilled, and something put in water and heated? That kind of thing? I'm only feeling anxious now. I do live on my own, but cooking isn't my strong suit. If you cook it, it'll just end up burnt again, which is worse than unhealthy. It's just, I end up looking at it. You know, watching the colors change. When cooking, ingredients usually change color. Somehow, I always end up staring intently or absent-mindedly at that process, inevitably burning the food in the end. Self-catering is commendable, but please, for your health, come eat at the Adu residence. Ideally every day, but at least for today. All right. I'll come to pick you up, so wait for me. The conversation is progressing without my answer. It seems difficult to refuse. All right. I'll come over for today, but you don't need to pick me up. Yay. Then come over around 7 o'clock, in about an hour. That's when the food will be ready. Okay. Adu family's cooking is incredibly delicious. Being invited to dine with them is a stroke of luck. If I were to think with my stomach and taste buds, I'd want to go every day. That's exactly why I need to exercise restraint. With that thought, I spend the time until then doing homework from school, then head to the Adu residence, which is just a short 10-minute walk away. It's huge, isn't it? No matter how many times I see it, that's always my impression. The massive estate is surrounded by a long fence. Passing through the gate reveals a large, purely Japanese-style mansion. It's said that truly wealthy and land-rich families opt for a single-story house instead of building up, and the Adu residence embodies that philosophy perfectly. Kuya, we've been waiting for you. Hey, Suika. Before I could ring the bell, the door opens, and Suika appears. Her hair is slightly damp, and her cheeks are flushed. She probably took a shower after the tournament, which makes sense. Sorry for intruding. Oh, Kuya-kun, there's no need for such formal greetings. As I take off my shoes and step into the house, a refined voice comes from down the hall. Ran-san, good evening. Good evening. And you know, when you enter our house, you can just say I'm home. Also dinner's ready. Leaving those words, Suika's mother, Ran-san, retreats back to the kitchen. Her smile has a somewhat enchanting quality, and her youthful beauty makes it hard to believe she's a mother. See, even Mum says so. I appreciate it. Oh, the painting has changed. Speaking of appreciation, this comes to mind as well. The Adu family always decorates their grand entrance with season-appropriate paintings, all of which are my works, going back many years. In this area, there's hardly anyone who doesn't know about the Adu family, and they even have visitors from afar coming to see them. I occasionally wonder if it's really okay for my paintings to be on display in the entrance of such a renowned family. Everyone who comes here praises Kuya's paintings. There are pride. As if reading my thoughts, Suika says this to me. Entering the living room, I see the dishes already laid out on the table. Welcome, Kuya-kun. Daisuke-san, thank you for having me. I'm sorry for always imposing. As I sit next to Suika, her father, Daisuke-san, seated across from me, waves his hand with a gentle smile. Not at all. You're welcome anytime. I'm the only man in this house, so it gets lonely. Oh dear, it's true that Kuya-kun is always welcome, but to say you're lonely, Daisuke-san, that's too much. Ran-san comes over and places chopsticks in front of everyone as she speaks. Well, it's not that I have any complaints about Ran-san. By the way, if there's anything else to bring out, I can help too. Daisuke-san. Ran-san firmly stops Daisuke-san from standing up. Her movement is precise and elegant, yet unmistakably firm. It's okay. There's nothing left to bring out, and I've told you many times, Daisuke-san, I'll take care of all the household chores related to you, but you know, Ran-san also has duties with the Adu family business. Managing both the family business and household chores is what Adu women do. Daisuke-san, I appreciate your sentiment, But this is something I cannot compromise on. Behind Ran-san's gentle gaze, a strong light indicates her unyielding stance. Once, I mistakenly tried to prepare Dad's meal, and she told me, over my dead body. Suika whispers to me, it's not a line you commonly hear in a family kitchen. But, Ran-san. No buts, Daisuke-san. Besides, if it's about the family business, Grandma is still active. She even went to a dinner party with the governor today. The Adu family consists of daughter Suika, her parents, and her grandmother, making it a 4-person household. Currently, one person is missing. Kinuizan isn't here, so she's dining with the governor? Seems so. The current governor was apparently quite indebted to my grandparents in the past and occasionally invites them. As always, being in this house feels surreal. Incidentally, the Adu family is run by women, generation after generation. This is because the Adu family consistently produces daughters, making them a quintessential matrilineal clan. Daisuke-san is a son-in-law adopted into the family. Back when they were a warrior family, they would marry skilled men while the women, true to the spirit of Tomoguzan, would also take to the battlefield and earn military honors. It's less a family of strong women and more a family of strong women. That's the Adu family for you. I really respect Ran-san for sticking to her beliefs, but as a married couple, I think we should support each other. We are supporting each other. Let me be clear. I relieve the stress accumulated from work by taking care of Daisuke-san. This is a perfect example of mutual support. We are like a perpetual motion machine. Ran-san, let me also be clear. Ever since I became Adu's son-in-law, I've been desperate not to become a useless man. Come on, everyone. Let's eat. Make sure to have plenty of seconds. Ran-san, listen to me. Ignoring her husband's words, Ran-san joins her hands in prayer and quickly starts eating. Before serving the dishes from the large platter onto Daisuke-san's side plate. It seems she has no intention of responding to her husband's requests. Kuya, please eat a lot. This and this are seasoned to your liking. I made them. I'll serve you, so just wait. Suika's good at cooking. I'm looking forward to it, but I can serve myself. It's okay. How much would you like? Is this much okay? Would you like a bit more? Suika, listen to me. The Adu's mother and daughter alike have a slightly troubling habit of ignoring conversations. By the way, Kuya-kun, are you planning to participate in the competition this year as well? Yes, I plan to. Well, I intend to, but actually, I haven't started yet. Ah, I see. You're prioritizing commissions, aren't you? Daisuke-san smiles wryly as I nod in agreement. In that regard, you're just like your father. Is that so? Yes. Talking to you reminds me of him when he was in high school. Daisuke-san is the only one who talks to me about my father in such a casual, everyday conversation tone. I can't help but feel grateful for that. I hope so. To my response, Daisuke-san offers his assurance. The things that can no longer be confirmed, thus receiving such assurance, feels incredibly precious. Ah, the student days, nostalgic. Ran-san and I, we had our times when we were Kuya and Suika's age. From that time, Daisuke-san was wonderful. Ah, nostalgic, indeed. There were foolish people who caused trouble for such a kind and dignified Daisuke-san, and I had to go zap, or whoosh, to them. Ah, yes, that happened. The episode Ran-san is probably thinking of right now wasn't a beautiful page of youth that could be described with such a calm face and cute sound effects. That was an incident. Yes, an incident. An incident of love. A battery incident. Daisuke-san's retort doesn't negate Ran-san's cheerful demeanor. What was it again? Your father was attacked by some bad guys. Yes, Suika, that story. The very kind and dignified Daisuke-san couldn't stand to see a classmate being extorted, so he helped the classmate escape, and in return, he was beaten and kicked by a group, leading to hospitalization. I was so sad, angry, and hurt when I found out later. With a pained expression, Ran-san continues. So, I stormed into their hangout, beat them all until their original faces were unrecognizable, and since they fainted, I tied them up, dragged them into a deserted tunnel, hung them upside down, and dunked their heads in a bucket filled with water. In and out, in and out. I'm sorry, The punchline was about 8 times more dangerous than I expected. My hand stops moving during the meal. But Kuuya-kun, they wouldn't apologize easily. You're really committed. Even in the face of a life-threatening situation? Yes. They just kept bubbling and gurgling. That's because their heads were in a bucket of water, right? It's impossible for them to reply in that situation. It's a joke, a joke, a do joke. Hee. Ran-san's mysterious V sign is dizzyingly cute, but it feels like that's not the issue here. By the way, Kuuya, during this story, my mum and dad weren't dating yet. In fact, my dad didn't even know my mum. I see. I shiver. It's slightly too early for summer ghost stories, though. Calling it a ghost story might be rude. The Adu family is amazing. What's incredible is that there's no doubt about the story of her taking down a group of men all by herself. I appreciate that you got angry for me, but retaliation that resembles interrogation techniques of intelligence agencies. Ran-san. Oh, does that mean I have the self-control of a professional? Hee. Daisuke-san, you flatter me. I'm not praising you at all. As Ran-san feeds him a piece of fish, Daisuke-san comments, delicious. But my usually calm father was furious only that time. The only time he ever slapped my cheek was that day. Well, as a parent, that makes sense. I nod in agreement with Ran-san's words. In return, my mum, who always nagged me, praised me to death that day. What is the common sense of the world? For love, ethics are unnecessary. That's what makes an Adu woman, she said. The Adu family is amazing. Truly, this is no ordinary household. So, Suika, what do you think about this story? Asking my childhood friend, who's been quietly eating. She ponders before answering. Well, I'm not sure. Maybe I'll understand if I have someone I like, but as of now, there's no sign of that. With a soft, shy smile, Suika responds. I see. That's reasonable, I suppose. More importantly, Kuuya, how was the stir-fry and the fried dish? I'm wondering if they turned out well. They're super delicious. Addictive. Are you sprinkling drugs on them? I only use ingredients that don't break the law, but I'm glad you liked it. After the tournament, I rushed to take a shower and started cooking, so I could only make quick dishes, which is regrettable. Suika murmurs half to herself, seemingly dissatisfied. No, being able to make this quickly is amazing. If it were me, I'd quickly burn everything. That's, well, Kuuya, maybe you should stop cooking. Eating burnt food is bad for you. And you shouldn't get injured with a knife either. Don't worry, I get mesmerized by knives sometimes too, but I'm very careful. That way of speaking is already very worrying. Suika's expression darkens in response to my reply. All right. As I've said before, I'll come over every day. I appreciate it, but that's not possible. I intend to become an adult man who can cook. Let's save that for your old age, okay? I can't keep relying on Suika and the Adu family's kindness forever. The reason boils down to one thing. It would get in Suika's way. Someday, when Suika finds someone she likes, it would cause trouble. Having a close male friend who frequently visits each other's houses and even has her cooking for him every day would undoubtedly be problematic. It would be fine if Suika said, I've found someone I like, so I can't cook for you anymore. But I have a feeling she wouldn't say that. That's the Suika I know. She takes too good care of me, a mere childhood friend with absolutely no romantic feelings. Just as she cherishes me, I sincerely wish for her happiness. Therefore, it's necessary to maintain the proper distance. Section. All right. After returning from the Adu residence, with a large amount of food container filled with food as souvenirs, I found myself in front of a canvas at home. The Miyashiro household is a typical two-story building, but there's one thing that sets it apart. It has a private workshop on the first floor. When my parents and I used to use it together, the room felt a bit cramped. Now, it feels quite spacious. Yet the stark emptiness hasn't changed over the years, nor has my ability to get used to it. Okay. Still, the feel of the paintbrush in my hand and the smell of paint and oil transform me into a painter. I have no choice but to channel my loneliness and sadness into my work, turning them into materials for my art. Let's do this. I start applying colors to the canvas, pulling the complete image from my imagination into reality. The unique sensation eventually makes me lose awareness, blurring the lines between myself, the paintbrush, and the canvas. The scenery from within me seems to flow directly onto the canvas's surface, a sensation so strong it feels undeniable, and slowly, the painting comes to life. My concentration intensifies, stealing away my sense of time. It always happens when I paint. Without knowing how much time has passed, I continue to express the world inside me through layers of paint, feeling as one with the canvas through the medium of my brush. There's no deceiving here, which is why I love painting but also find it terrifying. One's skill in painting is like a mirror. The more polished it becomes, the clearer it reflects oneself. Was that something my father said? No! Exclamation mark. I startle, and my brush stops. Right, it wasn't my father's words. Just now, it was. Mum, I murmur, realizing I can still feel the paintbrush in my hand. Feeling this means my concentration has broken. I sigh and stand up from my chair. Time for a break. I've worked up a sweat without realizing it. I need to get something to drink from the kitchen to avoid heat stroke. Speaking of which, today was really a lifesaver. Kujo-san. Huh? The person who sits closest to me yet feels so far away. I used to think of her that way, but my impression of her has been changing little by little. Although she remains cool and somewhat languid in conversation, I found talking with her enjoyable. Except for the colors and emotions I sometimes see from her, which are still terrifying to me. But that must be some mistake. Because how could it be? Yes, just like that. My gaze drifts to the tubes of paint near my palette. Specifically to several that are clearly unused. Specifically, the names on the tubes I touch, cadmium red, vermilion, and crimson lake, all belong to the red spectrum, the same as the haze I see from Kujo-san. The tubes are untouched, their content undiminished, never even open once. It's not because they are brand new. I bought these years ago. Someday, yes, someday I'll definitely use them. That's what I thought when I placed them there. But that someday never arrives. I cannot use red hues at all. Red, for me, symbolizes love and affection. That's why I just can't. This reality, stemming from trauma related to my parents, is an incredibly heavy shackle for me as an artist. The expressions that could be made if red were available, and the ones that can't be drawn without it, are countless in this world. It's not just about missing a whole range of colors, the adjacent and complementary colors to red, and their combinations. Their appeal is significantly limited. Without being able to use red paint, the range of colors I can mix is also limited. Red is one of the primary colors, so the impact is tremendously significant. Enough is enough. I can't stay like this forever. How many times have I thought, if only I could use red. With red, I could create better paintings, ones that offer more certain comfort and warmth. Paintings that make viewers feel relieved, even if just for a moment, where loneliness fades, sadness diminishes, and anxieties are forgotten. There are people out there feeling lonely due to their family situations or illnesses, things beyond their control, just like me right now. I know the bitterness of those experiences firsthand, with the rawness of life, and if I may say so myself, I know that my paintings have helped such people. That's a fact. Damn. If only I had red. Then, I could do so much more. Frustrated by my inability, I grab the tube of paint. Today, for sure, this time, contrary to my resolve, I can feel my fingertips growing colder as they clutch the tube, as if turning to ice. Still, trying to maintain my resolve, I shakily attempt to twist off the cap. My fingers stiffen, and I can't open the cap. It should be easy, just a twist, but I can't manage it. Eventually, my fingers drop the tube. As it rolls across the floor, I exhale a breath I didn't realize I had been holding. I flop onto the bed. After painting for about 3 hours, taking a shower, and now with the clock past midnight. Tomorrow is a day off, but it's about time to sleep. I really want to paint all night. It's frustrating that my body can't keep up. It's not just my body that can't keep up, but my heart too. In the end, I couldn't use red today either. No. I shake my head to change my sinking mood. Dwelling on what I can't do won't improve anything. I need to focus on what I can do. That's right, what I can do is search for it. Kujo-san suggested it. After all, I pick up my smartphone and launch the browser. The search keyword is smartwatch. I remember Kujo-san mentioning it might help with health management. Wow, there are more models available than I expected. Some are designed for sports or dieting, recording how much you exercise, while others track your heart rate, ECG, body temperature, ambient temperature, and even noise levels, helping you understand what causes changes in your condition. The latter seems more beneficial for me. Oh wow, as expected, the price. The model I'm interested in has a price tag that's intimidating for a student. Though I'm not as professionally active as Kujo-san appears to be, I do earn some money. I get paid for the paintings I'm commissioned to do. Initially, I thought of accepting them for free or just for the cost of materials, but Daisuke-san advised me to set a proper price. I don't have extravagant spending habits, so I've saved a fair amount. However, that money is intended for future tuition fees. My current living expenses are covered by drawing from the assets left by my parents. I can't afford to be careless or extravagant. Buying expensive items that aren't absolutely necessary for living makes me hesitant. But if it helps with health management, it'd be useful for painting. With that thought, it felt regrettable to give up. What about second-hand options? I searched on a flea market app, but the prices hadn't dropped much. I guess I have no choice but to give up. As I thought this, I refreshed the listing page on the app before closing it, and then there's one more listing. A bargain. There was one listing at an incredibly low price at the very top of the page. It's suspiciously cheap, or maybe not. It's really cheap, but not suspiciously so. What's the deal with this? What should I do? If I hesitate, someone else will definitely buy it. Looking at the seller's description, it said, I need money urgently, so I'm offering it at a low price. Here goes, I exclaimed as I tapped the purchase button, and with that momentum, tapped several more times to complete the purchase. This is all about momentum. The perfect timing of the listing must be some sort of fate. If I end up buying something strange, I'll just consider it as part of that fate. Fate, huh? I wonder if Kujo-san would say it's unscientific. Imagining how she would say it, I closed the app. According to a notification I received shortly after, the smartwatch will arrive tomorrow night. The seller must live nearby and is quick with their work. I'll wear it to school on Monday since I got it. With that plan in mind, I turned off the lights in my room and closed my eyes. Section R. Kuya, did you buy that? Monday morning, on the way to school, Suiko immediately noticed it. Nodding to her, I tapped the smartwatch wrapped around my wrist as I answered, yeah, it just arrived last night. Doesn't it collect various data for you? It seems so. I plan to keep wearing it for now. The battery seems to last quite a while too. It seems I only need to take it off and charge it when I'm in the bath, and it can be used all day long. I'm impressed by how far technology has come. Wow, it's rare for you to buy such gadgets. I thought about managing my health. It seems useful for understanding patterns in my physical condition. Wow, that's great. It's really good. Suiko always has a bright smile that could be seen from 100 meters away. Just seeing her smile makes me feel healthier. Please, take good care of Kuya's health. Please watch over him carefully. I didn't expect you to start sending prayers. If it could also tell you to take breaks while painting and scold you if you haven't eaten properly, and when you go to sleep at night, make sure you're not cold by covering you with a blanket. That's asking for too much. Plus, I don't sleep that badly. Even if I did, a smartwatch couldn't help. Maybe a few generations down the line. But it does seem to warn you if you've been sitting for too long. Oh, it really feels like it's always with you, watching over you. Technology has really advanced, hasn't it? The model was expensive, but I got it for much cheaper second-hand. The exterior is pristine, almost like new. Suiko. She was staring intently at my smartwatch. No, her gaze was a bit. Suiko, what's wrong? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking I want one too. Do you also need a machine to put a blanket on you? I always sleep properly, so I don't need one. Really? When you put it that way. I might not know. As we chatted, the school came into view. Since Suiko enrolled in the same high school in April, we've been commuting together every morning. My house is on the way from the Adu residence to the school. Are you going to draw at school today too, Kuya? Yeah, that's the plan. I'll probably be late because of student council work, so let's go home together. Hey, Suika. What is it? Looking into her large eyes, I said. Is it really okay for you to be with me all the time during our high school life? What are you talking about? That's an exaggeration. After a brief silence, she laughed and said that we're only together for the commute, and when our schedules match for going home, we're in different grades, different clubs, and we don't even eat lunch together or anything. That's true, but, you know, when we commute together often, there could be rumors, right? I don't mind, but it might be tough for you to get a boyfriend or something. For me, romance is more terrifying than desirable. Suika knows all about my past, that I can see colors, and my fear of red and love, but you're different, Suika. Different? You don't have the same reasons as me for not being able to find someone. Plus, you're really popular. Super cute new student. Such talk was quite the topic in my class and others in April, just after the school year started. Since then, with her natural sociability and star quality, she's become a well-known figure in the school. No, I'm not that popular. I just show up in many places, so I have a lot of acquaintances. No way. I hear quite a bit. What do you hear? Talks like someone confessed to Suika. Though it always ends with them being shot down. But that's just what I've heard. There might be guys who weren't shot down. Hey, Suika, if you're already seeing someone, Kuya. Her voice, cutting me off, was calm, polite, yet somehow filled with a certain force. I'm not interested in that sort of thing right now. And of course, I don't have anyone. Suika continued to smile gently. It's okay for me to be with you, no matter what anyone thinks. Really? If that's the case, then it's fine. Yes. We walked on in silence for a while, then passed through the school gates. Then, Suika started talking. Do you know, Kuya, you're occasionally the talk of the school too. Me? About my paintings? I did win a big award, even if it was a fluke. Not just about the paintings. He has a good vibe, doesn't he? That kind of talk. A good vibe? What's that about? Some people seem to wear a special aura over their clothes, don't they? I can't quite put it into words. It's a somewhat understandable, yet not quite clear explanation. Girls tend to be a bit weak for that kind of thing. If you say so, I guess so. But do I have that kind of vibe? Who knows? From my perspective, I see. To someone who's been together since as long as one can remember, vibe or anything of the sort wouldn't likely be apparent. So, I've been wanting to ask, have you been approached by anyone? You worry too much. Thanks, though. Knowing my situation, she must be concerned. From my perspective, there's nothing. Just hanging out with the guys, a peaceful school life. Really? No such eccentric exists. Sure, I talk to girls, but if it comes down to it, I can see to check. So, it's okay. I was about to say that when the image of a girl came to mind. When I checked, she always returned a result of red. Kuya? But it's Kujo-san, a beauty on almost a mistaken level, and above all, a hardcore misanthrope. She wouldn't bother with someone like me. Kuya? What's wrong, Kuya? But, it's definitely red. Seen through my eyes that have never been wrong before, and it's red. How should I interpret that? Kuya. Sorry. Pulled back to reality by Suika tugging on my sleeve. What's wrong? You made a strange face and went silent. I feel like something similar happened recently. No. Just recently, I've started talking a bit with someone. That's all. Is there anything troubling you? I know what she's worried about. Just the other day, I saw Kujo-san's red up close and my whole body chilled. I managed to snap out of it quickly. But if not, I might have slightly lost my mental or physical balance. But saying that now would make it sound like Kujo-san's presence is a bother. So, I shook my head. No, not at all. She's a good person, a bit quirky, but talking to her is really fun. I knew that wasn't what Suika was getting at. She looked at me intently and said, "If you're happy and having fun, that's all that matters. I don't think you should keep it to yourself or anything like that." Her voice reached me directly, clear and strong, as Suika continued, "But, if you ever run into any trouble, please make sure to tell me. This is my selfish request." "Thanks, always." "No, it's just my selfishness." Taking it as Suika's way of being shy, I decided not to say anything. I really do feel lucky just being childhood friends. Yet she treats me so kindly. I'm always grateful for Suika's deep friendship. While we were talking, we reached the entrance. Since the shoe lockers are separated by grade, this is where Suika and I always part ways. "See you, Suika." "Wait, Kuya. Your tie's a bit crooked, is it?" "Oh, sorry." Suika smoothly approached me in one breath, reaching for my neck. With gentle yet firm hands, she readjusted my tie, tightly. "There, fixed." "Perfect." As she moved away, Suika's fingers lightly grazed my chest. I strangely felt the warmth of her fingertips distinctly. "Thanks, that helps. I'll make sure to do it properly next time." "No problem." "See you after school." Leaving behind her usual radiant smile, Suika headed towards her grade's shoe lockers. I changed my shoes and headed up the stairs to my classroom. I've always liked this mix of calmness and languor in the school's morning air. But I wonder if Suika really has no interest in getting a boyfriend. Even without my biased view as a childhood friend, Suika is an exceptional girl, overflowing with thoughtfulness and kindness, warmth and brightness like sunshine. Her looks alone could turn heads, male or female, while walking down the street. She could have her pick of partners. No, but maybe there's no one good enough for Suika. Perhaps thinking this way makes me a biased childhood friend. "Hey, Miyashiro, good morning." "Morning." I opened the classroom door with a swing, greeted my classmates, and proceeded to my seat. Only about a third of the seats around were filled. However, the seat next to mine was already taken. "Kujo-san, always early." She rested her elbows on the desk, chin on her hands, gazing out the window. Since becoming classmates in April, there hasn't been a day when Kujo-san arrived at school after me. Whenever I enter the class, she's already there. She must be a morning person. Contrary to my assumption of her, a person skilled in programming, being a night owl, it was a surprise. Even as I hung my bag on the desk and sat down, Kujo-san kept looking outside, without directing a single glance my way. Although we've had several opportunities to talk lately, this is her usual demeanor. Uninterested in those around her, lost in her thoughts while gazing outside. That's the standard image I have of Kujo Kurenai. And often, she sighs deeply, troubled. I've also seen her biting her lips, her face set in a harsh expression. With her brilliant mind, she's probably pondering over things far beyond my comprehension. I shouldn't disturb her. I swallowed the good morning I was about to say. Maybe we'll talk again in 10 days. Such thoughts crossed my mind as Yuji entered the classroom. "Hey, Yuji." "Morning." "Morning." "Hey, Kuya. Listen, I gotta tell you this." Just another ordinary day begins. Chapter 3, Leave That Culture in the Heisei Era. Kujo's point of view. Monday. For many people heading to school or work, it represents the epitome of depression. Only a few eccentrics look forward to this day, and I, Kujo Kurenai, have always found such individuals utterly incomprehensible. Or so I thought. The classroom door swings open. "Hey, Miyashiro, good morning." "Morning." Voices exchanging greetings around me and footsteps approaching, all of which I listen to intently but never turn to face, keeping my gaze fixed on the window. Nearby, the sounds of a bag being hung and a chair being pulled out cease, signaling his presence next to me now. "Hey, Yuji." "Morning." "Morning." "Hey, Kuya. Listen, I gotta tell you this." "So, actually he begins conversing with a particularly close classmate who has arrived. They seem to be getting quite excited. Quietly, I pull out my smartphone. Carefully, so as not to be noticed, I aim the camera slowly and stealthily toward my neighbor. Using a silent camera app with the shutter sound turned off, I take a photo. "So that's the deal. I'll treat you anything you want. It's all thanks to you, Kuya." "Really? It's nothing. But seriously, that's awesome. While I'm engaged in this, he continues to chat and laugh with his friend, Yoji Hatsuse. From what I've overheard, it seems Yoji Hatsuse has found himself a girlfriend. What do you mean what? You think we're close or what? We're close, idiot. Exactly, idiot. As usual, the two of them have a lively conversation. Kuya has a few male friends he's close with in the class, but Yoji Hatsuse seems to be a particularly intimate friend. They always seem to have so much fun discussing various topics. My only thought is, I'm so envious. Suppressing the scream in my heart, I let out a small sigh because, I couldn't even greet him today. Every morning, I manage to wake up early, a major struggle for me, and arrive at school early to sit at my desk and run through simulations and mental rehearsals of starting a conversation with him. Not just in the morning, but constantly. I rack my brain for topics to prepare, aiming to strike up a conversation with him. And how often do I actually manage to do so? On average, if I'm lucky, once every 10 days. Because initiating casual conversations with people isn't a skill I've honed, especially when they're not just anyone, but someone special to me. How miserable. Why must I be subjected to this? Even as I think this, my eyes are drawn to my smartphone's screen, where I can't help but look at the photo I just took! Exclamation mark. A rush of uncontrollable emotion tightens around my chest, biting my lip to keep any sound from escaping. I once again suppress my feelings. I often wonder how I ended up like this. Human haters. That nickname isn't wrong. To me, most people don't matter. Yet, sigh. A sigh escapes me before I can stop it. Next to me, he continues his cheerful conversation with his friend. Planning to go anywhere during the summer break? Nah, Kobayashi asked me the same thing. But, with club activities and all. What to do? A tough decision. Kobayashi isn't in any clubs, right? Right, she isn't. Wonder what I should do. Boys talk about romance, something I could never intrude upon. I wish. What I can do, though I shouldn't, is, while thinking, I navigate through my smartphone, tapping on the icon of a certain app. It's not publicly available, something I crafted myself. The app launches, displaying various menu options, search words, visited websites, watched videos, current screen, screenshot, and so on, including current location, recently, sleep duration, heart rate, and stress levels were added, carefully ensuring no one sees. I tap on search words. Words like cute cat images, how not to burn food, recommended famous ramen shops appear. Cats. Searching for cute cat pictures, how adorable. And, a cat person, noted. As you may have guessed, all the data I'm viewing through the app are pulled without permission from his smartphone and smartwatch, a collection of his personal information and usage data. Sigh. It's not just sigh. Of course, this is a clear crime. What I can do isn't mingling with the conversation unfolding beside me but gazing at the illicitly obtained personal information of the person I like, a testament to my criminal act. Kujo Kurenai, currently a second-year student at a prefectural high school, a freelance programmer, and stalking her classmate sitting next to her, Miyashiro Kuuya. But, not stalking in the physical sense. Mostly because I've thought, is that really the essence? Is chasing someone around truly what I want to do? No, chasing is merely a means to an end. What I really want is to thoroughly collect information about the person I like. For that purpose, I would chase and take photos and whatnot. But, Reiwa, right? The Reiwa era begins in 2019. Before the Reiwa era, it was the Heisei era 1989 to 2018. It's already the Reiwa era, isn't it? Is it really stalking if you're just physically chasing and taking photos or eavesdropping? No, it's not. Humanity, leave such outdated notions behind in the Heisei era. In this era, vast amounts of private information about each individual are stored within digital devices like smartphones. Therefore, if you truly want to know everything about someone, why not target that information? With such thoughts, I created this system. But I truly believe I'm the worst. I'm sorry, truly sorry. And yet, I can't bring myself to stop. Miyashiro-kun is searching for how not to burn food while cooking. I knew he cooked for himself, but maybe he's not that good at it. Then there's recommended famous ramen shops. He likes ramen, doesn't he? Is that a thing with all guys like that? Information about Miyashiro-kun keeps piling up at my fingertips. I want to know. That feeling. I just can't suppress it. All right. Let's start the morning homeroom. Anyone still standing? Take your seats. The chime rings, and at the same time, our homeroom teacher enters. Kuuya. I'm heading back to my seat. Sure. While listening to such conversations, I sneak a glance at him from the corner of my eye, praying he doesn't notice my gaze, yet at the same time wishing he'd pay attention to me and look my way. How foolish. Caught in contradictions, losing logic, swayed by desires. I never intended to become like this. And so, another day begins. Me, Kujo Kurenai's a new era, tech-specialized stalker living in the Reiwa era, starts her day. A girl who lived hating humans, yet about half a year ago, fell for the boy now sitting next to her, starts her day. But let me say this in advance, I'll be breaking a lot of laws. So, the value of X here is, it's morning, currently the second period math class. I am, at my own seat, fiddling with my smartphone. It's quite obvious to the teacher, but I'm not particularly cautioned. As long as you score well on tests, they will not complain. That's the kind of person they are. Thanks to that, I can focus on what's important to me. What I have launched on my smartphone is, of course, the matter at hand. My homemade app. Miyashiro-kun was looking up summer leisure activities during the break of the first period. He seems to be looking for something enjoyable even in a short time. I see. It's for the sake of Yuji Hatsu's, who needs to balance both club activities and his girlfriend. I remember them talking about something like that. I'm impressed by his thoughtfulness for friends, and me, who is unilaterally aware of such things, really feels creepy. By the way, the information I am currently looking at through this app is sourced from his smartphone, but how it's realized is a simple story. His smartphone has spyware hidden in it. Spyware is a general term for malicious programs that gather information without permission and send it out externally. Since it spies, it's called spyware. The method of hiding it was to lend him a self-made device for inserting spyware, disguised as a power bank. When charged, malicious programs are sent along in modern smartphones, where the data transfer port and the charging port are the same. Such risks exist. Though not a common case of smartphone virus infection, everyone should be careful. It's not something the perpetrator should say. Yes, I am the scum of this town. Then turn to page 72 in your textbook and try solving exercises 1 through 5. I heard such words from the math teacher. Practice problems. Stopping my smartphone operation, I quickly open the textbook to the specified page. They're simple high-order equation problems. I feel like I could solve them when I was in elementary school. I think it's pointless to do this now, but I start solving anyway because I might be called on by the teacher later, and I don't want to say I don't know in front of Miyashiro-kun. No, I want to smoothly answer and show my cool side. I finish at a blinding speed, checking for mistakes and confirming there are none. All right, perfect. One of the few respectable appeal points that Kujo Kurenai possesses is academic ability. At least, I want to show it. I glance at Miyashiro-kun. He's seriously solving the problems. His eyelashes are long. He seems to have a good complexion today. As I observe such things, I find myself continuing to stare, so I muster all my mental strength to look away. That's right, if I have extra time, I should work on this. I return my gaze and consciousness to my smartphone. So, about the summer leisure he was researching, the conditions are something suitable for couples, available around here, and something busy people can quickly go to. Let's search, and I tap on my smartphone. I access my PC in my room from a distance, and from there, I launch my Miyashiro-kun conversation topic creation and automatic information gathering program. I really owe a lot to this little program. Found quite a few options. Let's see. Oh, how about this one? I find interesting information and was about to research more when I hear the math teacher's voice again. Finished solving? All right, let's start with number 1. Who shall I pick to answer? I send a fervent gaze towards the math teacher. Come on, I'm ready. Please let my few respectable appeal points see the light of day. What to do? Our eyes met. The math teacher looked in my direction and said that, all right, this might be my chance. Then, Miyashiro, I'm counting on you. I almost slid off my chair. No, no, no. But this is good in its own way. Should have kept my head down. And so, it is, Miyashiro-kun. When called on during class to speak, his voice tone changes a bit. It becomes more serious, or a bit more formal. Listening to his voice, different from usual, is a lucky moment. Such foolishness, perhaps, is what they call love. Thinking such, of course, the moment Miyashiro-kun was called on, my smartphone's recording app was already running, meticulously recording his voice. Because, generally, when students stand up to speak during class, it's usually quiet, making it the best time to record Miyashiro-kun's voice clearly. I can't miss this opportunity. Whether or not this behavior falls within the concept known as the lover-struck girl, I do not know. Yes, correct. Teacher, was there a reason to click your tongue? Think about it. Your cute student got it right, you know? Think about it yourself, Miyashiro. It would be easier to explain if you got it wrong. Damn it. All right. I'll spill everything in the course end survey. I'll write it too. Get scolded, crap teacher. The surrounding students jeered. This class is basically serious, but sometimes their behavior is bad. Section. Lunch break. After quickly finishing my lunch in the classroom, I, alone, sip vegetable juice while looking at my smartphone. What's displayed in the Miyashiro-kun monitoring app is current location. I'm borrowing data from his smartphone's GPS function. He seems to be in the schoolyard, but I wonder what he's doing. I don't have much of an image of Miyashiro-kun exercising outside during lunch break. Going through past location data quickly, he indeed spends most of his lunch breaks inside the school. However, GPS is weak indoors, so it's hard to judge which room he's in. The commercialization and equipping of smartphones with quantum accelerometers are awaited. Let's see then. Returning to the app's menu screen, I tap heart rate. The heart icon appears on the screen, and a number below it. Miyashiro-kun's current heart rate is around 110 to 120. It's not a resting number, so he must be doing some exercise. Unusual. I wonder if he's alright. Today isn't very hot, nor is the sun strong, so maybe he's fine. I was surprised on that hot Saturday before, that day. As I was looking at Miyashiro-kun's search words, things like heat stroke prevention and how to treat heat stroke popped up. When I checked current location, it was the multi-purpose park. I thought he might have fallen ill during exercise, so I rushed there with all sorts of heat stroke countermeasures. It was the first time in my stalker life that I took such action. Even if I got to him, I thought I wouldn't be able to say anything because of my cowardice. But once I saw him seemingly in poor condition, my hesitation blew away. The excuse was quite forced, so I might be considered suspicious or creepy. It's very sad, but if I could be of help to Miyashiro-kun, I'm willing to take it. His health is more important. Still, on that day, I ended up talking so much up close when I almost fell and he helped me. I even got hugged by him. I still remember well the sensation of his hand around my waist. At that time, should I have paid him? After having such a good experience, maybe I should have offered like 30,000 yen? I'm always looking for a way to make in-app purchases for Miyashiro-kun. While thinking about that, I noticed the heart rate displayed on the app screen gradually decreasing. He might have finished exercising. By the way, this heart rate is taken from his smartwatch. And of course, that smartwatch, before it reached his hands, was specially prepared by me with spyware inserted from the information extracted from his smartphone. I knew he started looking for a smartwatch on the flea market app, so I listed the one I had prepared in advance. It would have been over if it was reset, but it was lucky he started using it as is, believing the phrase I included in the description. It's already initialized, so you can use it immediately. This smoothly executed procedure is, of course, a crime too. No. Well, supposedly, the main reason why I recommended the smartwatch was for him to use it for health management. I'm saying this myself, but it's completely unbelievable. Sigh. I sigh at my own wickedness. It feels like it's become a habit. They say you sigh a lot when you're in love, but maybe everyone is thinking about their criminal history due to love? That can't be right. Even as I'm dumbfounded by myself, on the other hand, my hand never lets go of my smartphone because, while displaying Miyashiro-kun's heart rate, my smartphone vibrates in real time to his heartbeat. Tototo. It's as if I'm holding his very heart in this hand. The best. No, really, I think you won't understand unless you actually experience it. But being able to feel the heartbeat of the person you love in your hand anytime is an amazing experience. It's incredible. Talking to each other, being in the same place, it's a different thing. It's like touching the very source of the loved one's life. So, in other words, there's a special kind of danger. I could die of reverence. Oh no. I'm running out of vocabulary. Thinking that many humans will go on without experiencing this excitement makes me even sad. Humanity, before going on dates, first feel the heartbeat. That's where the answer is. Yuko, Ryu-chan, gather up. Miyashiro-kun isn't here, right? Good. What? What's up with Miyashiro? What? I can't help but eavesdrop on the conversation I heard. Excluding my family, humans other than Miyashiro Kuuya are quite unimportant to me, so I usually don't care about conversations happening around me. But if it's about Miyashiro-kun, that's different. The conversation is among 3 girls in the class who are particularly lively, I think. I don't remember well. About a week ago in HR, homeroom class, Miyashiro-kun became a committee member for the upcoming ball game tournament, remember? Was that so? I remember. That's when Hatsu's nominated himself and invited Miyashiro to join him, right? Yes, that's right. I nod to myself as I listen to their conversation. If it's related to Miyashiro-kun, I remember it accurately. Also, for the ball game tournament, 2 boys and 2 girls from each class, totaling 4, become committee members. When Miyashiro-kun was decided as a committee member, the slots for girls were still open, but thinking then I should was impossible for me. Right. And, actually, I told Hatsu's-kun beforehand that he should nominate himself. I told him it seems your crush from another class has become a committee member too. That's super kind. Hilarious. What's with that? That's not like you. No. Ek is quite kind. The girl who made a jesting comment gets retorted by another girl. By the way, I don't remember their names. What were they? No, I have no idea. Temporarily, let's just call them Girl Alpha, Girl Beta, and Girl Gamma in the order they spoke. Girl Alpha says Nfufu, just as Ra-chan says, I'm kind. You know, a friend from another class. You both know her. Sakin from class 7. She likes Miyashiro-kun. Oh, I freeze at the sudden explosion of a bomb. Then, she came to consult with me how to get closer to Miyashiro-kun. So, first, I had Sakin become a committee member. I see. So, you used Hatsu's, who's close to Miyashiro, to make sure Miyashiro would also become a committee member. Smart. I blink hard 5 times and take 3 deep breaths to regain my normal thinking capacity, and I think, normies must die. What's that? What's with that plan? Is that unfair? Is it not unfair? Where do you learn such things? In a cram school? No way. In Ben's? I mean, you're manipulating people. Is that allowed? Isn't that against human ethics? I have no right to say such things. After all, I'm a genuine criminal. And today's the 6th period is a long homeroom, right? We have self-study time, but the committee members are gathering in the multi-purpose room on the 3rd floor for a meeting. You know what I mean, right? Yeah, Ra-chan and I are on the committee. It's like, if you become a committee member for the ball game tournament, you don't have to do it for the cultural festival and stuff. It seems Beta and Gamma are committee members for the ball game tournament from this class, just like Miyashiro-kun. I totally didn't remember that. Can you two help Sakan and Miyashiro-kun get along? Like, making them in charge of the same sport. Okay, I'll do what I can. I don't know if it'll work, but the committee members for the ball game tournament seem to work in teams by grade. So there should be plenty of chances to talk, right? The more I listen, the more I hear things I don't want to hear. I feel the blood draining from my face. Thanks, but Miyashiro-kun, he's not super popular, but he's somewhat popular, right? I get it. He's kind of my type. Girl Beta, licking a candy, nonchalantly says such a thing. What? Huh. Yako, really? Surprising. I thought you liked more flashy guys. Miyashiro-kun has an atmosphere, you know. It's like, he sees things differently from us. Like he has his own world. I like that kind of thing. Girl Beta responds to Girl Alpha. She continues in her serious yet ambiguous tone. But I've never seen Miyashiro-kun's paintings yet. No way. You're missing out. You absolutely have to see them. This time, it was Girl Gamma who suddenly raised her voice with enthusiasm. They're amazing. Like, really amazing. And so good. I even cried a little when I first saw them. What's with that energy? What happened? It's not what happened. I'm telling you to go see them. They're really, really good. There are a few in the art prep room, so go see them. After school, when Miyashiro is painting in the art room, the prep room is also open, so go see them. Arjun, how do you know all that? Faced with Girl Alpha's question, Girl Gamma fell silent for a moment with a before conceding. Well, before the volleyball tournament, I always go to see them. When I'm feeling anxious before a match, it somehow calms me down. Looking at Miyashiro's paintings. Wow. Seriously? You're a real fan then? Shut up. I am a fan, but it's not just me, okay? There are others, like from different sports clubs and stuff, who come to see them too. It's not just me. Just go see them. With that, Girl Gamma fell silent. But, doesn't Miyashiro-kun already have someone he's dating? You know, that first year. Adu-chan. She's super cute and has a big chest. They often go home together, right? Nah, that girl isn't his girlfriend. I talk quite a bit with her. Suika-chan. And they're childhood friends. Well, it's hard to approach him with such a cute, high-spec girl around. Sakan was having trouble too. Adu-chan, Suika-chan. Adu-Suika, When I watch Miyashiro-kun, I naturally end up seeing her quite often too. That's how much he's with Adu-san. At first, I really thought they were dating. I was so shocked I practically spent 3 days in bed. But in reality, as Girl Alpha said, they seem to be childhood friends. I'm not sure if I should just consider them just childhood friends since they're close enough to go cheer for each other at matches on holidays. However, the immediate threat isn't Adu-san. Lunch break. Alright, still about 15 minutes left. After checking the time, I stood up and quickly left the classroom. Here, the 3rd floor's multi-purpose room, the place Girl Alpha mentioned for the meeting. I try to enter by pulling the door, but it's locked. Of course, it would be, but that doesn't matter to me. Tada. I pulled out a key made of acrylic resin, which I announced with a lonely sound effect. It slides smoothly into the keyhole. Twisting it, I unlocked the door's latch. The key I used, of course, isn't the room's official one. It's an illegal duplicate. Moreover, it's a copy of a master key, a key that can open any room in the building. That was back in my first year. I was tasked with collecting prints placed on the lecturers' desks in each classroom, and then, the teacher said, it's troublesome to bring out all the keys for each classroom, and incredibly handed me the master key. Unbelievable. I was outraged. What do they think about security? What if it was misused? While angry, I went around the classrooms, collected the prints, and also measured and took several photos of the master key. Then, I went home, created a 3D model from the measurements and photos, and printed it with a 3D printer, and thus, the duplicate was made. This is why, in today's age where 3D printers are common, important keys should never be handed or shown to anyone other than the manager. My motive was, simply, I was curious if a school's master key could be duplicated with a 3D printer. After confirming the key could indeed unlock doors, I carelessly stored it at the bottom of a drawer at home. However, now, thinking it might come in handy for my stalker life, I carry it daily, and here I am using it. So I'm definitely guilty. Feeling a heavy sense of self-loathing, I opened the door cautiously and sneaked into the room filled with desks. Then, I tossed one of my smartphones into a desk in the middle of the room. As a true gadget nerd, I own about 8 of the latest smartphone models from various manufacturers and always carry 3 to school. The phone I tossed had an external microphone attached. Why I have such a thing can only be due to a stalker's hobby. Now everything is prepared. All right. Long homeroom class time. I was at my seat near the classroom window, earphones connected to my smartphone plugged into my ears. Then, I remotely activated the smartphone in the multi-purpose room to start recording. This way, I could listen to the conversations in that room. It might not be crystal clear, but as long as I can make out the words. If I can make out the words, not that anything can be done about it. All I can do is just listen. Honestly, I know it's meaningless. It won't stop those girls from approaching Miyashiro-kun, nor will it allow me to appeal to him. But knowing what I know, I couldn't just leave it unheard. I heard the sound of the door opening, and then, being a committee member, so boring, right? But it's better than doing it for the cultural festival or school trip, right? True that. I couldn't tell whose voices they were, but such conversations started to fill the room. It seems students were gathering. Soon after, that voice sounded. Kuuya, what's the seating arrangement again? Seems like it's by grade from the window side, first, second, third years. Front or back? Probably in class number order. Yuji Hatsu's clear voice, followed by Miyashiro-kun's soft voice, which I could replay in my brain with ease. Their presence seemed to grow closer. Since we're class 4, should be around the middle here? Here? Miyashiro-kun's words and the sound of a chair being pulled out were quite clear. It seems they sat near or exactly where I left the smartphone with the microphone. Miyashiro-kun and Yuji Hatsu's continued their casual chatter, and then another new voice was heard. Hey, Miyashiro-kun. Hatsu's-kun, can we sit next to you guys? We're in the same class, so it's better to stick together, right? It was the voices of Girl Beta and Girl Gamma. Following Hatsu's Yuji's light response of okay, Miyashiro-kun also answered, of course. Please, do. Thanks. And is it okay if she joins us too? Sakin. She's from class 7, but she has bad eyesight, so it's tough for her to sit at the back. Sorry to intrude. A lively tone of voice. I don't recognize it. As introduced by Girl Beta, she must be the girl who has feelings for Miyashiro-kun. Miyashiro-kun responds to her greeting. Please, feel free. It's not like anyone's going to complain the seating arrangement that much, and it's better to sit somewhere you can see easily. I mean, Miyashiro-kun, long time no see. Since our first year, right? Yeah, it's been a while. We ended up in different classes in our second year. So, they were in the same class in their first year. Nice. But I only started liking Miyashiro-kun towards the end of our first year, so it's really pointless for me to say anything about it. Even if you're on the organizing committee, you can still participate in the sports, right? Are you entering anything, Miyashiro-kun? I think I'll pass this year. I plan to focus on the committee work. Oh, really? Actually, I was planning the same. Let's work hard together. A clear, straightforward approach. A girl named Sakin actively engaging Miyashiro-kun in conversation. Amazing. I feel respect for her because talking to someone you like takes a lot of courage. She's doing it. I have no right to feel envious or to think she's getting too close to Miyashiro-kun. Not that I don't have those feelings, but anyway, I don't have the right. Amazing. I mutter, literally from a distance, with a blank expression. I'll work hard. I'm confident in physical tasks too. Sakin's voice rings out cheerfully and energetically. I just listen in a daze, miserable. 100% my own doing. That's the current state of my love. Excuse me, is everyone here? Looks like it. Then, let's get started. The sound of the door opening followed by a loud voice indicated that a student in charge of organizing the event had arrived. "Hey, Kuuya, is that?" "Oh, I didn't know." "She's really involved in a lot of stuff." Hatsuzuki and Miyashiro-kun have such a conversation. Perhaps they know the person. Wait, do I recognize that voice? Could it be just my imagination? I try to dig through my memory, but ultimately, I can't find an answer. When you're only interested in Miyashiro-kun, situations like this become difficult. First, I'll explain the overview of the sports festival committee's work and the precautions. The organizing student proceeds to explain various details with a clear voice. That's about it for each event. Basically, we'll split you into teams by grade level, with mixed gender teams responsible for managing each event. Mixed gender teams for work. The girl named Sakan plans to close the distance with Miyashiro-kun that way. There's nothing I can do about it. Sorry. Actually, I wanted to hear everyone's opinion. To put it simply, what do you think about splitting the teams by gender instead of mixed this year? Eh? The words I heard made me let out a soft voice. From the other room, the girl named Sakan raised her voice. Wait. Why? Isn't it better to have mixed gender teams like last year? Well, of course, that's fine too. But actually, I heard from the seniors on my way here that there have been issues because teams were mixed gender. What kind of issues? Well, it seems that organizing committee members get busy on the day, and a few years ago, a group of boys didn't account for their own changing time. They thought they could just change quickly in a corner of the field, so a loud gasp of disgust or disbelief echoed from the girls. Not limited to that incident, but well, things like that have happened. So, what do you think about trying separate teams for men and women this year? Since the events are separated by gender anyway, it might be natural. The suggestion from the organizing student clearly tilted the air towards it's better to separate by gender. Of course, the explanation makes sense, but the convincing strength in the voice might be a decisive factor. It's not pushy or intimidating, but there's a core strength that makes you feel like following along is the right choice. A voice fit for a politician. Perhaps reversing this situation would be a Herculean task. Yeah, I think it's okay to separate by gender. Eventually, the girl named Sakan conceded with those words. Sorry, thank you. Then, let's go with that direction this year. Of course, there will still be issues and disputes even with separate teams. If that happens, please report to me first. Adusuaka from class 1-1. When the organizing student introduced herself, I finally realized who she was. That's right, it was Adu-san. Section. Well, that's it for today. Those who have club activities, do your best, and those going home, take care. With those words from the homeroom teacher, LHR ended. It's after school. I sneak a peek at the seat next to me, where Miyashiro-kun is getting ready to leave. According to my observations, there's a 92% chance he heads straight to the art room to paint after school. This is the only chance left today to talk to him. The Sakan from earlier crosses my mind. I want to as well. Hey Miyashiro, that math assignment from earlier is tough, isn't it? Yeah, it's harsh. Wonder if I can finish it by tomorrow. It's tough, right? I dread the next test. The test, brings me down. Miyashiro-kun shares a bitter smile with the boy sitting in front of him. Math assignments and tests are easy for me, but casually starting a conversation like that feels incredibly difficult. It's difficult, but I have to try. I have a topic for conversation. The summer leisure spot. Miyashiro-kun was searching for Hatsuzuki. But how do I start the conversation? What are you doing this summer? Miyashiro-kun. No, that feels too abrupt. Summer vacation is still over a month away. Do you want to know a good place to hang out? This sounds like I'm a dealer inviting him to a drug party. But then, all right. I'm heading out. See you. While I hesitated, Miyashiro-kun left. Sigh. I let out a sigh and stand up, holding my bag. Today, again, I listened to Miyashiro-kun's voice a lot, but none of it was directed at me. In his life, today too, I remained someone whose presence or absence made no difference. I shouldn't be relieved that the sports festival committee has been separated by gender. Walking out of the classroom with a heavy heart, I proceed down the hallway. Hey, Kujo. Can I have a moment? Yes. What's up? A female teacher briskly walks over to me. She's our class's assistant homeroom teacher, carrying a cardboard box in her arms. I have a bad feeling about this. You're on the library committee, right? Could you please arrange these in the bookshelf of the library? There's a paper inside this box with instructions on where to place them. Maybe when you're feeling down, it's like life decides to pile on. I don't want to say something so unscientific, but I just feel like saying it. But I doubt I could refuse even if I tried. Understood. I'll take care of it. The best strategy is to accept quickly and finish it off just as fast. Thanks. Heavy? Well, yes, they're books. The female teacher seemed to carry it effortlessly, but for someone as physically untrained as me, it's tough. Holding the cardboard box, I staggered toward the library, taking several breaks along the way until I finally make it. Opening the door, the chilled air-conditioned room greets me. The sweat I've worked up from the labor cools down rapidly. It's actually a bit cold. Now, to get the job done. Following the instructions in the box, I move to a corner bookshelf as instructed. The empty space they mentioned is on the very top shelf. Conveniently, there's a ladder nearby. It seems they expect me to climb it. They're really asking for a lot. I've never gotten anything but ones in physical education my entire life. I give up at 2 levels of the vaulting box. Eek. With shaky steps, I climb the ladder, trembling as I sit on the top platform. This is scary. Why is it so frightening just because it's a bit high? Is there a bug in my brain? But I have no choice. I don't plan on asking anyone for help, and there's no one to ask in the first place. I stretch out to place the books in the empty shelf, but can't reach. I need to stand on the platform for this. Eek. Impossible. Despite my protests, I stand on the platform. Isn't it against the rules to stand on a ladder like this? Something about a safety hazard. Trembling, I manage to insert the books. 1 book. 2 books. Damn, these books are heavy. Not just my legs, but my hands start to tremble too. The 3rd book, a bit too far. Indeed. Reaching out too far caused me to lose balance, and my weak body couldn't correct it. Whoa. Kaya. Teetering on the platform, I felt my center of gravity shift fatally. I knew I was going to fall, but couldn't stop it. A wave of fear washed over me, and I couldn't even scream properly. Eventually, I completely lost balance. Falling towards the floor, I instinctively closed my eyes tight. I made it. There was an impact, but it was far softer than I anticipated. I had fallen to the floor, but I was on top of something. Or rather, someone. Wow, I managed to catch you, didn't I? My reflexes aren't completely gone yet. Turning around, that face, which I had stolen glances at countless times today, was incredibly close. Miyashiro-kun. Right now, he and I were, our bodies were touching closely. I'm so sorry. Sorry here too. I wish I could have caught you more smoothly. As I hastily stood up and bowed, Miyashiro-kun spoke in his characteristic tone and voice. Let's just say it was a close call, so forgive me? When I looked up, his wry smile entered my field of vision as he slowly stood up. My heart leapt, and my breath stopped. Too many things had happened all at once, and my head felt like it was going to explode. He saved me? It certainly seemed so. Even more physically close than when I watched his tennis match. My whole body was extremely hot, and the cold air of the library that I had felt earlier was no longer perceptible. But more than the heat or anything, there was something I needed to confirm first. Miyashiro-kun, are you hurt? Not at all. Not at all. Seems fine. Kujo-san, you're surprisingly light. How about you? I'm fine. Really? You're not hurt? I'd have to seppuku myself here if I had caused an injury to his dominant arm. Seems all good, he said, doing a hand gesture of okay. He truly seemed fine. That's good. Feeling my strength leave my knees, I, who had just gotten up, slumped back onto the floor. Anyway, thank you very much. You're welcome. It must be tough inserting books up high. Is that part of the library committee's work? Yes. Got it. He extended his hand to me, who was sitting on the floor. I grasped it as if being drawn in, and felt his hand was slightly cool. At the same time, I worried absurdly whether he found the heat of my hand strange. I'll help you. But after he helped me stand, Miyashiro-kun picked up some books that had fallen and climbed the ladder. Unlike me, he didn't need to stand on the platform to reach the shelf. All right, I can insert them. Kujo-san, could you pass me the rest? But it's my job. Let's go with the most efficient way. We should always play our best move, right? Kujo-san, you say that a lot. Miyashiro-kun said with a gentle smile. All right. I must be dead, right? Because otherwise, this is just too convenient for me. Yes. My brain not functioning properly, I continued to pass books to Miyashiro-kun on the ladder. We couldn't make it 3 days in a row, since Sunday came in between. Do you mean talking to me in the almost empty after-school library? Yeah, but since I managed to make it just in time for such a moment, it's all good. The pounding heartbeat, the sweating body. Fear of saying something weird mingled with the desire to talk about various things. This is what it means to like someone, to be with someone you like. It's unbelievably like a lie. Hey, because I used to hate you at first. I didn't just dislike him, I even hated him. And now, here we are. Miyashiro-kun, why are you in the library? Don't you always spend your after-school hours drawing? I was planning to, but I thought I'd better doing the math homework first. If I go home, I'll definitely end up not doing it. In the light tinged with the hue of sunset streaming through the window, I am here with the person I like. His gaze frequently meets mine directly, and his words are spun solely for me. When I was solving problems at that desk, I saw Kujo-san coming in with that heavy box. I thought I should check if you were okay, and just in the nick of time, too, before you fell off the ladder. I'm glad I made it. Thank you. Really. If I'm ever going to muster the courage, it's probably now. I want to thank you. Is that okay? Thank me? Yes. When I feel like hiding my true feelings and thoughts, I tend to speak quickly, adding unnecessary words. So, now I'm going to. Are you good at math? Take a slow breath and only say what's necessary. The only things I want to convey. Do you want to work on the assignment together? The time it takes for him to answer feels like an eternity, during which I remember how much I loathed this person, and how I fell in love with him half a year ago. Every time I heard the phrase being human, I couldn't help but frown. To me, that phrase seemed to point to things like sensibilities not bound by rules, judgments made on the fly, or irrationalities that seemed illogical. None of that seemed beautiful to me. What I found beautiful was synonymous with what was orderly, cold, relentless rules and clear logic. The order built upon these shone like the most brilliant gemstone to me. The various laws of mathematics and physics were always mesmerizingly attractive. That's why I loved engineering. Because with the beautiful power of mathematics and physics, I could make sense of this reality. Disliking humanity and not meshing well with those around me was inevitable. Apparently, my brain developed early enough to be labeled a genius, and by the time I was in elementary school, I had completely abandoned the very notion of socializing. To begin with, I couldn't find interest in the topics people around me talked about. And conversely, what interested me was of no interest to them. It didn't take long for me to lose interest in humans themselves. I hardly talked to anyone other than my family and didn't feel inconvenienced by it. I, a genius who truly understood what beauty was, lived differently from those who got excited over trivial matters. The world needed people like me, and the rest were just surplus. Even though I was aware of my arrogance, I had no intention of changing and lived proudly. That was how I, Kujo Kurenai, lived my life until December of my first year in high school. It's so cold. That day, I was wandering around the school building after classes. The sunset had already begun, and the corridors were growing dim and cold. However, I had a purpose for roaming. All right. This one opened to an unauthorized copy of a master key. I was checking its functionality on various doors. I would unlock a door, feel satisfied, and then lock it again. I didn't plan to check every single room, but I wanted to inspect most of them. After going through most of the floors with classrooms, I headed to areas like the music and resource rooms. In front of me was the art prep room. Light was on in the adjacent art room, presumably the art club in action. At this point, I didn't know there was no art club. Well, I might as well check just the prep room then. Without knowing what awaited me, I inserted the key into the lock with a very light-hearted thought, but turning it, I felt nothing. Oh, it was already unlocked. Feeling somewhat curious, a whim made me decide to peek inside. Despite my disdain for such illogical actions, I went ahead and did it that day. If there was a crossroads of fate, this was it. But then, fate is too unscientific a term. Perhaps it's better to call it a critical juncture for the future. Sliding the slightly aged door open with a clatter, I stepped inside. Flicking the light switch on, after a lag typical of old fluorescent lights, the dim interior was illuminated. The room, true to its name as a prep room, was lined with tools likely used for drawing. Not that I knew much about them. And then, there were paintings hung on the walls. Not many, maybe 5 or 6 in total. I distinctly remember the sound of me swallowing my saliva. Because, even from a distance, I realized something. It's not just good, or beautiful. There was no room for such thoughts. It wasn't about that. It wasn't about that at all. What was in this room was beyond such dimensions. A loud alarm was going off in my head. An instinctual warning that I should turn on my heel and leave immediately. So, I ignored it because it wasn't logical. I didn't want to rely on intuition. With an intensity that made me forget to blink, I closely observed the first painting. A forest scene. Quiet and mysteriously gentle, just standing in front of it made me feel enveloped in a sleep-like softness. The second, next to it, was a bird. Its lone journey through the twilight brought not swiftness or sharpness but a painful wistfulness and a pride in its flight. I see. Those struck by it would surely feel it piercing deep. Such formidable paintings. I see. Impressive, indeed. But it's okay. I can observe these without losing my composure, without being shaken from my foundation. Don't scare me like that. With a sigh, I relaxed, took a few steps further into the room. And then, I encountered the third painting. The moment I recognized it, I was blown away. My ability to grasp reality was completely stripped away, and I could no longer perceive the surrounding scenery or the passing time. In my world, there was only me and that painting. Everything else was blown away. It was a painting, yet it was also an impact itself. What huffed. When I returned to reality, looking outside, the sun that should have been setting was completely gone. How long had I been standing here? I had no idea. A copy of the master key lay at my feet. I hadn't noticed it slipping from my hand or hitting the floor. I touched my face. Hot, hot, hot. Incredibly so. Of course, it would be! Exclamation mark. I glared fiercely at the painting before me. Why? As I uttered those words, I clenched my fists tightly. The emotions that surged forth were a mix of shame and anger. Why does such a painting exist? Unlike the first painting that depicted a forest or the second one that featured a bird, this painting didn't clearly show what its motif was. It was perhaps an abstract piece. The structure was simple. At the center of the white canvas, there was only a rounded blue pattern. The pattern resembled a distorted egg, hesitant to be born, or it seemed like a raindrop reluctantly giving up on several things as it fell into solitude. What was clear to me, in any case, was that it represented me. For some inexplicable reason, I felt that strongly at that moment, my head boiling over with the nonsensical emotion of having my heart painted without permission. And immediately after, I became furious with myself for feeling such an absurd anger. I picked up the key and rushed out of the art prep room. I don't remember how I made it home. I skipped dinner and locked myself in my room, causing quite a worry for my family. I buried myself under the duvet on my bed. The feeling of embarrassment wouldn't fade. Even with my eyes closed, I couldn't get that painting out of my head. Having no interest in humans, thinking it's okay to be alone at school, without friends I can truly understand. Those feelings aren't a lie, they're not a lie, but it's not like I completely lack the desire for friends who share my interests, who like the same things as much as I do. I'm like a misshapen egg, covered in a shell of timidity. A powerless and lonely raindrop that can do nothing but fall. That painting reminded me of such things I had pretended to forget. Frustration, irritation. Damn it, damn it, damn it. It's just a painting. Just that. Whoever made it, just painted. Don't act like you understand me just because you slapped some paint on paper or canvas. Of course, logically speaking, I'm the one talking nonsense. After all, there's no connection between me and the unknown artist of that painting. The painting was created completely independent of my existence. Yet, I thought, this painting depicts me. I also thought, this painting was directed at me. That's impossible, that's impossible. It's logically absurd. There's no causal connection, no consistency. While my logical conclusion denied it, my emotions refused to accept it. Torn by the contradiction within myself, I writhed in agony. Unable to sleep a wink, I crept out of bed in the dim dawn. It's a bug, humans. I had twisted out what seemed to be the most plausible answer. It was nothing more than a cheap illusion. That must be it. I'll prove it. Turning on my PC, I rapidly typed out code on the keyboard. It wasn't hard at all, and soon, I had created an image auto-generation program. When I ran it, images with a structure similar to the painting I had seen in the art prep room, a white background with a blue pattern, began to appear on the screen one after another. Watch this. Initially, such images seemed to be created by randomly dripping paint onto a canvas. So, if I auto-generated thousands of similar images, surely among them would appear images that have the same impact on me. When humans see vague shapes, they automatically recognize them as something they know and attribute meaning to them. It's one of the bugs humans carry. In essence, that painting was just an attack exploiting that frailty. By drawing something vaguely similar, everyone interprets it in their own way, and among them, some will even be moved by chance. A shallow trick hoping for a hit. Believing so, I checked the generated images. While attending school, I spent days looking at an enormous number of images. The count was supposed to be in the thousands but ultimately reached 100,000. Even if it took 1 second per image, that's about 28 hours in total. It might seem ridiculous to others, but I was serious, desperate. I had to do it. To admit that the painting wasn't a fluke, the day after I finished checking the 100,000th image, I found myself visiting the art prep room again after school. Even with my eyes closed, something with a blue pattern kept floating behind my eyelids, almost driving me to a neurotic state. Honestly, I didn't want to see another painting ever again. But, I wanted to reconfirm that painting. That impact. However, in such a state, I might not feel anything even if I saw that painting again. What should I do then? Be happy or? Such worries were needless. Seeing that painting once more blew away all the failed blue patterns that had been wriggling behind my eyelids. I had no choice but to admit I created 100,000 images with a similar composition. Yet, not once did I feel the same impact from those images as I did from the painting before me. Not even a hint of it. I had come to understand that it wasn't about the difference between the real painting and the images. This was clearly painted with intention, not specifically targeting me, but with enough skill and talent to make me think so. Beautiful. The painting before me was beautiful. Amazing. Truly amazing. I admit it. And because of that, what filled me was hatred. Exclamation mark. I clenched my fists tightly, hardly aware of my nails digging into my palms due to my boiling frustration. Hatred towards the person who painted it. Essentially, it was resentment turned upside down. Though I knew it, I couldn't help but hate. To begin with, I never had particularly positive feelings towards paintings. I know that paintings involve a lot of techniques and theories. Still, I feel like at their core is something like sensibility or humanity. Even what's before me now seems like a painting that stands in opposition to my belief in beauty, a cold, rule-based, logically clear order. Yet, my heart is so stirred, and I find it beautiful." Adding insult to injury, that felt humiliating. I hate the person who painted this. If they hadn't drawn such a thing, I wouldn't have been made to feel this humiliation, and wouldn't have been forced to confront the wishes I had tucked away deep inside, barely acknowledging them myself. Damn, damn, damn. I wanted to see their face. I hadn't thought about what to do next, but I just couldn't stand leaving things as they were. I had found out whose work it was. The art teacher told me when I asked. Miyashiro Kuuya, a freshman like me, a student who, despite being a freshman, had reached the top in the oil painting category at a national high school competition organized by the government this year. There's no art club at this school, and currently, the person working in the art room is him. Knowing that the person who painted this was in the next room made me feel odd. I put my hand on the door connecting the art prep room to the art room. I wasn't thinking of starting a conversation or picking a fight. I just couldn't go home feeling like I had been punched one-sidedly. I wasn't even sure what I wanted to do. I slowly, very slowly opened the door and peeked through. What kind of person could they be? Someone who paints such, in a way, superhuman paintings must be different from ordinary people, perhaps fitting the mold of an artist. In the art room, there was indeed one person present, lying on the floor, face up. What? Wait. Are you okay? Bursting through the door I had been secretly opening slowly, I ran over to the person. I'm not strong enough to just ignore someone who's collapsed. Should I call an ambulance? No, maybe the school nurse first. Or should I find another teacher? As I was panicking, his eyes, those of Miyashiro Kuuya, opened and he fixed his gaze on me. For a few seconds, the depth of his gaze took my breath away. Sorry for startling you. No need for an ambulance or a teacher. Thanks though, he said, his voice a bit hoarse, not sounding quite alright. But you know how you feel heavy after getting out of the pool? Yeah, but it's kinda like that right now. Just a really, really bad version of it. It happens often. I'll be fine after resting a bit. His voice, gestures, even his blinking seemed lethargic. Can he really be okay? Why am I even worrying this much? As I was shaking off the shock of seeing someone collapsed on the floor, he started to get up. Though, I should probably get up now. Sorry for the scare, and thanks for worrying. Kujo Kurenai. First year. Same grade, huh? Good. I was speaking informally. I'm Miyashiro Kuuya. His way of speaking was slow, likely due to his languor, devoid of any intimidation or aggression. So this person is the artist of that painting. He might carry a somewhat mysterious aura, yet, it doesn't match the intensity of that painting. Surprising. As I was blankly staring, he stood up, moved to a nearby chair, and sat down with his back turned towards me. Until now, I hadn't even noticed the chair, nor the easel placed in front of it, with a canvas depicting a half-finished painting that seemed to dance. Exclamation mark. I gasped upon finally noticing it. It looked like the sea was there, an incomplete sea. After blinking thrice, I finally accepted it was a painting of the sea in progress. What is this? It wasn't hyper-realistic like a photograph, yet, the essence of the sea, and more importantly, the image people seek in the sea, seemed even clearer than the actual sea itself. What spread before me was a deep, overwhelming, unconditional sense of security. All right, he murmured, picking up a palette and brush to resume his work. Wow. Behind him, I couldn't help but let out an astounded sound. Who wouldn't, when witnessing a miracle right before their eyes? Each stroke he made was miraculous, making me want to excuse my dumbfounded reaction. With every brush stroke on the canvas, the sea gained more presence and vitality in a manner that seemed almost irrational to me. A breathtaking beauty was being assembled. The sea became more like the sea, turning into the homeland people yearn for. But, Hugh. With every dab of color he added to the canvas, he let out heavy breaths. He looked visibly in pain. Realizing I had been gripping the hem of my skirt while watching him for some time, I finally spoke up, unable to hold back any longer. It looks tough. Why do you paint if it's so hard? Do you like it that much? I do like it. And, I'm arrogant. He evaluated himself similarly to how I might evaluate myself. Continuing in a voice colored with visible hardship, he said, "My paintings can empower others. That's what I believe. So, I don't want to stop painting." Despite how frail his voice and posture seemed, the painting unfolding before him was vividly alive. I could almost smell the life it depicted. For something made of paint, it was too vibrant. It was as if a strange thought crossed my mind. Something fantastical, fairy tale-like, yet incredibly cruel. Could it be that you're using it to paint your own? No. Forget I said anything. That's unscientific. I eventually clamped my mouth shut, changing the subject. Empowering others, huh? You're painting for the sake of strangers you've never met? If you put it that way, yes. I later learned he received requests to paint for various facilities. I can't understand. They're strangers, after all. To me, it sounds too idealistic. Persistently badgering him despite his obvious discomfort, I ended up saying something quite nasty. I felt dizzy with my own frankness, but it was truly how I felt, and to that, he responded in a cheerful tone, laughter evident even with his back turned. "What's wrong with idealism? I'm a painter. I love what's clean and beautiful. Art is written with the characters for technique of beauty. After all, I like beautiful things too. Though what I consider beautiful is probably different from what you think, but I find your paintings beautiful." That was something I couldn't bring myself to say, my pride getting in the way. "It's fine, isn't it?" Beauty standards differ from person to person. I honestly can't tell if my paintings are beautiful. But, even if they're not beautiful, that's okay. Without stopping his hand, he continued in a breath-heavy tone, as if climbing a snowy mountain, obviously using up various things as he painted. "There are as many unpleasant things in the world as there are good things that are painful, hard, or lonely. So in this world, I think it'd be good if there were even one more painting that could sit beside someone's pain, hardship, or loneliness, even if it's not beautiful. And finally," he said, "that's why I paint. That's all there is to it." If I exaggerated a bit, he spoke and sounded as if he could die at any moment. Yet his hands never stopped. In a dusty art room of a provincial public high school, he shared the reason he fought alone every day after school, risking his life. It was an idealism, a very beautiful, pure form of idealism. Perhaps, it was the beauty of humanity I had always despised, couldn't understand, and wanted to stay away from. An idiotic brilliance that completely disregarded the best move. Realizing it was dazzling at the same moment, I felt my body heat up. Half of it was from embarrassment. If being significantly better than average qualifies someone as a genius, then I think I'd fit in. Surely, or rather definitely, he would too, but the way he and I use our abilities is just too different. I saw brilliance in his idealism. I felt an aspiration. That's why I ended up feeling embarrassed about myself. Then, the other half of the reason my body felt hot was, "I'm going home, okay, take care." "Wait, why were you here in the first place?" Ignoring his words, I quickly left the room. It was almost like fleeing. "Stupid humans." Such words spilled out of my mouth, as a result of my confusion. Stupid humans, stupid humans, stupid humans. I've lived my life thinking that about humans, and yet, stupid humans. Without feeling the coldness of the corridor that had made me shiver on the way there, I eventually left the school and drove home. I don't remember the journey back. Once again, I locked myself in my room without having dinner, causing my family to worry. Eventually, I came to terms and realized I had fallen in love. And, if only it could just end up as a normal unrequited love situation. Wondering what I could do to make it come true, and feeling a strong desire to know more about him, I soon found myself slipping into the role of a stalker. I couldn't tell my family or anyone. That's how it goes. Yeah, that's the answer. Ah, I see. Got it. After solving one problem, Miyashiro-kun muttered, "So, this is how it's solved." "Thanks. You're really good at teaching, Kujo-san." I wonder. Maybe it's because I often teach my sister. In a corner of the library, the two of us sat side by side, speaking in low voices, doing our math assignments. "You have a sister? Are you too close even you teach her?" "Well, It depends on how you look at it. She always tries to provoke me whenever she sees an opening. Really? Over what? Mostly about my love life. Basically, about you. Various things. She lacks respect for her sister. Of course. I couldn't say that, so I dodged the question. I see. I'm an only child, so I don't really understand how close siblings are. I've always wanted one, though, be it an older brother, sister, or a younger sibling. But I guess I have a childhood friend who's like a sister. Adu-san? Yeah. Though she's become so reliable now, I can't really call her a sister anymore. Was she different before? Quite a bit. She was shy and timid, not as expressive with her emotions as she is now, though her being hardworking hasn't changed. When Miyashiro-kun talks about Adu-san, he looks like he's bragging about his most treasured possession. The bond between them, visible in his expression, filled me with envy. To make him show such a face, I was jealous of Adu-san. Sometimes I help her study, but that's only because I'm a grade above. If we were in the same year, it'd be impossible. I'd be the one learning. I had no idea that having your crush talk about another girl could squeeze your heart so tightly. Adu-san is amazing, being good at sports and all. Yeah, she's really something. A true example of excelling both in studies and sports through hard work. I had no idea that even though I didn't want him to talk about another girl, I would still bring her up, hoping it would make him happy. I knew nothing. During the holidays, she's always busy with requests from various clubs. With that, I bet her summer break will be hectic too. Speaking of which, summer break is next month, right? While working on the problems, he suddenly mentioned it. It's mid-June now, so summer break is indeed approaching. That's true. Can't wait. Truthfully, I wasn't looking forward to it at all because I won't be able to see Miyashiro-kun for over a month. What do you usually do during summer break, Kujo-san? I try out new languages. Oh, I mean programming languages, not spoken ones, and some electronics projects. Wow, that's so cool. Cool. You think? Cool. You think? I was secretly thrilled to be praised. No, but, on second thought, wouldn't it have been better to mention something more traditionally feminine and cute? Programming, electronics projects. Oh, wait, we're talking about summer break. I had found a good summer leisure spot that's easy to get to and had been planning to mention it. It was for the sake of Adu-san, who seemed to be busy with her sports club activities, something Miyashiro-kun was curious about. What do you usually do during summer break, Miyashiro-kun? I mean, I can guess but I paint. As you'd expect, we're both indoor types, huh? I was trying to find the right moment to bring it up when he said that. Indoor types? Meaning we have that in common. Miyashiro-kun and I are in sync. I almost lost my mind with that thought, so I pinched my thigh to regain my sanity. But I do think I should exercise a bit for my health. Ideally, somewhere not too hot if I'm going to work out! Exclamation mark. A cool place for exercise. This is it. This is the moment. The best move. Miyashiro-kun, have you heard? This summer, a new pool is opening in the town next door. It's supposed to be quite big. Really? I hadn't heard. Wow, that's cool. There's a direct bus from the station, so it's easy to get to. It's open late, so you can avoid the daytime heat too. Awesome. The sea, mountains, theme parks. They take time, but this place could be a quick getaway. If it's open late, you could even go after club activities, though I'm not sure if you'd have the energy for it, having no experience with sports clubs myself. By the way, to avoid overcrowding, they're only allowing entry with pre-purchased tickets for a while. They start selling them at the beginning of next month. Do you usually go to places like that, Kujo-san? No, I began to answer, then realized, is this like asking him out? Reviewing the situation, it seems I haven't brought up Adu-san at all, so it's just me suggesting a good place to Miyashiro-kun, who's interested in exercising. Does this count as asking? Or am I overthinking it? No, I really can't tell. I don't usually go, but maybe. I'm not sure, but if I push further, maybe this year. I thought about trying those places out, but didn't have anyone to go with. So, if you'd like. Right here. If I had said, wow, Kuya, It's rare to see you in the library! Exclamation mark. A voice suddenly called us, and I swallowed the words I was about to say. Oh, what brings you here? I needed some books. The girl, with a smile as bright as a lit lamp, was already standing close by our table. True to her words, she held several books against her chest. Ah, we were working on math assignments. And, well, it's hard, so I was getting some help. I see. And you are? Her wide, earnest eyes locked onto me. Kujo Kurenai from the same class. Ranked first in the national math mock exam. Wow, that's amazing. So cool. Her voice was lively, kept to a considerate volume. The choice of cool and her sparkling eyes. Her reaction felt similar to Miyashiro-kun's. It made me instantly feel the length of time they've spent together. It's not a big deal, I said, slightly looking away. Suika. Adu-san. This was our first conversation. A shining, wonderful, normal girl. Everything about her felt different from me. Are you going to a club activity today? Suika? No. I'm heading straight home. My mom asked me to do some shopping. Oh. Would you like to come with me? Sure. Let's go. Yay. Thank you so much. Shopping after school with Miyashiro-kun, just the two of them. To me, that was harder to achieve than scoring first in the national mock exam, and something I deeply longed for. The difference in our standing was so vast, it felt presumptuous to even call it a gap. The rest of the problems can be solved using the method I showed you at the beginning. With that, I started packing up my things and stood up from my chair. Ah, are you leaving too, Kujo-san? Sorry for cutting this short. Don't worry about it. Thanks for today. Goodbye. As soon as I said that, I quickly moved away from the spot. I thought I wouldn't be able to stand being left alone after Miyashiro-kun and Adu-san left together. Making such a decision felt pitiful in itself. The excitement I had felt was all gone, as if it had been an illusion from the start. Sigh. I let out a small sigh, ensuring no one could hear, as I opened the door to the library. Before leaving the room, I glanced back to see Miyashiro-kun and Adu-san, wrapped in an intimate atmosphere. But really? I'm so unlucky. Of all times, why did Adu-san have to show up when Miyashiro-kun and I were alone together? What are the chances? Right, she did have quite the timing. Almost too perfect, if not a bit suspicious. Chapter 4. Just like you did for me. Baseballs and tennis balls were fine, but soccer balls are no good. Huh. What are you talking about, Kuya? Recently, balls keep flying at me. As I said this, Yoji chuckled, saying, "What kind of season is this? We're in the school's infirmary, and it's already July. The air conditioning is cool, but my head is too dizzy to fully appreciate it. The nurse isn't coming." Huh. You okay? I'm fine. I'm fine. Sorry, Yoji, for making you bring me here. No problem. Just treat me to a full-course Chinese meal later. That's a hefty price tag, isn't it? Lying on the bed, I chat with Yoji, who's sitting beside me, but outside the window, our classmates are energetically playing soccer in their physical education class. Just a little while ago, both Yoji and I were out there with them. Direct hit to the face with a ball. Huh? You were totally zoning out. Man, didn't even try to dodge. What were you doing? The sky was beautiful. I was just staring at it. Saying it out loud makes me want to sigh at my own stupidity, but it's the accurate and honest answer. Yoji, who knows me well, didn't laugh. Did you see something? I did. It really was beautiful. The clouds spreading across the blue sky, changing colors here and there, as if they were tired of staying white and testing what colors could compete with the blue of the sky. It was incredibly beautiful. Man, that's talent, Yoji said thoughtfully. My view of the world sometimes becomes different from reality. The colors and shapes of real things mysteriously change, becoming incredibly beautiful, ugly, lovely, or terrifying. And with those visions deeply imprinted in my heart, entwined with several prayers, I paint. But thanks to that, I ended up trapping the ball with my face. Knocked me out for a moment. It looked painful, even from a distance. Lucky your nose is okay. Lucky indeed. But Yoji, you can head back now. Thanks, man. Well, yeah. What's up? I wanted to report something. What? Getting formal now. Is it about your girlfriend again? Since mid-June, he had been dating someone he had feelings for since our first year. Yoji always seemed so happy. We broke up. I was expecting another love-dovey story. More like, I got dumped. That was quick. Huh? Ha ha. Oh, I see. I want to punch myself for not coming up with something better to say. There's got to be more than such a dumbfounded reaction. I've been buried in club activities on weekends and after school, right? Even though we started dating, she said it was too much for her. With summer break coming up, she didn't want a boyfriend who's always busy with club activities. When she said that, there's nothing I could say. Yeah, Kuya, you helped me out and I consulted with you, so I wanted to tell you properly. Sorry to drop this on you when you're feeling dizzy. No worries. He seemed to need a moment alone to talk about this, away from everyone else. Yoji, explaining all this, maintained his usual bright and likable smile throughout. Anyone could tell it didn't fully reflect his inner feelings. He's always been that kind of guy. I see. That's how it is, though I knew he wanted me to smile. I couldn't manage it for my dear friend. After a brief silence, Yoji spoke up. Also, I wanted to thank Kuya. For what? I didn't. No, not for the she's into you advice, though I'm grateful for that too. But not that. After I got dumped, I went to see your painting in the art prep room. My painting? I knew some people visit your paintings when they're anxious or down, so I thought, is it my turn now? And man, it's funny, but I cried a bit. Yoji continued, somewhat bashfully. Your paintings are amazing. I've always thought so, but at that moment, really, truly, it's like, imagine going to the hospital, right? Say your leg hurts like crazy, and you want it fixed, right? Yeah, but if the doctor says, it doesn't seem that painful, or there's nothing particularly wrong here, it's super frustrating, right? Like, understand my pain, it hurts. I'm going through something significant here. That feeling is familiar to me, as hospitals are a part of my life. I nod deeply in understanding. But on the flip side, when they say, this must hurt, or this must have been hard for you. Even though the pain hasn't lessened, it feels like you're halfway healed. It's like your feelings are saved, lifted. I get it, I really do. Right. So, your painting is like that, Yoji says, carefully weaving his feelings into his words. It's like it understands. It's tough. It's lonely. It's scary. Looking at it, I feel like, my tough feelings are drawn here. And that's such a relief. Yoji told me he cried looking at my painting, but now, I'm the one on the verge of tears. I thought I knew your painting was amazing, but now I truly understand its significance. Your paintings have protected many people, just like they did for me. Saying this, he's saving me without realizing it, always wearing his kindly smile. And I thought, even though my girlfriend dumped me, I have such an amazing friend. I'll go to school tomorrow with pride, I thought. So, I wanted to thank you today. So, we're square on the full-course Chinese meal? I finally manage a smile and tease him, to which Yoji also smiles. Fine, I'll let it slide just this once. Thanks. You're special. All right. I'm heading out. Kinda got all talkative there. Turned into storytelling. Yoji. Standing up from the chair and heading towards the door, I call out to Yoji. Yoji. Hey, I'll paint even better paintings. I'll create something amazing. So, come see them again. You saying that like you expect me to get dumped again? There are girls out there who can't see what's in front of them. You didn't know that? What? Kuya, you love me that much? That's right. You idiot. He. Leaving behind his laughter, Yoji exits the infirmary. Would Yoji be happy if I painted the scene I saw today? Could I heal my friend, even just a little, who spoke of the whole situation with a smile, his voice wavering slightly here and there? But, damn, I can't paint today's scene without red. It's an absolutely essential color. I need to become stronger. I believe in painting. There was a time I cursed it, but painting also saved me. It may just be a painting, but if it can save someone, then it's worth risking my life for. I clench my right fist tightly with my left hand. My nails dig in, and blood seeps out. The red color oozes out. Excuse me. Huh, what? The chime rang several times, and even when it was time for the next lesson after physical education had ended, the teacher hadn't come to the infirmary. Instead, the person who appeared was the one sitting closest to me in the classroom. Kujo-san, what's wrong? I suddenly felt very unwell. That's all there is to it. Saying so, she entered the room and sat on the bed next to mine. Are you okay not lying down? I got better after coming to this room, as expected of the infirmary. It's filled with healing powers. That's an overestimation. Kujo-san, who placed her full trust in the infirmary, didn't seem to be particularly unwell. I heard you were hit by a ball. Yeah. I didn't know soccer balls were that hard. Are you okay? I'm fine. My head is slightly dizzy, and I feel a bit off balance, so I can't return to the classroom yet, but it shouldn't be a big deal. I'll go back to the classroom after the afternoon classes. It's the 4th period now, and lunch break is next. I should be okay after resting for that long. Hopefully, the infirmary teacher will come by then. I see. Kujo-san stared intently at my face. What's wrong? Is there something on me? I don't think I have a nosebleed. No, it's not that. Earlier the stress value was. Stress value? Never mind. It's nothing. So, in short, you seem a bit down. Kujo-san spoke quickly, and I laughed while hiding my right hand that was oozing blood. I'm fine, but thank you. No, it's not like. Did Kujo-san come to the infirmary worried about me? It feels a bit self-conscious to think that. But still, the color I see from her made me think so. It's nice weather. Breaking the brief silence, Kujo-san said that while looking outside the window, holding the dense light of summer in her eyes, she adjusted her slightly reddish hair with her hand, always seeming like some kind of joke. An unreal beauty. I remember clearly being completely captivated the first time I saw her. When Kujo-san suddenly appeared in the art room, I thought God had shown me an illusion. This is what is referred to as beauty. If there's something even slightly comparable, aim to paint it. That's what I thought, absent-mindedly. It's beautiful. Yes, the sky is very beautiful. It's definitely summer. Will you paint a sky next? Maybe. I do paint skies from time to time. I like them. The kanji for my name has Sora in it, after all. I see, that makes sense. Kujo-san, whose name carries the character for red, smiled faintly. Being alone in the room with her, it's hard not to be conscious of the color I see from her. It's a constant feeling like walking on thin ice. I'm scared of love. The past, where something important was taken from me, remains cold and silent, always by my side. I think I shouldn't get close to Kujo-san. I don't know when my body and heart might start to feel unbearably cold again. Being together in fear would be disrespectful to her. Does your name come from the sky, Miyashiro-kun? No. It's more from being empty. Like an empty canvas that hasn't been painted on. That's the naming sense. Both my parents were painters. That's nice. Talking about my parents will always be an open wound for me. Even having this conversation is pushing it. I'm aware I'm crossing a dangerous bridge. What are your parents like, Kujo-san? Normal, completely normal. Even if you take the average, median, or mode of all Japan, I feel like families like mine would come up. I often hear, how did a daughter like you come from us? But, talking with Kujo-san was enjoyable. Her spirited way of speaking and the mountain of words and knowledge she brought up. Her intellect shines as brightly as her appearance. I liked that. So, I ended up talking. What I should do or what I want to do, I've become unsure. While talking with Kujo-san, the 4th period had ended. Did someone come? Seems like it. And right as lunch break started, there was a knock on the infirmary door. Come in. Excuse me. Kukuya. When I answered, the one who entered was Suika with a pale face. Suika. That face. Are you feeling unwell? No, that's not it. Did you come for me? Yes. Are you okay? Does it hurt? Suika rushed over with incredible speed. Yet her actions were graceful. She then sat on the chair between me and Kujo-san's beds, leaning forward to look at my face. Her expression was so worried it made me feel guilty. The ball hit your face, And you fell down and were brought here to the infirmary. I'm okay, just a bit dizzy. Even as I said that, Suika looked like she was about to cry. I can't trust the I'm okay that Kuya says about himself. That's not. I wanted to deny it outright, but I couldn't, knowing there were many instances where Suika's words couldn't be discounted. Kuya, I have a good idea. Let's ban soccer from this town. No, no, no. It's my fault for being distracted. Sorry. It's my bad habit. Then she took a deep breath and corrected herself. Let's ban soccer from this world. I didn't expect you to scale it up, not what I had in mind. Then let's do this. Archery. Archery? When you're having physical education, I'll stand a little away with a bow and arrow. If a ball looks like it's going to hit you, I'll shoot it down. This is a brilliant idea. Thank you, Suika. I'm really happy about your feelings, but let's not. Are you doubting my skills? I'm not worried about that at all. It's everything else. Like the law. After such an exchange, Suika finally calmed down. Isn't the infirmary teacher here? Seems like they haven't come yet, but I'm feeling much better, so it's okay. I'm planning to go back to the classroom after lunch. Are you really okay? Really? I even have an appetite, so I'm mostly healed. Then it's okay, but if you feel any discomfort, please tell me immediately, she said, gripping my sleeve tightly. I always seem to worry her. By the way, Kuya. What could it be? Is there something else? You look a little down. Suika is incredibly sharp when it comes to matters about me. But this is something I can't talk about. Nothing in particular. Is that so? She might not be convinced, but she didn't pry further. That distance was comforting for me. That's right. If you have an appetite, let's have lunch. Kuya. Eating and drinking are allowed in our infirmary. Some students sometimes eat lunch here with the infirmary teacher. Maybe I should. But my bag is in the classroom. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Or perhaps she's trying to cheer me up. Suika smiles brightly. From under her feet, she lifts 2 bags into her hands. I had thought she was carrying something when she entered the room. I also picked up yours from the classroom. Hatsu's senpai handed it to me. Thanks. I'll thank Yoji later. Let's eat at that table. It seems I'm already okay. I slowly getting off the bed and standing on the floor. You seem fine. That's good. Kujo-san, still seated on the adjacent bed, said that with a smile. Sorry Kujo-san, for making noise over here. I'm sorry Kujo-senpai. If senpai is here, perhaps we should eat somewhere else. Will be too noisy. No, don't mind me. Kujo-san gracefully got off the bed and left the infirmary. It felt like we had driven her out. I had done something terrible. Could you apologize to her later? I will. After such a conversation, the two of us sat opposite each other at the table, spreading out our lunch boxes. Suika's was homemade too, as was mine, sort of. I just packed leftovers from dinner. Kuya. Don't say it. No. I have to say this. This is important. You go to school every day, do household chores, draw pictures. You're really admirable, Kuya. But, because of that, there are things you can't do. Let's stop with the cooking. Is it that bad? It's two-toned. White rice or the black of burnt side dishes, monochrome. Come to think of it, maybe I had gotten used to it, so it didn't bother me much. Well, of course, it's not delicious. When I eat it in class, everyone says, let's exchange side dishes. Probably that's. Your friends are all such nice people. Then, today I will. Hold on. Suika swiftly swapped our lunch boxes entirely. Suika. Maybe there's not enough rice for a guy. Let's adjust the amount. Hey. Listen to me, Suika-chan. With astonishing skill, Suika adjusted the amount of white rice in both lunch boxes. Then, gracefully joining her hands, she said, let's eat. Are you really going to eat something that burnt? The person who eats it every day says what? Biting into the burnt meat, Suika laughed. For some reason, her smile was very satisfied. I'm eating a side dish made by Kuya. That's right. It's bad, isn't it? What do you think? Hee. Suika is a very kind, cute, and exceptional girl, but a bit odd. I felt that trying to take back my poorly made lunch from her seemed like a terribly cruel act, so in the end, I said, "Let's eat," and started with the meal placed in front of me. Delicious. Suika's lunch was perfect in color, nutritional balance, and taste. Especially, the egg omelette was exquisite. Is that so? I'm glad. No, really. It's amazing. Feels like a luxury to be eating something this delicious at school. My lunch isn't anything grand. But, Kuya. Turning towards me, Suika softly smiled, suddenly changing the topic. Let's go on a trip during the summer break. You know about my father's passion for photography, right? He's found several places he wants to shoot, and he's fully intent on taking you along. I always feel bad joining you every year. Not at all. There's nothing bad about it. It's the summer. After all, lots of fun is waiting for us. A new pool is opening in the next town. Let's go together. The movie you wanted to see is also showing. That's a lot. Yes. Eat lots of delicious things, see many beautiful things, and go to fun places. You will have more wonderful experiences than anyone else. Suika said that very clearly. Because otherwise, it wouldn't be fair. Unfair? You always draw such beautiful things, protecting someone's heart. That's a wonderful thing. So, in return, you must also have lots of wonderful experiences. Otherwise, it would be a lie. I carefully exhaled the breath I had been holding. I say to the girl in front of me, "Hey Suika, I've never bought a lottery ticket. ? Is that so? I've never heard you talk about buying one." "Yeah, because it won't win. But I've already had luck better than winning the lottery." "Eh?" I tell Suika, who doesn't get the point. After everything that happened back then, being able to live somewhat normally now, thanks to people like Daisuke-san, Ran-san, Kinyu-sama, and especially more than anyone, thanks to Suika. Sometimes I think, if Suika wasn't by my side, my life would have been pretty much over. I'm the luckiest guy to anyone, anywhere. I'm Suika's childhood friend, right? You couldn't replace that for 5,000 trillion yen. There's no falsehood or boasting, this is my honest feeling. So, if you're talking about having wonderful experiences, I'm having plenty every day. Me. Suika, looking at me, if I'm not mistaken, seems like she's about to cry. Suika. Sorry. I said something weird. No, no. Kuya, I am. Suika bit her lip hard. It looked like she was holding back her words or trying to force them out. I am not the kind of girl Kuya thinks I am. Excuse me. The infirmary door opened with a burst. The person who entered was someone who had just been here a little while ago. Kujo-san. What's up? Did you forget something? No, she, Kujo-san, briskly approached us with her belongings in hand, and then sat down next to me and spread out her lunch on the table. Kujo-san, I'm going to eat here too. Word by word, clearly, Kujo-san declared. I couldn't keep up with the sudden turn of events, but Suika immediately spoke up. Kujo-senpai. Suika smiled. Thank you for worrying about Kuya. But, I'm with him, so it's okay. That is. With a certain firmness, Kujo-san replied to Suika. It's not something for you to say anything about. Kujo-san. Moreover, I don't need to be thanked by you. Ignoring my call, Kujo-san smiled thinly at Suika and said that. Wait. This is. The atmosphere became so tense it felt like it was piercing the skin. I'm sorry for being presumptuous. Suika apologized smoothly, but really, even though she apologized, there wasn't even a hint of her backing down. Without a word, the two remained silent. I accidentally saw the color they harbored for each other with my eyes. Exclamation mark. I catch my breath. The haze that appeared bore the same color for both of them. It was the purple of hostility, lying between the red of affection and the blue of aversion. Kuya, let's continue with our meal. Was the omelette good? What? Of course. I'm glad, it's my specialty. By the way, I think that fried dish over there turned out well too. I thought it might be a taste that men would like. Suika speaks in exactly the same tone as before Kujo-san appeared. Her expression, tone, and atmosphere, as if the previous scene was an illusion. It was an overwhelming display of self-control, making one feel accustomed to it. I see. Yeah, it's delicious, Miyashiro-kun. but that alone might not be enough for you. How about this as well? Let's exchange side dishes, like we always do in the classroom. No, but I don't need anything in return. I eat little. Kujo-san, with an insistence that brooks no refusal, add some of her side dishes into my, technically Suika's, lunchbox. Thank you. That helps. Incidentally, while it's true that we often exchange side dishes in the classroom, Kujo-san has never participated in it. After that, Suika only conversed with me, and Kujo-san did the same. Honestly, I couldn't really taste the food. Suika, it's okay. Really, Suika? No, there's always a possibility. After school, I'm walking home with Suika. Our house is just around the corner. There's nothing wrong with my head that hit the ball. The school nurse came by around the end of lunch break and confirmed it was fine, so I went on drawing today as well. Suika had waited for me, and now we're walking home together. There's nothing flying around in the middle of the town. You never know what might happen. Suika seems quite concerned about me being sent to the infirmary after being hit by a soccer ball. She's been on alert the whole way home. I'll stop whatever comes our way. I swear on the name of Adu, with Suika, it feels like even arrows or guns. Guns would be tough after they're fired. Good thing we're in Japan. What about arrows? I can catch those. I didn't verify the truth or falsehood. I knew without asking. It wasn't a lie. Eventually, we reached my house. Thankfully, there were no flying objects on the way. Then, Suika, see you tomorrow. Oh, wait, tomorrow is Saturday. I really wanted to escort Suika to her house, as a man should, but unfortunately, doing so would result in Suika escorting me back to my house, creating an infinite loop. When I consulted Daijuke-san about it, he advised, I struggled with the same issue in the past, but with the level of weapons available in modern Japan, they can't even scratch those people. I can't forget his distant gaze. He must have experienced a lot. Kuya. What? As I was about to open the front door, Suika called out to me with a serious tone. Don't push yourself today, just take a nice bath, have a good meal, and get a good night's sleep. What's with you all of a sudden? Because you've been looking troubled ever since you were in the infirmary bed. I thought I was acting normally. But it seems I can't fool Suika's eyes. It's nothing like that. But, thanks. Please remember two things. You don't have to push yourself anymore. And no matter who turns against you, I will always be on your side. Never forget that. Suika's eyes shone even amidst the dim darkness. Yeah, thanks. After thanking her once more, Suika, though seemingly hesitant, nodded. I watched her back as she headed home, then entered my house. An empty house. That's right. I worried her so much. I should do as she said. It's summer, so I usually make do with showers, but today I filled the tub and took a bath. Then, I ate the awkwardly made dinner I prepared myself, and without staying up late, I went straight to bed. For tomorrow, the next day, I woke up and immediately changed out of my pajamas into my work clothes, the same overalls I use at home, just like I do at school, for painting. I opened the door to the first floor studio. Stepping in, I placed a new canvas on the easel. I hadn't primed it, but it's okay. Today isn't about finishing a perfect painting. I exhale and prepare the palette, and the tubes of paint that should go on it. I pick up a tube labeled cadmium red. Instantly, I felt a chill at my fingertips. That sad coldness seeps into my body. Still, I slowly pinched the cap. I think of Yuji, my friend who said he was protected by my paintings. Hey, but Yuji, if I could use the color red, I could paint a better picture. A picture that protects more firmly. So, that's why today, I am going to do it! Exclamation mark. With all my heart, I motivate myself, warming up my chilling body. Then, there was a click. The cap was open. It was anticlimactic. There was no intense heartbeat or nausea. I placed the color on the palette, the red color. How many years has it been? Mixing it with oil using a paintbrush. I then apply that color to the canvas. Pat, pat, pat. I paint. Following my heart's direction, I keep painting. How, ha, 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 how utterly empty this color is. Red. Vivid, flashy, eye-catching, yet, to me, it was just a cold, empty color. That's how I felt, no matter what. Nothing has changed. I couldn't stop. Tears shamefully started to fall. Damn it, fuck. My vision blurred, tears spilled over. I knew it, even before trying. Such a color, I really can't use it. If it's a beautiful color, I'm motivated. If it's an ugly color, all the more reason. But what about an empty color? How do I use a color that feels empty to me? There are things I can't paint without using it, and things I can paint if I use it. But my senses just perceive the color red as empty. Sorry, Yuji. I'm still a coward, not the amazing guy you think I am. Fuck it. Mother. Hey, Mother. Why did you leave us? Why did you leave Dad? Why? After curling up in the chair for a while, I eventually stood up and left the room. And then, I decided to leave the house. There was one reason. It's cold. As I opened the front door, the high sun scorched my body. Without wearing a hat or anything, the exposure felt sharp. That's what I wanted. I wanted the heat. It's cold, but still, I felt terribly cold. The heat and warmth were utterly unfelt. Ever since I touched the red paint, that coldness that seeped into my fingertips hasn't left my body. I stagger through the streets. I don't know where I'm heading. Along the way, my phone in my pocket vibrated. I tried to pick it up, but my chilled fingertips dropped it. I have to pick it up. Continuing to stagger. Did I pick it up? Did I? I can't remember. It's cold. Cold. Section. Kujo's point of view. It was past noon when I, who was in my air-conditioned room at home, realized something odd. Why? After wrapping up my hobby programming at a good stopping point and wanting to energize myself, I launched the Miyashiro monitoring app. Then, I noticed his current location was stuck in a strange place downtown and hadn't moved at all. It was in the middle of the street. Looking at the data more closely, he had been in that spot for about 2 hours. In this heat, Miyashiro-kun doesn't play location-based games either. Then, he must have dropped it. That's probably it. I have to retrieve it for him. Needless to say, that's the best course of action here. I quickly got ready and left the house. Conveniently taking a bus that went nearby, I arrived at the spot in about 20 minutes. Found it. Muttering to myself, I retrieved the smartphone. Mission complete. Truly, it was just lying by the side of a completely ordinary street. Now, heading back home. What to do? Maybe deliver it to his house. I know where he lives. Of course, but that's through illegitimate means, so he'd be shocked if I showed up. What to do? But I have to return it to him. For modern people, losing a smartphone is a major disaster. Using the Miyashiro monitoring app, I tapped on stress value. Surely, it would show a high value. That's impossible, isn't it? The screen showed no data. Of course, that makes sense. This stress value is calculated from heart rate data measured by Miyashiro-kun's smartwatch. By the way, it's not a simple conversion where a faster heartbeat means higher stress and slower means lower stress. It's a bit more complex calculation. For details, Google things like heart rate variability. Miyashiro-kun's smartwatch can't connect to the internet on its own. It uses his nearby smartphone as a gateway for data communication. Therefore, since he has dropped his smartphone, his smartwatch isn't connected to the net, and I can't extract any data. Nevertheless, I somehow checked Miyashiro-kun's stress value, and saw the extremely high value recorded a few hours ago. What is this? A high-level value that suggests significant autonomic nervous system disruption. Something must have happened. Despite the heat, my body shivered as if in response. Logically, it's not that the stress came from dropping the smartphone. Something happened that caused stress, and then he went out into the city, dropping his smartphone there. Maybe he was in a panic. Could it be? Something bad might be happening. Am I overthinking it? Honestly, the stress value measurement using heart rate isn't that accurate. It could be just a randomly high value. My own smartphone vibrated. It was a call from my sister. Hello? Hey Nate-chan, are you outside by any chance? If so, could you buy me some ice cream? Her cheerful voice made such a request when I answered. Hey, Tuko. Mint ice cream, mint ice cream. I really want mint ice cream. Ah, what? Do you believe in a woman's intuition? Huh? I could hear my sister's deep, deep sigh over the phone. Like, Nate-chan, you've been a woman for 17 years, right? Then you should know. Humanity hasn't yet invented a sensor more accurate than a woman's intuition. Right. So, about the ice cream. Are you listening, Nate-chan? I cut off the call with a click. If I remember, I'll buy the ice cream. A woman's intuition, huh? Got it. I'll follow it now. So, I made a call to a certain person. Chapter 5. What red means to you. Suika's point of view. I think it was over 10 years ago. Suika, do you know what the cutest creature in this world is? After the end of practice in our home dojo, my mother suddenly asked me this question. A cat? Well, cats are cute, indeed, but that's incorrect. My mother shook her head at my answer and said with an incredibly serene smile, the cutest creature in the world is a man. Why? Oh, don't you think so, Suika? I don't think so. Because their bodies are big, and they're strong. Adult men have an imposing presence. Even boys my age, with their loud voices and high spirits, were intimidating to me, who was just about to enter or just entered elementary school. You see, Suika, men have big bodies and strong strength for a reason. Unlike us women, they don't have demons inside their hearts. Since they don't have demons inside, they need to be big and strong. Otherwise, they couldn't survive. It's probably a handicap given by God. That's why they are adorable. At the time, I couldn't understand what my mother was saying at all. I couldn't even think if that was the case. Do I also have a demon inside me? The scary men don't have demons, but I, a weak woman, do. I couldn't quite digest that. Yes, you do. Because you're a woman. My mother and I were sitting face to face on the dojo floor, sitting properly and see eyes. My mother, looking straight at me, said, Suika, you'll come to understand one day, that you have a demon inside you. A greedy demon that wants to protect something precious as well as consume it. My mother, with her back straight and in a beautiful posture as she spoke, suggested that even inside such a beautiful woman like her, there was a demon. The demons inside the women of the Adu family are particularly terrible. When you find something more precious than your own life, I wonder what you will do. Section. It was all a mystery. For some reason, the meeting place was a park downtown. And to begin with, the fact that person called me was incomprehensible. But, it was something I couldn't just ignore. There's something I need to talk to you about regarding Miyashiro-kun. Given that statement, I had no choice but to go. Okay, this is it. I arrived at the specified park. For the record, I ran here from my house, which took about 15 minutes. Entering the park and looking around, I saw several children playing energetically on the lawn under the blazing sun, and a familiar person was sitting alone on a bench in the shade of a tree. As she noticed me, she came out of the shade and approached. Hello, Adu-san. Sorry to keep you waiting, Kujo-senpai. May I ask what you need from me straight away? As I asked with a smile, Kujo-senpai also smiled thinly. Her beautiful posture sent shivers down my spine. She didn't seem human. Sure, quick to the point. Do you recognize this? That. Seeing what was in her hand, my eyes widened. It was Kuya's smartphone. The case on it was one we had picked out together. There was no mistaking it. It was lying near the roadside. Look, where the vending machine is. Around that area. I see. Ah. So that's why she called me to have me deliver it to Kuya's house. I didn't say that, though, because there were two things I wanted to ask first. How did you know my phone number, senpai? That must be the same answer to the next question you'll ask me. Her response was odd, but I went along with it and asked another question. Did you just happen to find Kuya's smartphone? I'm a bit of an oddball, you see. Straightforwardly, she said, as if stating something obvious. There's a bit of a risk for me in telling this story. So, let me confirm something on my end first. What is it? Do you know what Miyashiro-kun was doing today? Did he have any plans to go out somewhere that you heard about? Is there any way to contact him now? She fired off a series of focused questions. Somehow, I thought, she seems like a science person. Of course, most of my mind wasn't occupied with such trivial thoughts. I didn't hear about any plans for today, nor about any plans to go out. As I spoke the following words, I felt disgusted with myself. If he had plans to go far, he almost always tells me. I see. So at least we can rule out a planned outing. If Kuuya is not reachable now, I'll try calling his home, without his smartphone. The next option was the home phone. The call rang several times but eventually switched to the answering machine. Kuuya usually answers the phone if he's at home. He's not answering. So, it seems. Could we have a more detailed conversation, please? From my perspective, Kuuya might have just dropped his smartphone while out on a short errand nearby. The expected situation. Do you have any idea? Though I hate to think about it, something serious might be happening. Yes. Well, yes, that's right. This was the best course of action. Kujo-senpai muttered quietly, then said, I'm a stalker of Miyashiro-kun. What? Oh, but I'm not the type who physically follows him around. The goal of a stalker is to gather information, right? So, I track him electronically, not physically. What? I mean, wait, I couldn't catch up. What? I'll disclose the detailed methods, but I've been extracting various information from his smartphone and smartwatch daily. GPS data from his smartphone is one of those. That's how I knew his smartphone was dropped here. What? Unfortunately, his smartwatch isn't a cellular model that's always connected to the net, so now that he's dropped his smartphone, I can't extract GPS or other data. Right, and the data I got from his smartwatch around noon today is crucial. Though my brain still hadn't caught up with the situation, I understood this was something I needed to hear. The heart rate data from the smartwatch can give us some idea about the state of the autonomic nervous system. Roughly speaking, it can tell us the stress value. The value was incredibly high around noon. And then, according to the location data, he left his house and walked into the city, probably on foot, based on the speed, and likely dropped his smartphone along the way. That's all I can tell from the data I have. If I were to take everything she said at face value, it could indeed indicate that something might have happened. So yes, that's why I called you. I thought you might know something. You understand why I knew your phone number without me having to explain, right? If she's extracting data from Kuuya's smartphone, getting my number, which would be in his contact list, would be trivial. I believe something not so peaceful might be happening. If something not so peaceful is happening, it's already happening right in front of me. Because there's a woman here claiming to be Kuuya's stalker. That's true too. What should I do? Kuuya comes first. Thinking of him. What should I do now? But you know, Adu-san. If there's really nothing you can do right now, that's fine too. Sorry for suddenly bringing this up. It's inevitable, isn't it? Not everyone can immediately provide useful information in situations like this, Kujo-senpai said with full confidence. Or rather, there's no one who can provide information I don't already know. I don't have eyes like Kuuya's, but something so obvious, there's no way I could mistake it. If it's about him, Kujo-senpai clearly stated, with the face of a woman talking about her own belonging, I'm the one who knows the most about him in the world. How long was the smartphone lying on the roadside? About 2.5 hours ago, I suppose. A person's walking speed is about 4 kilometers per hour. Kuuya is a bit slower. Even if he started running at some point, considering his stamina, he couldn't have kept it up for long. Subtracting that, and assuming he didn't use any form of transportation, Kuuya should be within a 10-kilometer radius from here. I agree. Here, take a look. Kujo-senpai took a tablet out of her bag and showed it to me. A map was displayed on it, with a circle drawn around our current location. It was a 10-kilometer radius circle. This person had made the same estimate as I had. The problem is whether he took some form of transportation. There are no stations within this range, so it must be a bus or taxi. If Miyashiro-kun took one of those, Taking a taxi is 100% impossible. Why? Asked in return. The answer was simple. Because I wouldn't know about it. If Kuuya had taken a taxi, especially if something about his condition seemed odd, there wouldn't be a single driver in this town who wouldn't contact me. What are you saying? Regarding the buses, the stops within this range are these and these and these. Within the last 2.5 hours? Considering the harsh temperatures and sunlight of this season, especially around the hot midday, many people would opt for buses to avoid walking. If Kuuya was among them. My phone rang. The caller was a familiar woman who runs a bakery with her husband in the shopping district. Hello, Suika speaking. Suika-chan, long time no see. Thanks for coming to the store the other day. No, your new creation was delicious. Right, it's my masterpiece, after all. But sorry, let's put that aside. The change in topic made me instantly grasp why the woman had contacted me. Because it was as I expected. The timing of this call was too perfect to be mere coincidence. You see, just before noon today, around 11, I guess, I took the bus from Fujimita to Komori. Then, I saw Kuuya-kun on the bus. It's rare for him to use this route, so when I happened to catch his face, he looked really pale. What? I wondered what happened. I thought maybe he was going to the hospital, but he got off at Rinkuzura, and there aren't any hospitals around there. So I was wondering what happened. That's why I thought I should at least let you know. Thank you very much. I've been unable to contact Kuuya right now. It seems like Kuuya left his smartphone at home. Considering the situation was not yet confirmed, it wouldn't be right to unnecessarily escalate things. Kuuya might end up troubled later. Even though I knew it was wrong, I made a seemingly plausible conjecture. I understand. Maybe he's panicking, thinking he dropped his smartphone, and is searching for it. I see. So that's it. But then he might still be looking for it now. It's so hot outside. I'm worried. I'll go to the bus stop where Kuuya got off and hand it to him. Thank you very much. No problem. See you. Come to the store with him again. Yes, I replied as I hung up the phone and touched Kujo-senpai's tablet. About an hour ago, Kuuya got off at a bus stop called Rinkuzura. That area doesn't have stations or other bus stops nearby, so Kuuya's current location is expected to be within a 4-kilometer radius from there. Hey, your character was like how you were on the phone just now, right? But now you are. No, never mind that. Adu-san, you are, in this town. The Adu family is somewhat well known. I interrupted before Kujo-senpai could continue. I've been making friends with many people since I was young, using that to my advantage. Not just in the town, but at school too. I made sure people remembered my face, made friends with them, and let them know what's important to me. Conveniently, though I certainly wouldn't say it's a good thing, the fact that he was physically weak also worked positively in this situation. No, saying it's a coincidence would be wrong. I utilize the fact that there are people who think he's physically weak, so I'm worried about him. I won't say it's as much as a mountain, but I receive a considerable number of contacts every day, mixed in with various small talks. Naturally, there are messages like, by the way, I saw Kuuya-kun around this place at this time. This is the first time I'm revealing this to someone else, but now, it's necessary. It's not just sightings, rumors and various stories also reach me. I stated that clearly. As long as Kuuya is in a place where people can see him, he's under my surveillance, by the hands of the townspeople, none of whom think they're actually keeping watch. I've intentionally created this situation, of course, to keep track of as much about Kuuya as possible. For that reason, a battle of oddballs. I wonder who comes out on top. Kujo-senpai didn't respond to my words but instead asked a question. I want to ask. Hey, you once brought up a discussion during the sports festival committee meeting about changing the mixed gender setup to separate genders, right? What about that? Putting aside how you, who weren't supposed to be there, know about its outcome. I heard from several sources that there were girls who liked Kuuya. When you entered the library while I was studying there with Miyashiro-kun, what was that about? It couldn't possibly be a coincidence, could it? I had been checking on this person since around April, despite being rumored to dislike people. She seemed to talk only with Kuya, who sat next to her. A library committee member contacted me saying, "She's unusually in the library, and she's with a pretty senpai." The people who contact me don't necessarily think I'm dating Kuya, but at the very least, they recognize that I have special feelings for him. Kujo-senpai sighed deeply. "I regret this. It's highly regrettable." Women's intuition is right, isn't it? What kind of guess? "That you and I are similar," Kujo-senpai muttered and sighed again. "To her," I said, "what you're doing is very wrong. It's a crime, and having someone like you sitting next to Kuya is truly the worst." "You're blunt." "Yes, but I'm equally, if not more, terrible. I'm not decent, not pretty. I'm scum, using people's kindness for surveillance and manipulation behind the scenes." I extended my right hand to the person in front of me. "Scum should work together for now. Let's use each other effectively." "I intended that from the start. I'm the one who called you out, after all." "But please correct one thing." Holding her hand, I looked straight into her eyes, smiling as I said, "When it comes to knowing the most about Kuya in the world, that would be me." "What is it?" A gaze filled with hostility and malice flew towards me, and I immediately returned the same. Under the bright sunshine, in a peaceful park, two good-for-nothing women were glaring at each other. The children who had been playing looked at us with frightened eyes. "I'm sorry. We'll move soon." For now, the two of us headed to a nearby bus stop. "The bus from here stops at the place where Kuya got off." "There's something very important I haven't asked you yet." Kujo-senpai posed that question to me. "In the end, you do love Miyashiro-kun, don't you?" "I think." Right. Except for my family. This is the first time I'm clearly putting it into words. I love him, more than anyone else." The summer's heat was pouring down from above. Along with the piercing heat and pain, the sensation of voicing those words felt etched into me. "So, well, I'm still superior." "What?" "In terms of years and seasons, we're different. All those years, and you're still just friends in the end." "Is that something to be proud of?" Coming from someone who can't even be friends, even just sitting next to him, I can't say much. While waiting for the bus, our conversation was somewhere between assessing the situation and provoking each other. "By the way, Miyashiro-kun can predict how other feels, right? Considering you're always together, he must be completely aware of how you feel, isn't he?" "No, that's impossible. Kuya sees me only as a very caring childhood friend. Otherwise, we couldn't have stayed so close, for so long." "What do you mean?" "Anyway, what you're doing is strange, isn't it?" "Despite being so obsessed with Miyashiro-kun, you never try to move beyond the childhood friend position." "Honestly, at first, I thought you two were dating." With a calm tone, never looking directly at me, Kujo-senpai continued, "You seemed perfect for each other, from any perspective. It was clear you understood each other. That's why I don't understand your risk management. If you have such a relationship, it seems to me the realistic risk to be wary of is not being rejected, but being stolen by another girl while you're dawdling." I hesitated whether I should explain the situation to this person. Kuya's past isn't something I should discuss with others based on my own judgment, but the current situation might indeed be connected to that story. The slightly stiff expression on Kuya's face yesterday flickered in my mind, igniting a sense of urgency within me. This person next to me took the risk of her crimes being exposed to act in this manner. In that regard, I think she should be trusted, and perhaps I should disclose the information that needs to be disclosed. I'm sorry for doing this on my own. While apologizing to Kuya in my heart, I began to speak. "It's going to be a bit of a long story. The bus will take a while to come anyway." "Right, then." As I spoke to her, I dove deep, sinking my consciousness into my own past. I was still young, about a second grader in elementary school. "Thank you very much." Whenever I left the dojo after giving thanks to my mother, I was always staggering. The Adu family's training was rigorous. Striking, throwing, finishing moves, swords, spears, bows, mastering them all was the mark of a Adu woman. The training was harsh, to say the least. However, frankly speaking, I didn't like fighting or anything like that at all. There was no joy in becoming stronger for me. "Why do I have to do this?" That's what I thought all the time back then, but still, I felt a sense of duty because I am a child of this house. If I was born into the Adu family, then it was something I should do. And I wanted to meet my mother and grandmother's expectations. My heart was caught in a vice of emotions, and my body was worn out from fatigue. There was a special place of solace for me, near our house, on a small hill. There was a single large tree. Only when I was there, I could forget about things I had to do or didn't want to do. That tree was incredibly certain in its existence. It felt like it would surely always be there. A tree that existed long before I was born and would continue to exist long after I was gone. A certain something that never wavered. In hindsight, I must have found comfort there because I had nothing like that in my life at the time. I often literally leaned on it and fell asleep. As a child, that's how I endured the daily training. A fluttering, unstable spirit without something to anchor on. Easily swayed by even the slightest thing, losing sight of where to go. A timid and fragile existence. That was me at the time. Suika Kuuya-kun. He often came to call for me, a boy 1 year older living nearby. It's dinner time. They say it's some really good meat. He was incredibly bright, unlike me. His large smile could be recognized from 100 meters away. His trademark. Our fathers had been friends since the old days, and our families were close, often dining together. Let's go back. Yeah, he was someone who, without fail, helped and pulled me along, shy and poor at expressing my own thoughts and feelings. Always the center of attention with his sunny disposition. And perhaps because of his keen observation skills, he quickly sensed what I wanted to say and took care of everything. I was very grateful, admiring, and thought he was amazing. There might have been a vague sense of affection, but it wasn't to the extent that I was consciously aware of it as a romantic feeling. Did you draw today too, Kuuya-kun? Yeah, I see. In addition, at that time, I harbored another feeling towards him. That was envy. Spending time calmly drawing pictures inside the house or in the garden. While he was doing that, I was enduring harsh training in the dojo, which inevitably made me think, I wish I could do that too. It seemed free from pain and suffering. That was the world surrounding me, and a significant upheaval happened in the summer of that year. Sorry, Suika. It just has to be done. I clearly remember my grandfather, now passed away, apologizing to me at the time. Due to some land readjustment or something, I didn't understand the details as a child. All I knew was that the tree had to be cut down, no matter what. It's okay if it can't be helped. Is that so? Sorry, my grandfather repeatedly stroked me. I strongly believed it wasn't his fault. There are things in this world that just can't be helped. That tree was on the Adu family's land. If the Adu family, with its strong influence, had insisted, it might have been possible to save the tree. But the Adu was not such a family. The family worked for the development of the surrounding area and the community, serving as a model. I am proud of my grandfather's decision at that time. As planned, the tree was cut down. It seems it was difficult to replant it somewhere else, and the hill was leveled. I couldn't bring myself to watch it happen at all. I had to keep going strong even without that tree, so I devoted myself to training. But it was just a facade, and even my usually strict mother and grandmother seemed concerned during that time. And then, about a month after the tree was cut down, Suika, I heard a voice calling me from the entrance. It was a familiar boy's voice. At the entrance of the Adu house, Kuuya and his parents were there. My parents and grandfather were also there, but my eyes didn't go to them. They were drawn to a single point, inexplicably there, the tree that should have already been gone. I don't know how many breaths I took or how many times I blinked. After some time passed, I finally realized it was a painting of that tree. It was a strange sensation, different from a photograph. The reality of the tree's presence was cut out in the form of a canvas, right here, now. Along with that incomparable sense of security. This Kuuya-kun had. When I asked, I finally noticed his complexion was terribly pale. Will you accept it? Why yes. The framed painting was heavy. Not just the weight of the object, but something more. Kuuya-kun, I'm glad I could give it to you. Sorry, I'm a bit sleepy. Kuuya-kun? After handing me the painting, He collapsed. By the time his father and mother supported his body, he had already lost consciousness. We've caused a commotion, sorry. Daisuke will take Kuya home now. It's not a commotion, but, is Kuya-kun okay? He's my son, after all, Kuya's father said with a smile to my father. There seemed to be some resolve in his expression. Kuya's father was also a painter. His paintings were like delicate glasswork that seemed to shatter if touched carelessly by rough humans, incredibly ephemeral, delicate, and stunningly beautiful. And perhaps, just as his painting suggested, he wasn't very physically strong. Sorry, Suika-chan, for the suddenness. If you like it, this child would be happy too. Those were the words of Kuya's mother, also a painter, a beautiful woman with distinct features. Her voice and expressions always carried a strange vibrancy. Her artworks were mostly themed around love, characterized by flamboyant, vividly bright reds. Like her, they were brimming with vitality, irresistibly capturing people's attention with an undeniable attraction. They were said to contain the most vivid reds in modern Japan. She often said, both in public and private, "My paintings, my red, are all my feelings for my husband." My parents were quite close, but Kuya's parents were equally matched in their affection for each other. Even after Kuya and his family left, I remained frozen in the entranceway, facing the painting in my hands, unable to move. I felt I shouldn't take my eyes off it because this painting contained Suika. Grandpa isn't well versed in art. Honestly, I don't understand much about paintings. But, living a long life means you meet all sorts of people. My grandfather squatted down to meet my eye level, gazing at the painting with me. Among them, very rarely, you'll encounter someone who's fighting a battle with everything on the line. Even in an era without arrows or guns flying, someone who risks their life, and somehow, achieves something by shaving off their own life. You could say they exchanged their life for something else. I had no choice but to nod because I understood. With parents like his, Kuya was bound to be talented. But the painting before me wasn't just about talent. The painting exuded the scent of life. Not just paint and oil, but something else layered and poured into it, reaching my nostrils with a dense intensity. That's why it was so beautiful, certain, raw, and dear to me. Something miraculous, now in my hands. Drawn by him, given to me. Risking his life. Something stirred within me. Daisuke-san, Kuya-kun is, just as Masataka said, no doubt. He's his son, the same, capable of the same things. My father's voice in response to my mother was somewhat stiff, as if to reveal the reason for that stiffness. Then, Kuya didn't wake up for 3 days. Kuya-kun. Suika. On the 3rd day of my daily hospital visits, just when everyone else had left, he woke up. The weather outside was beautiful, casting deep shadows in the hospital room due to the contrast. Where is this? He coughed several times after speaking abruptly, and when I handed him a cup of water, he drank a little. Thanks. A hospital, huh? Why am I here? For me. You drew. And then, right, sorry. I was just tired. That's why. He laughed off lightly. Just tired. Kuya-kun. You've been unconscious for 3 days. Was I asleep that long? Seriously? Hey. Then, Kuya looked extremely anxious. Perhaps the fear of having been unconscious for so long hit him. How was the painting? My expectations were completely off the mark. I was wondering if I managed to paint a good one. I haven't heard what Suika thought about it. Suika, you've seemed so lonely all the time. I was thinking if there was anything I could do. How was it? Did it help at all? Did it cheer you up? Kuya-kun, weren't you in trouble? Me? Well, I was. I knew going all out would end up bad. My dad even said, if you keep it up, it might be irreversible. Waking up in 3 days. I guess I'm pretty strong, huh? But, I wanted to paint that. Well, no. It's like this. Shyly, awkwardly, he said. I just hoped it would make Suika smile. I love it when Suika smiles. That's all? Yeah, pretty much. Saying that makes me sound stupid. Kuya said, breaking into his usual broad, 100-meter recognizable smile. I couldn't breathe. After painting something like that, in such a manner, why is he? Oh, So yeah, I'm not scared anymore, because Kuya-kun gave me the greatest thing in the world. Really? In front of his delighted face, I felt deeply ashamed. I had envied him for painting, thinking he didn't have to endure pain or suffering. In the dojo, both my mother and grandmother were strict, but it was still just training. I never felt like my life was being shaved away, because it wasn't a real battlefield. But the person in front of me was different. He fought, possibly shaving away some, or all, of his life in the process. He fought for me. That's great, then. I'm glad. On the hospital bed, his smile was pale, pure white. There was another thing I was ashamed of. That was not giving my all to the training until now. I looked at my hands. With these frail fists, can I protect someone precious? No. Suika, what's wrong? Does it hurt somewhere? Shaking my head vigorously, tears spilled from my eyes. Unstoppable. Embarrassed, frustrated, pathetic. What have I been doing all this time? Kuya-kun. Kuya. No more hiding behind a younger girl. Suika. I will. All right. What? I'm listening. Get stronger. So strong that it'll surprise Kuya. I squeezed his hand tightly, vowing. Something unshakable, certain, was born within me at that moment. Something I had always wanted, giving me a profoundly happy feeling. I will become that. While speaking in front of Kuya, I made an additional vow in my heart. Someday, to become someone who can protect you from everything in the world, no matter what. And then, in the end, I didn't make that vow in time. It really happened so suddenly that I think no one could fully grasp the reality of it. 2 years had passed since Kuya gave me that painting. I was in the 4th grade of elementary school, and Kuya was in the 5th. It was a hot summer that made you wonder if something had gone wrong. The kind that made you tilt your head in confusion. Since that day 2 years ago, I had devoted my entire being to training, feeling myself grow day by day. Therefore, I believed it wouldn't be long before I could truly protect Kuya. Dad, is that really true? Even though I knew he wasn't someone who would lie, I had to ask again. The fact that my parents called me to tell me was just too much to bear. But, how can that be? Suika, it's true. It's incredibly sad. My mother was the one who said it. Contrary to her words, her voice seemed to carry more strong anger than sadness, at least to me. Yeah. It's true, Suika. That's why your father is going to visit Kuya's dad as much as possible for a while. The sadness seemed more apparent in my father than in my mother. Abandoning Mazutaka, and leaving Kuya behind. I can't believe it, not even a little, my father murmured softly. Kuya's mother had vanished, leaving behind her husband and son, essentially, her family, for another man. The details weren't shared with me, but the undeniable fact was that she had left for another man. The person who had passionately and vibrantly painted her love for her husband had, one day, suddenly acted as if everything up to then had been a lie. My first concern was, unavoidably, for Kuya. From that day on, my father frequently visited Kuya's father, Uncle Mazutaka, and I always went with him. Hey, Mazutaka, have you eaten yet? Got some great fish, criminally good. Daijuk, you're here again? Fish, sounds good. Let's be criminals together. All right. Partners in crime it is. Though their casual banter seemed light-hearted, I distinctly felt a profound sadness. I easily understood why my father frequently visited his friend. The man who had been betrayed in the worst way by his beloved wife seemed to have become much frailer. Not just physically, but in more ways than that. Originally delicate and not very strong, he often joked, but surely meant it seriously, that I live supported by the energy of my contrasting wife. Dad, I'll help out. I'm joining the criminal gang too. Is that so? All right, then. Kuya always laughed brightly. He faced forward with determination, standing straight and tall. It was hard to believe that he had lost his mother in such a manner. Was Kuya okay? I once foolishly asked him. And he answered, because I have to support Dad. What could I do? What could I possibly do? I wanted to be of help. I had gained strength, but the skills I honed in daily training seemed utterly useless now. How could I? What should I do? Without knowing. Yet the days kept passing. Autumn left, winter came, and then it was spring, Just as the snow that barely held on through spring finally succumbs to the natural order and melts away, it seemed there was no other conclusion but the one we reached. In a building where everyone wore black, I believe my father was probably the person who had the most prepared for this ending, and yet, he cried louder than anyone else. It was the first time I saw my father cry. Much later, Kuuya said it made him very happy. Because I couldn't cry, he added. On that day, Kuuya indeed hadn't cried, more than not crying. He seemed empty. I understood that something very important had vanished from Kuuya. In the end, I couldn't protect it. Uncle Mazataka, one morning, didn't wake up even when Kuuya tried to rouse him. It was as if all the warmth that kept him alive had vanished, leaving him cold but with a peaceful expression. Kuuya was taken to live with his grandparents in a distant region, reachable only by boat or plane. I called him every single day. I truly wanted to visit him every day. I did try once but was caught midway. I was terrified. I feared that Kuuya, like Uncle Mazataka, might one day choose not to wake up, to stop living. That fear was so strong because Kuuya, after losing Uncle Mazataka, seemed so fragile that he might vanish if I looked away. At first, Kuuya would answer the phone but wouldn't even offer a grunt of acknowledgement. The faint sound of his breathing was the only lifeline I felt connected us. I kept talking every day, about the funny things that happened yesterday, the fun experiences of today, the interesting things that might happen tomorrow. I had to convey that the world still had bright places and that it was worth it for Kuuya to wake up in the morning. I wasn't much of a talker and was shy, but what did that matter? I traveled to various places, talked to many people, and gathered all the wonderful things in the world to tell Kuuya. I learned that bright places attract bright stories. So, I became a brighter me. If needed, I would do anything, become anyone. And Kuuya, who had mostly just listened to me, gradually began to respond with acknowledgements. He started to ask back, dig deeper, and gave me more words bit by bit. He became interested in the world again. Apparently, where he was taken, he met someone who painted beautiful paintings. A significant reason for Kuuya's recovery was probably those paintings. My stories might not have as much effect, but that's okay. If my efforts had even the slightest impact, it was all worth it. And I heard about it from him towards the end of summer. I started seeing colors. The colors of people's emotions. I think, the feelings someone has for the person in front of them become visible in colors. Sorry, it's a weird story, isn't it? Not weird at all. How do they appear to you? Like a mist, I guess. With colors. Friends are green, people they dislike seem blue, and then, listening to him, I was surprised, but I didn't doubt him for a moment. Love looks red. I intuitively understood that recognizing this emotion and its color was the root of the power that had emerged in Kuuya. I thought it was a curse, and then, when I see that red, I get really cold, my fingertips freeze, and my body stops moving. Kuuya, I also draw here, with Grandpa and Grandma. But, I can't use red. Kuuya's mother, the woman who often painted with red, the color of love, to Kuuya, those were empty falsehoods, a cruel betrayal that took his further from him, a detestable poison. That was what had cursed Kuuya. Suika, I've decided to come back there when I start junior high. I'm persuading Grandpa and Grandma right now. It's been kind of tough, because Grandpa and Grandma love me. Even when I'm not trying to see, sometimes, it just appears. When I think those colors are directed at me, my body just won't move. It's too hard. At that moment, I've never hated someone so much. As long as my life continues, I will never forgive that woman. Could there be anything more sorrowful? Being loved makes Kuuya feel pain. The warmest feeling in the world is the coldest to Kuuya. Is there a worse curse in living in this world? Kuuya, coming here is a big welcome from me. The entire Adu family welcomes you. I spoke in a ridiculously bright tone, the only way I knew to hide a voice that threatened to shake and blur. Really? Thank you. That's reassuring. I wonder what color Uncle Daisuke and Aunt Ran appear as. Yellow, maybe? The hospital doctors who take good care of me, the painter I've become friends with, the color of people who watch over me feels like that. Then, Kuuya said, I wonder what Suiku is. It's obvious. isn't it?" I answered instantly, my hand holding the receiver trembling. "You've always been my best friend, Kuya." "So, the color of friendship. Of course." "Really?" "That's right." Kuya's voice sounded happy, not doubting at all, to which I declared confidently, "Of course." After talking a bit more, we hung up, and I collapsed to the floor. My heartbeat was loud. The sweat on my body felt disgusting. How do I appear to him? It's obvious, definitely red, the color that chills his heart, the color that will torment him when he returns here. What do I do? What should I do? What can I do? I was certain Kuya wasn't lying about his story. So, what can I do? Think of Kuya as a friend? I do, but the feelings of love and affection in my heart are overflowing, incomparable to just friendship. "Suika, what's wrong? Are you feeling ill?" "Dad." Seeing me in distress, my dad rushed over, and I had a revelation. An idea that, once conceived, seemed like the only thing to cling to. "Dad, you always record videos for every occasion, right?" "Well, it's my hobby. Please show me all the videos of Kuya's dad and mum." "All of them." Sensing something from my demeanor, my dad provided me with a multitude of video data, including old ones that required specific equipment to play. If this seeing emotions as colors ability that Kuya awakened is some sort of supernatural power, there's nothing I can do, but I was convinced that wasn't the case. It must be that Kuya, with his exceptional observation skills, makes very accurate predictions based on visual information. I watched the videos of Kuya's parents over and over. Although one's feelings have changed now, the deepest example of love imprinted in Kuya's mind must be this. Including unconscious actions. No, perhaps those are the most critical indicators. I studied their expressions, gestures, gazes, and atmospheres towards each other in the videos, so that I would never show those to Kuya. Watch, over and over. Watch, watch, watch. Watch 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 watch. Even the face of a woman I despise enough to want to kill. I watched over and over. Kuya, it's been a while. Suika. Kuya returned to town just as junior high started. In front of him, whom I hadn't seen for a year, in front of him who would see me with those eyes. I didn't break a sweat. Control over one's body is the foundation of all Ado techniques. No matter how anxious or frightened my heart is, I won't show it. What's wrong? No, it's just as you said. Suika's color is a beautiful green, I thought. Yes, I nearly lost all strength in my joy, but of course, I didn't let it show. Naturally, I smiled. "I told you." "Yes, Kuya, the girl in front of you is a longtime friend, a childhood friend. Ado Suika, nothing more." Hiding the truth of red under the guise of green. Yeah, deep and kind. Suika's green. With a gentle smile, Kuya laughed. It was a look very similar to his father's, the large, recognizable smile from 100 meters away. Once Kuya's trademark was lost to him, so from now on, I'm still your best friend. So, I smiled like the Kuya of old, so that someday he could reclaim that smile for himself, to teach him. This is how you smiled. And there was one more thing I had to do. All the friends from elementary school are mostly going to the same junior high, right? Do you think they remember me? It's only been a year. There's no way they've forgotten you. I hope so. Of course. Don't worry, all your friends are waiting for you. Yes, waiting for a friend. No matter what. There must not be any girl around him seeking more than that relationship, not allowing any harmful red emotions to be directed at him. I never slacked off before, but after Kuya returned, I threw myself into studying, sports, and extracurricular activities even more thoroughly, to make my external specs seem higher. That way, I can easily fit in anywhere. The social connections I initially built to tell Kuya bright stories could be expanded into something more vast and intricately detailed. Kuya is approachable and has exceptional talent in art. Now, there's a shadowed ambience about him. Some girls are drawn to that kind of thing. The network I built doesn't miss out on information about those girls. The heightened specs also served as intimidation to make them think, if such a girl is by his side, they better step back. In any case, to ensure that no careless red chills him, I did everything I could to eliminate such possibilities. I built fences to prevent contact, to protect him. That's not a lie. It's not a lie. But, at the same time, I was also aware, the reason I built fences to protect him was, to not let him escape, to encage him. I want to protect him. I don't want him to get hurt anymore. I want him to be happy. Then, the one who should stay away from him the most is me. Because I'm the one who harbors the greatest love for him in this world. But I can't do that. I don't want to hand him over to anyone. I want to make him mine. I want him to look only at me. If he's to be happy, please, let it be within these hands. I want to protect him. I love him, but I also want to confine him. I want everything. I finally understood my family, the Adu clan. My mother, my grandmother, all the women of the Adu family through the generations, must have lived with this ugly demon of uncontrollable possessiveness to obtain the man they love by any means necessary. That's why the women of Adu are strong. We are not normal. Section. Kujo's point of view. Sitting next to me on the bench at the bus stop, Adu-san, while omitting some details, finally finished explaining his situation to me. There's something I must say, she continued quietly. Her voice was colder than one could imagine from the bright and cheerful demeanor she had shown at school. Her eyes looking at me were as dark as if they had been steeped in shadow. If something happens to Kuya, and if it's caused by you, I will eliminate you from his surroundings by any means necessary. I don't intend to trouble him either. But you're saying there's a possibility. As I've explained, Kuya feels pain when read, when love is directed at him from others. Your affection could potentially be causing him mental strain. Wait. I have a poker face. As you see, I can't believe it's noticeable. Unfortunately, it's quite obvious. Indeed, your expression may be neutral, but, senpai, you're too easy to read in other aspects. Ah, no way. It's not a lie. In fact, you're on the easier side to read. Regrettable as it is, the woman next to me is an expert on this. If she says so, then it must be true. Is it really? I covered my face. It's embarrassing, and I feel sorry for Miyashiro-kun. To evade Kuya's gaze, you have to pass through numerous checkpoints. But you've been doing that for about 4 years already, right? I'm good at controlling my body, but is that really possible? It's not just about skill, but constant self-control is undoubtedly required. I look at her face again. Adusuka, with her large, striking eyes, she has a doll-like adorable appearance, but probably, this woman belongs to the category of monsters. Despite entering that realm, she still wants to protect him. I often see Adu-san talking with Miyashiro-kun. Just yesterday, I saw them in the infirmary. Honestly, I thought it was overprotective. Although I understand he's not very physically strong, I wondered why she would go to such lengths for an older male and thought it was just Adu-san's personality. However, after hearing her story just now, I fully understand Adu-san's feelings. That's right. Certainly, you wouldn't want to let anything harmful get close to him. Kuya already doesn't take very good care of himself. Adu-san's words bring back the scene I saw in the art room that day. Miyashiro-kun was painting with a heavy body but with a determined back. In this world, even if it's not beautiful, it would be good if there was one more painting that could accompany someone's pain, suffering, or loneliness. That's what I think. That's why I paint. That's all there is to it. While saying such things, I want him to be happy. The woman sitting next to me, not looking at me but somewhere far away, muttered softly. He's had enough hardship, and yet, he still tries to make others happy at his own expense. That shouldn't be. I want him to be happy. I want him to be happy. I want him to be happy. Even though I think that, I can't suppress it. Her voice, sounding indifferent, therefore revealed her inner conflict. I can't suppress the feeling of wanting him. Even though such feelings are terrifying for him. Really, the one who should be furthest from him is me, more than anyone else. You're in a complicated love, aren't you? Could you please keep this between us? A bus arrived from down the road. It was fairly crowded but not too much to get on. Of course, Let's go. Standing up, I boarded the bus that had stopped in front of us. Adu-san followed immediately. We didn't speak a word inside the bus. Upon reaching our destination, we got off. It was an ordinary place, a bus stop facing a major street, with narrow paths nearby. Now, the question is where Miyashiro-kun went from here. Any ideas? Around here, there's nowhere in particular that Kuuya would likely go. If we're going by process of elimination, he probably didn't go that way. It's not certain, though. Adu-san pointed towards the east side of the main street. Why? If you go that way, you'll reach a shopping district. If the people there saw Kuuya wandering alone, they would definitely contact me. Especially if something seemed off. Since I haven't received any calls, I guess he didn't go that way. Hey, can I say what I'm thinking? Please do. Your human surveillance system is honestly creepy. I don't want to hear that from a stalker who illegally collects personal information. Well, that's true. Sadly, I couldn't deny it. By the way, I consider myself a stalker. But what should we call someone like you? Humanity hasn't discovered enough of your kind to categorize you yet, so I can't find the right word. Perhaps you're right. Let's temporarily call you a biased, malicious Yandere woman. Adu-san bit her lip and looked down in defeat. Using people around you to thoroughly monitor and manipulate Miyashiro-kun's environment. You're really a top-tier troublemaker. Shut up. I don't want anything dangerous getting close to Kuuya. Like you. Don't treat me like a hazardous material. At least for now, I'm somewhat useful. What use does a criminal have? Quiet. You're violating human rights. I don't think Miyashiro-kun went in the direction you're pointing, either. I said, pointing in the opposite direction to the west, which Adu-san had indicated. Why do you think that? Miyashiro-kun's smartwatch can connect to free Wi-Fi, a model without much discretion. And there's a game center a little further from here, right? The building with a slightly stylish exterior was visible even from our current location. They spread strong free Wi-Fi that even reaches a bit away from the store. Miyashiro-kun has connected to it before with his smartwatch, and the settings should automatically connect him again if he gets close. I took out my smartphone and launched the Miyashiro-kun monitoring app. Checking the current location information. There were no updates. If the Wi-Fi, if he connects to the net, then the latest current location information should be sent to me immediately, but it hasn't come. So, Miyashiro-kun probably didn't go that way. The likelihood is, well, hi, I guess. Can I say what I'm thinking? Please do. I'll say it as many times as necessary. You're simply a criminal. Good kids shouldn't try this at home, okay? Misusing technology is wrong. I'm a bad example. When I think about it calmly, we're really something, aren't we? I feel sorry for Kuuya. But there are two bad women here, so maybe two negatives make a positive. Senpai, you're an interesting person. No, I don't mean that in a bad way. That's right. Surprisingly so. While having such a conversation, we decided on the direction to head. If it seemed unlikely he went east or west on the main street, then it was the path that led south. Rushing together, we moved down the path flanked by groves. I don't know how far Kuuya has gone, but it's best to find him as soon as possible. Let's hurry. Beyond this point is... Oh, wait, senpai. That's a T-impla over there, isn't it? What? No. It's too fast. I can't move that fast. What are you? She's too fast. Does this woman have an engine in her legs? I'm sorry. Going out with Kuuya, and oh, it can't be like this, right? I don't do that when I'm with Kuuya. I walk at the optimal speed that matches him. I can usually tell his physical condition by his facial expression, tone of voice, and gestures on that day. That's creepy. Watch your words. Oops. The truth slipped out. But, Miyashiro-kun, he's not very good at sports, right? Haha. We're alike. That's creepy. Mind your language. Before we knew it, the day had already started to fade, and the world was being dyed red by the sunset, the color he fears. It felt as though the world was cornering him, not just because of the exercise, but also an uncomfortable sweat formed on my back. Adu-san beside me seemed the same. Despite our bickering, her expression was tense. It would be fine if nothing happened. If all of today's concerns turned out to be needless worry. But if something had happened, Adu-san, there are, right, so this path leads there. What came into view was probably the tallest building in the area. I don't know how many floors it has, but it's a strangely elongated gray building. That's supposed to be abandoned now, right? Yes, it used to house some company, but due to various issues with the landowner, it's now uninhabited and unmanaged. In rural towns, it's not uncommon for such buildings to continue standing without being demolished. That building is likely one of them. He might be there. I thought I was the one who said it, but it was Adu-san's words. High places are closer to the sky. Kuuya likes the sky. I had heard that too. Though, the current color of the sky isn't something Kuuya would want to approach. No, but I think we should check it out. We agreed on that at least. Soon, we arrived at the base of the building. The entrance was technically sealed, but various broken windows made it meaningless. Let's go. Adu-san entered through the largest broken window without making a sound. It was so seamless it almost seemed like the official way in. You're like a ninja. You don't sneak into Miyashiro-kun's house like that, do you? I don't. I have a key. Deny the sneaking part, not the key. To think he gave you a key. How terrifying. Maybe I should change the locks on my own initiative. Thinking this, I carefully entered the building, mindful of the glass shards. The strange mugginess made me grimace. There are footprints. No way. Where? I couldn't see them. After all, it's a deserted building with no lights, and the only thing we could rely on for visibility was the fading sunlight. The dust accumulated on the floor has definitely been disturbed in the shape of feet, and this size, it's like Kuuya's. The pattern of the soles of the shoes Kuuya often wears is. I kind of remember, but probably. Adu-san muttered to herself. Standing beside her, I had to reassess my opinion of her. Even I hadn't noticed the pattern on the soles of shoes. Anyway, the footprints are heading towards the stairs. Let's go. No sooner had she said it than Adu-san headed to the staircase and began ascending. I was left behind, both physically and mentally. I hurried after her. First floor, second floor, third floor, and more. We raced up the dim and dangerous staircase, littered with broken glass, to what seemed to be the top floor. The seventh. Here? No, probably not. Yes, the footprints go up further. So, even if it was the top floor, there was still somewhere else to go. The place closest to the sky, the rooftop. At the end of the last set of stairs, there was a door. Broken glass was scattered around the feet, reflecting the sunset and staining red like blood. And the door was ajar. As Adu-san touched it, it creaked open. On the rooftop, he was there, Kuuya, his familiar back. Even I recognized it immediately. So for Adu-san, there was no doubt. He was standing near the edge of the rooftop, gazing absent-mindedly at the sky. There was a fence to prevent falls, but it was low and rusted, unreliable. Kuuya, it's dangerous there. Let's go home with me. Adu-san's voice froze mid-sentence. Behind her, I felt the same chill run down my spine. Suika? And Kujo-san too? He turned towards us. His voice was unnaturally flat. What are you doing here? As he asked us that, his hands were stained red. The red dripped onto the floor, slowly increasing its surface area. It was a piece of glass. Miyashiro-kun was clutching it in his right hand, and blood was overflowing from the torn areas. His right hand was his dominant hand. Kuuya, what are you doing here? I honestly thought it was amazing. It's getting dark soon. It's time to go home. How about dinner at Adu's house tonight? With a single breath, she completely suppressed her own movements and spoke to Miyashiro-kun in a tone as if she were making casual small talk. The flowing blood, the proximity to the rooftop's edge, the cold, flat voice, and the dimly shining eyes. Recognizing the extremely precarious situation from his behavior, Adu-san quickly decided that any undue stimulation must be avoided. She reflected this decision in her actions immediately. Thank you. But, I'll refrain today. Miyashiro-kun smiled as if he were crying and shook his head. It's a bit cold. Cold? Yes, it's cold, so cold. I thought it would be warmer outside since it's supposed to be hot, but it was still cold when I left the house. I thought the place closest to the sky in this town would be the warmest, so I came here, but it wasn't. It wasn't very warm, Adu-san asked, and Miyashiro-kun began to speak in bits and pieces. Even though it's already July, and the rooftop of the building should be sufficiently hot, he muttered. It's cold, you know. It's red, he said, looking at the sky, and gripped the shard tighter. The flow of blood increased. Kuya, let's go home. Dad wants to discuss a trip. Where do you want to go? Kuya? Let's discuss it over delicious food, all of us together. Adu-san smiled brightly. Despite wanting to scream and run the most, she didn't allow herself such liberties. Sorry, Suika. I have something to do. Something to do? Today, I tried using the color red, for the first time in years, since Mom was here. But it was no good, Miyashiro-kun said as if spitting it out. It didn't look beautiful or even ugly, just incredibly empty. Cold. My body kept getting colder. Kuya. But I can't stay like this forever. His voice, which had been flat, clearly showed emotion. I can't stay like this forever. I have to change. I can't be dragged down forever. It was anger. I'll make myself able to use that color properly. He's facing his past wounds head-on, trying to break through. It's a noble and lofty endeavor, but, like the blood flowing from his hand, terribly heart-wrenching. Probably, this is both his strongest and the most fragile aspect. I realized, I have that color inside me too. It's packed in there. So, I'm going to stay here and look at it until I get used to it. If it's a color that comes from within me, it surely won't be cold. Miyashiro-kun glared at his own hand gripping the shard. It should be warm, there should be heat. I haven't been able to feel it since that day, but it should be there, if I understand that. This color won't feel empty. So I'm going to do it. I'll stay here until I understand. His unwavering determination reached even me, as did an understanding of how deep the wounds he had suffered were. Because, despite his strong resolve, his past continues to rob him of his sanity. Quietly, deeply, and horribly. Please. Finally, Adu-san's voice shook. Kuya, please, please come with me. Let's stretch your hand. I'll be with you. So, please, please. The blood from Miyashiro-kun's hand wouldn't stop. How deep must it have cut into his hand? What if it had even reached the nerves? Don't carry it all by yourself. Don't get hurt, please. Kuya, please. Adu-san's voice was so pained it felt like my heart would burst just listening. And I, with all my might, was racking my brain. Frankly, I'm nothing but an outsider here. The best of being out of place is Kujo Kurenai. But, therefore, I must think. After all, the situation has probably always been like this. For years, Miyashiro-kun has quietly remained broken, and Adu-san has always been there, touching his side so he wouldn't crumble. And now, it has come to a point where she can no longer support him. The two of them, just the two of them, are quietly crumbling away. That's exactly why my presence here, as an outsider, must be of use. I'll make sure of it, definitely. What can I do? Kuya. I'm here for you. You're not alone, so I'll do anything if I can. So, please. Thank you, Suika. But, I have to do it myself. What couldn't Adu-san do alone, that Miyashiro-kun needs? Kuya. Sorry, Suika. The current situation. There's not just her here, but me as well. In other words, there are two troublemakers here, ? Something caught in my mind. There are two troublemakers here. I said that today, didn't I? And there was a continuation to that. I'm sure, it went. So, maybe two negatives make a positive. Minus times minus. Hit the bad with the worse, and make it a plus. I thought of a plan but hesitated for a moment, considering what would happen if it didn't work out, and if it did. If it's the latter, who would be the most hurt? It's clear, but I can't always be spoiled by Suika's kindness. Kuya. I remembered my policy. My way of taking the best course of action. Additionally, what came to mind was something else. When I had seen his painting, literally bleeding for it, it stirred something within me. My knowledge about wanting to talk with someone, and how there's hardly anyone, at least not among my peers, willing to follow along. But if there was someone who loved the same things just as much, someone whose conversations matched mine, wishing for such feelings, I have to admit to the part about liking the same things. Whether it's just as much, we'll never yield to each other anyway. Not that I think of her as a friend at all. But, well, now, I choose to make this decision. With resolve, I breathed in the world of twilight and through my words, thinking you're being spoiled by kindness. Miyashiro-kun, you're terribly mistaken. Section. Kuya's point of view. Under the red sky, her voice resonated well. Thinking you're being spoiled by kindness, what a huge misunderstanding. Miyashiro-kun. Kuju-san. With her arms crossed below her chest, Kuju-san spoke in the same tone she used when she explained a math problem. You said using red felt cold, right? That it made you feel cold. Kuju-senpai? What are you? Adu-san raised her voice in confusion. However, her gaze quickly returned to me. The considerate, deep friendship she has always shown me. Adu-san has always directed that kindness towards me. You see, Miyashiro-kun, that's totally absurd. Not scientifically or anything, but just in terms of the situation. It's impossible for you to feel that way. What do you mean? I asked, and Kuju-san replied in her usual airy tone. I've always been providing you with useful information. Haven't I? So, I thought I'd do the same today. Then, Kuju-san told me. In reality, you've always been in contact with red, just disguised on the surface as green, but deeply, deeply red. So, what's the big deal about coming into contact with red now? Huh? Kuju-san didn't address me, who didn't understand the meaning of her words, but someone else. Hey, Adu-san. Miyashiro-kun has always been near something much more dangerous. Hasn't he? Senpai, what are you? I'm exposing it. Pretending to be a friend while being near you, when in reality, you, Adu-san, have been madly in love with Miyashiro-kun as a man. At Kuju-san's words, Adu-san showed no sign of agitation. It was too perfect, a terribly controlled response. Kuju-senpai, now is not the time for such strange misunderstandings. It's also not the time for you to be blabbering excuses. Shouldn't you stop saying things like let's go eat, I'm by your side, you're not alone? Is that what you really want to say to him? It's not, right? She continued in a provoking tone. Aren't you furious? About what? Miyashiro-kun has always been obsessed with the red of another woman, not you. At that word, Adu-san clearly bit her lip. Kuju-san continued. A woman with the highest level of possessiveness like you. It's impossible for you not to be furious. Your guts must be boiling, always have been since long ago. Isn't it about time you made him understand? If things continue this way, you'll just lose him forever. Have you thought about what your best move should be? Adu-san kept silent, looking down. Kuju-san, Adu-san has always been very kind to me. Since forever. But it appears green to you, doesn't it? When you see it with your eyes, the color of friendship. You knew? Did Adu-san tell her? What if all of that was just an act born out of ridiculous effort and obsession? Adu-san has been with me ever since I became able to see colors, since I returned to this town. For 3-4 years. During that time, continuously controlling her movements in front of you to the extent that she deceives your eyes. Is that realistic? Right. It's not realistic, but she's made it reality. That troublesome woman has. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Saying so, Kuju-san laughed complexly. It was a smile that couldn't easily be understood whether it was about who or what. Ridiculous, ridiculous, oh, ridiculous. Hey, I'll be quiet now, so please continue. Taking a step back, Kuju-san then. Adu-san, who had been silently looking down, my childhood friend who has always been by my side, lifted her face. Kuya. I was at a loss for words because there was someone I had never seen before standing there. It meant that she was no longer anyone I knew. It also meant that I didn't know anyone else like her. Kuya. As she approached me step by step, I instinctively stepped back. It was her eyes that made me do so. They were dim, deep, bottomless, looking like the entrance to something that would be the end if drawn in. Who is this? Who exactly is this person? In my confusion, my body, just seeing her silhouette, blurted out reflexively. Sue, yes. She probably smiled, I think. Her eyes narrowed, her mouth split like a crescent moon. Can people smile like that? Beautifully, adorably, as if committing a sacrilege. Instinctively focusing my consciousness, I saw her. The familiar green was nowhere to be found. My entire field of vision was dyed in deep red. The mist rising from the woman approaching me was too dense, covering everything else in the world that should exist. Only she, the source of it, was clearly visible in the red scenery. My perspective dropped a level. It seems I've fallen to my knees. What is this? What is this? I've never seen anything like this before. ? There was a clinking sound. I felt no sensation of the glass shard I thought I was gripping tightly in my hand. I must have dropped it. Probably. It's rolling on the floor. Covered in the mist, I can't see it well. Kuya. For the third time, she called my name and picked up the glass shard, bringing it back into my world. Adu-san firmly grasped the sharp, gleaming shard in her hand. In front of me, with my eyes wide open, blood dripped down. We match now. Without showing any sign of pain, she said that. Then, Adu-san threw away the glass shard and leaned over me, sitting on the floor. Her bloodied right hand, the deep red hand of Adu-san, caressed my cheek, and she asked only one thing: is it cold? That is. While being asked, what I thought in my head was simple. What exactly had I been seeing until now? Red is. It was such a color. If you don't know, please say so. I can provide as much as you want. Blood from her hand continued to wet my cheek. There's an infinite amount. Women of Adu are. That's the kind of beings we are. Hey, I love you. The words spoken while piercing me with those eyes felt like they were stabbing something inside me. No matter how many years it takes, I will definitely make you mine. Absolutely, definitely. The lips that uttered those words, their redness, was strikingly captivating. If there's a red for you, I hope it's my red. Adu-san pressed her lips against mine. In the world dyed in red, her red lips were very hot. Kujo's point of view. I must have accumulated good deeds. It must be so. Alone, I walk through the path between the groves. The same path I ran down while provoking Adu-san. Leaving the two on the rooftop, I decided to go back alone. Adu-san is like me. Sticky, heavy-hearted, and a coward. She needed a push to take a step forward, and so did he. That couldn't come from within them. They were waiting for it to be provided from the outside. Well, isn't that good enough? After all, it's like this. They settled where they should have. My phone vibrates. A message from my sister. She's prompting me for ice cream. After all, I've been raised in a warm, happy family, though I sometimes feel lonely due to differences in values with society. I don't have traumas like Miyashiro-kun, nor do I have the determination like Adu-san, who has always been by his side. When Miyashiro-kun is saved, when he is rewarded, it should be Adu-san. No matter how you think about it, the two of them ended with a happy kiss. Though it was covered in blood, they must be happy. Exiting the path, I step onto the main street. I hesitate for a moment about taking the bus but decide against it. I'll walk. It's not about being flashy, in the first place, I mutter to myself. Not about the bus, but about that incomprehensible thing called love. Getting caught up in feeling smitten or swollen with affection for someone else, losing oneself. That's not my style. So it's fine. And I'm not really bothered. Not at all. I pass by a rather large, countryside-like game center. If we came to a place like this together, what games would we play? Would we get excited about winning or not winning prizes, or get a little serious about competitive games? I pass by a slightly stylish, nationwide chain cafe. I know he likes sweet things unexpectedly. I'm not against them either. So would we order different cakes and share them, trying each other's? My home is actually not too far from here. So, I often use this road. I always made hypothetical plans as I passed by. Convenient, impatient, and happy, my delusions. My hopeful, flower field like hopes. I cherished them. I'm such an idiot. Really idiot. Idiot. Everyone's an idiot. Everyone in the world. All of them. This and that. Everything and everyone is an idiot. Damn. My face is a mess, drenched with tears that keep falling, blurring my vision. I don't know about that. That Miyashiro-kun had such a past, that Adu-san had been bravely facing it and persevering from a long time ago. How could I know, after all, about something like that? I don't know. I'll like you. I have no heavy past, no built-up bonds either, but I like him too. The boy in my class who I met in the art room, who sat next to me, whom I could talk to only once every 10 days. It may not be fate, but it was serious. Even now, I still do. So, seeing him kiss another girl was super annoying. I didn't want to see it, and I didn't want to know that they would probably date afterward. Drivers passing by look shocked at me crying and walking. How surprised humans are. Wondering what's wrong with that crazy crying girl, thinking if I'm stupid. The mean me always watched others being swayed by their emotions, thinking, humans are so silly. I believed I was different. But congratulations to me. I've joined the human side. Hey, everyone, how do you manage to lead a normal life while being so disturbed? It's amazing. How do you do it? Tell me later. Can I do it? Right now, I feel like I can't at all. I really do. I'll like you. Idiot. Screaming, I walk. The red of the evening was very beautiful. Epilogue. There it is. They told me my piece would be displayed separately from the others, and it looks like they were right. At the end of summer vacation, in late August, I found myself in a large event hall in Tokyo. They said it was too intense for the general display. It was the art competition organized by the government to find Japan's best high school artist, the Shinsei Sanson Prize. We were at the exhibition of the winning works. In the oil painting section, beyond the sign that read Grand Prize, there was a space partitioned off like a semi-private room. But I really didn't think I'd win again this year, not really. The girl who had been silent the whole time finally spoke up next to me. See, congratulations on winning the grand prize. Yeah, thanks. It's all thanks to you, Suika. No, that's, I didn't really, I mean, it's not like that. You know, really, it's not. She kept her head down, shaking it and her hands vigorously, and then finally stopped moving. Then, cautiously, she looked up at my face. Exclamation mark. In that instant, her face turned bright red. Still too much? I am so sorry. Again, she looked down, her ears as red as her face, repeatedly saying, I'm so sorry. It's been more than a month since the day on the rooftop when we were both covered in blood. We went to the hospital together to get treated for our injuries. I no longer feel cold towards the color red, and Suika has stopped hiding her color. When I concentrate and see her, the mist that appears is a very deep red. She says it's not so much that she isn't hiding it anymore, but that she can't. Ever since it all came out, she can't look me in the eye properly, stutters during conversations, always fidgety, and her face turns red at the slightest thing. Even without using my eyes, it's clear, these are all signs of deep affection. This is the first time we've gone out together since that day, and, as expected, we couldn't have a normal conversation. She's always hidden her feelings, and now that they're out in the open, she's too embarrassed to talk properly. For now, let's go see the painting exhibition. Why yes. As we were about to enter the partitioned-off area, a boy rushed out quickly, followed by a woman who seemed to be his mother. What's wrong? It's the grand prize winning painting. Don't you want to look more? I don't want to see it. Let's go, Mum. I don't want to see that painting. It's scary. Is that so? Okay, then. Let's see the other paintings. Come on. The boy took his mother's hand and pulled her away. Sorry about that. I apologized to him in my heart. Yeah, it's scary, isn't it? Kuya. I feel a tug on my clothes. Suika, with her face still bright red, grabs my sleeve, looking concerned yet affectionate. It's okay. I painted that painting. Together with Suika, I step into the exhibition area. There are many people there, all looking at one painting. My painting. Their expressions vary, but they all share a common thread. None of them look relieved or comforted. Some have their faces tensed, hands trembling, or look like they're about to cry. It's a strange atmosphere. It's a selfish painting. Kuya. I painted this for myself. It's pure egoism. I did whatever I wanted. Flames and shadows. If I were to describe the shape of this painting, that would be the most fitting. The deeply, vividly burning flames and the contrasting dark, dense shadows they create. The painting, rich in the color red, was completed in about 3 days. I had to heal the injury on my right hand, which took time away from the competition deadline. I worked at a frantic pace, like I was preparing for an art school entrance exam. Effective composition, desired techniques, a theme to convey, for someone else, that is. I didn't consider any of that. I didn't have the time, nor did I intend to. I just wielded the brush as I pleased, painting what I wanted. I look away from the painting and stare intently at my right hand. A faint scar remains. This will probably be my lifelong talisman. Does it hurt? No, not at all. What about you, Suika? Are you okay? I'm perfectly fine. I'm a woman of ado, after all. Suika shows me her right palm. No matter how closely I look, there's not even a trace of a scar. Regarding that injury, I had no choice but to profusely apologize to Suika and her family, but none of them blamed me. Suika's grandmother, Kinya-san, said, "A scar from a blade is a dishonor," and Aunt Ran laughed, saying, "It's just a scratch unless you lose a finger." Her wounds healed at least 3 times faster than mine. Still, causing her pain and inconvenience until the wound healed is a fact, and I've decided I'll never forget this gratitude for the rest of my life. "Excuse me. I overheard your conversation just now." A voice, hesitant and yet filled with strong emotion, suddenly spoke to us. When I looked up, I saw a young woman I didn't recognize. "Did you paint that painting?" "Yes, that was me." The woman in front of me clenched her eyes tightly, took a deep breath, and took my hand. Then, she said firmly, "Thank you so much." I can't really explain it well, but thank you for painting that and showing it to me. I know it's not a painting for me, of course, but still." The woman paused, took another breath, and I could see her throat trembling. "I'm glad I could see that painting. I'm glad I came here today, by chance, too. I'm glad I could encounter that painting today. Thank you. Thank you so much." She bowed her head, holding my hand tightly with her trembling ones, repeatedly thanking me. "Thank you, too." That was all I could respond with. Anything else felt like it would be a lie, but I wanted to convey at least that much. "I'm so sorry for suddenly." "Really? In front of your girlfriend, even?" "I'm sorry." As the woman finally looked up, realizing her haste, she quickly let go of my hand. Before I could reply, Suika spoke up. "No, I'm not his girlfriend." "Oh, is that so?" "Yes. I wish I could be a childhood friend." Hearing Suika's words, the woman seemed taken aback for a moment before smiling kindly and saying, "I'm sorry for interrupting. I'm rooting for you." Before leaving, Suika, Suika silently took my hand, the one the woman had just held. It's probably the first time we've touched since that day. She led me away from my paintings exhibition area to a place that looked like a rest area. "Suika. Kuya, I understand if you're not ready for romance yet." Suika held my hand but turned her back to me. "Sorry. I no longer find the color red empty. I can feel its warmth and brilliance. I think I've managed to overcome my fundamental fear of love, but the idea of falling in love with someone right now seems difficult. I still need time to feel the ground I've finally managed to solidify under my feet." I understand Suika's feelings, but that's precisely why I don't want to respond in this state. "But, I will definitely make you like me one day. I may not be the most straightforward woman, sorry about that." "Even just now, when that woman came to thank you for your painting, while I was grateful, your hand." She held your hand. "You and another woman." It was very unsettling for me. Shameful, shallow. After finally turning to face me, Suika's eyes were moist and trembling with emotion. Not just a childhood friend who has always been by my side, but a girl with profound and sincere feelings stood before me. We couldn't even look at each other for a second before Suika looked down, letting go of my hand. I held your hand. Today, Suika's ears turned the reddest they had all day. I'm sorry, seeing another woman hold your hand. I couldn't control myself. It's disgraceful. Shallow. Even though she had already done something much more significant that day, Suika whispered such things in a soft voice. That's right, she's too jealous and possessive. You're better off without such a woman. Wasn't that the best move? Those words came unexpectedly from the side. Surprised, Suika and I turned our gaze to see a beautiful woman who made every other painting in the exhibition seem dull in comparison. Kujo-san. Kujo Kurenai. My classmate. Where did you come from? With an overtly wary voice, Suika questioned, and Kujo-san answered with a refreshing tone. By chance. Just happened to be here. That can't be. Kujo-senpai. Suika's voice cooled down, but she put on a smile. We came here together. Could you please not interfere? Just friends, right? Not lovers. You just said so yourself. When have you been following us? I don't know how long you plan to keep this up, but cutting off Suika's words, Kujo-san continued with a strong voice. If things are still unresolved, then my best move is, of course, clear. Once. How much? I couldn't catch what followed. It was too soft. Sighing, Kujo-san turned her gaze to me. Miyashiro-kun, will you see me? Okay. Asked. I concentrated. The mist that appeared from Kujo-san was the same color as her name. In the end, whether this is right, I don't know. With my misunderstanding about Suika now clear, my confidence is even more shaken. Are you curious if it's correct? As if reading my thoughts, she asked. I nodded, and she smiled. It was time for the answer reveal. Hey, Miyashiro-kun. Yes, what I feel about you. The end. Volume completed.